to win. Let the best win. of the future.
got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around, you've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. When you're coming back around.
Games of the future. here to win. Let the best win.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
MOBA Mobile is an esports discipline based on Mobile Legends Bang Bang and consists of a digital stage only. 16 teams compete in 5v5 matches played in a best-of-3 format. Throughout the tournament, all matches are played as best-of-3 series, with the first team to win 2 games claiming the series. The first game begins with a physical coin toss. The winning team chooses either its side of the map or first pick in the hero draft. In the second game, the choice automatically passes to the opposing team. If a third and deciding game is required, the right to choose is once again determined by a physical coin toss. Teams earn tournament points for each series victory in accordance with the tournament bracket.
Games of the future.
And welcome everybody to the final games of the future. Of course, here we're going to be looking at the best of our discipline of MOBA mobiles. If this is your first time watching, welcome, because we're going to be playing some MLBB with some of the best competitors from around the world and give you the best showcase of what's truly going to happen here today. Now, of course, it is me, Gideon Q, who's going to be taking care of you guys, but we've also got LaFell on the other hand, straight back from Paris after MSC XEWC. LaFell, talk to me, because right now the metagame is seemingly very, very short. What are you feeling for the final games?
Honestly, what I'm feeling is it might be more or less the same as what we saw, honestly, just a week ago. By the way, both from Paris, quite a long flight. Even looking at the games between Vamos going up against Team Vitality, having a hero like Brody that's able to accelerate the game really does seem like it's going to help you out a lot. Even showing up with that Farsa, I really feel like we're going to a metagame where who has the more damage will eventually win the game.
More damage, more power, shorter game times. And that's what everybody is looking to see here. Some jam-action action as much as they can possibly fit with the next 15 minutes or so. We'll see what the longest games are going to be and whether the quality is going to follow alongside it. For everybody who are just tuning in and you missed out the first half, our mobile works very, very simply. And we already have the brackets up for you guys. There are 4 separate groups. Each are looking to reach the grand finals at the very end there. But for now, we're going through rounds 1 alongside now, which is now going to be starting up to prepare for round 2. Even so, we still have our very first game on this stream. It's going to be Foot facing off against the Bushido Warriors. Now, this is interesting because, again, we've saw a little bit of Foot, but the Bushido Warriors is an unknown team name, but I've been hearing whispers here and there about this team.
Yeah. Bushido Wildcats is very interesting. They have Sunshine, so that's great. By the way, in case anyone asks, Team Spirit unfortunately hasn't been able to get there physically just yet. I think they're still in Paris. Maybe they're flying, so that's why they had a quote-unquote loss against Falcon. But it's really just because they weren't able to be there. We have more games. There are going to be 4 groups here, so this is still just the group stage. We do have an upper bracket as well as the lower bracket, so it does look like we're going to have quite a lot of games. And again, just to remind everyone, this is going to be a best of 3 in terms of how the meta shapes up. It's gonna be interesting because tomorrow there will be a patch. I wonder how that's gonna really affect the game.
Well, based on, the upcoming notes, it doesn't look like there's too much of a change, with the only big one being into Kaja. And forgive me, of course, the Bushido Wildcats. How could I? Still maybe a little loopy after.
Hey, honestly, Bushido Warrior sounds good too.
I know, it rolled off the tongue, it felt right, but no. For the sake of branding, Bushido Wildcats. It's a team that I'm gonna keep a very close eye upon because we may see them potentially for ENC, potentially later down the line in the future, maybe for even Asian games. I don't know. We'll see whether or not they're going to appear in another international. But for the time being, right, with the metagame being so fast and so quick and everything that we have learned from MSC, do you think that we've figured out what the meta is just yet? Because I feel like a lot of people are like, man, you can play whatever you want in this meta and get away with it.
I feel like we roughly understand the meta, but it really does go down to whether you actually like playing that way. Because in terms of how the meta is really shaping up, it does seem like being able to win your lane and then translating that into your opponent's jungle is like quote unquote the best way to do it. And this second thing, I think this is the more easier path to understand, which is try to have only one scaling hero. I feel like that's something that a lot of players, ranked professional teams and etc., we've gotten so used to having 2 scaling heroes because the game will eventually hit to level, like 22 minutes and above. But now we don't get to that level. So I really feel like in terms of how the meta is shaping up, if you can have one reliable position 1 that can play in the late game, that's good enough. The rest of your team, I think you can have a secondary damage dealer that's good in the early game, and then the rest kind of have to be utility. They have to support you one way or the other, either in terms of giving you heals or giving you heal, right? Having a lot of crowd control does seem to be a lot better. Healing, so far, Rafa mid has been good. We haven't seen others. Well, Matilda as well. Matilda and Rafa, those are the 2 healers that really has been doing well.
I think both of them are doing really good just because of their early to mid game. Like, at least for Matilda, there's a lot more applications towards the later half of the game. For Rafa, a little bit less. You kind of want to end the game around 11 minutes. If it goes beyond that, you really just become like a traditional support in that sense. But let's come back to the positions 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down to 5, right? Because I think most people are thinking, oh, position 1, that's probably like either the jungler or the marksman at this stage of the game. And I think that the meta has kind of like stretched the meaning just a little bit. Essentially, you need your position 1 to be somebody who scales. We've seen Ling kind of fulfill that position 1 in the early weeks of MSC, but I think now the meta has developed even more. That's apparently just too slow.
Yeah, I feel like there is a future. Rune game's a future. If someone really wants to use something like a Sicilian as the position 1, because Sicilian scales pretty well, and I feel like there is enough heroes to deal with assassins that you can kind of build a comp around that. We've seen, basically at this point, we're going to talk about comps with one core hero. Like, we've had Paquito Gold comps, we've had, Ling comps, which has fallen down quite a bit. And funny enough, even if we do see Aurora isn't really the comp that's built around. She's more like a position 2, position 3. She helps out other people. She's that early and mid. But then when you come to the late game, you still need someone reliable. See, Moskov, Claude, and the likes.
I think Aurora,
which is why I kind of Aurora. She doesn't really need all that farm. She just needs someone to kill, and then she's all good.
Yeah, maybe not just to kill, but to also like, because it really goes both ways. She's really good at setting up for the kills. She's really good at finishing off the kills, especially if you're chasing them down the lane. There's a lot of benefits to having Kirara on your side, and not to mention that a lot of her damage is directly tied to her levels. So as soon as you get that first kill, you start walking into enemy territory, take their buffs, take their little green camps, and you just accelerate that game. But speaking of acceleration, I think as of right now, EXP laners and supports are eating really, really good. I think this is one of the few metas that it doesn't feel that bad to play any other role, arguably, than jungle or gold lane. And I would still lean more towards the gold lane because it's important, but at the same time, it's really, really stale for the first 8 minutes of the game.
I gotta say, because they're eating so good, I really feel like organizations, whenever they're picking up players, they really gotta invest a lot in the EXP as well as the roam position, because sure, there are times where the EXP or the roam doesn't really contribute much, but I think for the past 1 or 2 years, we've seen a lot of final MVPs being the EXP laner, right? So whoever has the stronger front line just translates to have an easier time for your gold lane. So even if you get the best gold laner in the world, if your front line is crumbling, it really doesn't mean much. So yeah, I feel like the trend of EXP and roam being extremely important, especially EXP, is gonna continue on. So not gonna lie, I hope more organization, or in fact just more players, those young players, 14, 15-year-olds, try to main EXP and roam. That can really help you out in your career.
Absolutely. I mean, we've already seen, based off of the results of MSC, you know, Kid Bomba getting MVP really just goes to show how impactful you can be for just playing your lane or getting the right heroes. He went, what, 0-7 on Phovius and still got the MVP. He even mentioned it in his end game speech that, yeah, his team is part of this machine to get going, but without that linchpin, without somebody who's actively zoning and more importantly, actively setting up these fights, it's kind of difficult to fit in the meta game. Yeah. With that being said though, at the very least, I am more interested to see setups for Pharsa comps. That was the one thing that I was hoping for throughout MSC, and it only showed up towards the end. You know, teams like Falcons were able to use it. Haji in particular has some of the best performances on the Pharsa, but some teams kind of don't want to be in that position. Any particular reasons why?
I really feel like they're just not too confident with their mids being position 2 or 3, where it's kind of weird, where instead of a Pharsa, they much prefer a Selena, which I guess it's okay. I mean, like, here's the thing. One thing that I feel like why we feel like this meta is exciting, not just because of the change in jungle, but also like the heroes that are being used, especially by pro players, it requires a very high ceiling, right? Like, if you're really good at hero, then it will really stand out. So I feel like why Pharsa hasn't been picked up that much, because you're kind of paranoid that you can be dealt with any EXP laner or jungler. But honestly, after quite a few Pharsa games, I feel like the Pharsa is being protected quite well. So I think teams don't need to be as scared, because even when I'm playing mid, sometimes I'm like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna get bum rushed so many times, but then I'm like, wait, no, people don't really care about me anymore. People just want to go for the marksman. So I honestly feel like you can pick up the Pharsa. I feel like people pick up the Selena because they think it's safer, which she is. You don't have to. I feel like Pharsa is completely fine.
Yeah, I think that Pharsa does need just a little bit of a setup in the drafting phase, which is going to be like a big thing throughout the tournament. I think everybody hasn't really figured out what's the strongest openers, or more importantly, so a lot of their compositions are going to be revolving around what they practice rather than staying flexible, especially since we've seen some huge teams during MSC, the favorites even, getting knocked out pretty early on. Which brings us to the question, Foot Esports versus Bushido Wildcats, right? We don't have a lot of information going with Bushido Wildcats. Yes, there is a bit of information because some of their players have played on the stage before, but Foot Esports are looking to be the favorites. Do you think that this is going to be their overall play style? Play for 2 scalers, or in this case, 1 scaler and a hyper-aggressive early game?
I feel like one scaler and then another one that's very aggressive for early game, because Kazue is a hero where he's a player where I don't remember him using a lot of scaling heroes. I mean, like, to be fair, the jungle hasn't had a need to be a scaler anyways. I feel like Kazue is going to be position 2 or 3, and then hoping for RX to have a good game in the laning phase, which I believe RX even brought out the what's her name in the gold lane? The
Hanabi?
No. The one. Wait. Oh, we might be looking Jiangfeng Yaguai against Entity 7.
Oh, fun.
Actually.
Hey,
Okay,
look,
I
we're
mean, like-
presented by Freedom, so really it's up to them. You know, the Jiangfeng Yaguai, I was also excited to talk about this team because, again, Chinese teams have been a big question mark, especially when they're facing up against another minor region in Entity 7 coming all the way from Latam. South America and as well as China have been up on the rise in recent tournaments. China more so particularly because they were able to get one of their teams through into the wildcard phase and skip the entire wildcard phase and get that initial slot. So here, for all intents and purposes, we've got Entity 7 with Akashi, Doom, Hideon Bush, of course Haidom Bush, but everyone loves calling him Hideon Bush, Shin, and Vangwin. We have seen this team play before. They've caused huge upsets in our latest international.
But I do gotta say, I really want Shin to shine just a little bit more because in the previous meta, when a tank is preferred in the jungle, Shin, in my opinion, really hard carried the team. But now it does. I don't know whether teams have just figured out how to shut him down, or I don't know, Doom's just performing much better. So the team is like, you know what, let's just let Doom carry, and then Shin just helping everyone else out. But yeah, I really hope I just want to see a little bit more from Shin because I really feel like he is an upcoming mid laner that everyone has to pay attention to.
I totally
especially
agree.
because he has that S in his name. Right?
Naturally.
Those S tier mids.
Yep. It fits his play style right as of right now coming in from the metagame. You can already see him. He's playing with the fidget spinner, right? He's warming up those hands to get ready to play something highly mechanical. I'm going to assume that it's going to be Selena, but we'll never really know until we get into the draft because that's the important thing, right? Drafting has already set so much of the tone during MSC XEWC, but coming into Figital, right? It's improving upon the things that they learned. So I would assume, what do you think? Blue side or red side is strongest for you?
I kind of feel like unless you have a really cracked Aurora, I really feel a red side just a little bit better because you have that final pick, which considering that the meta is kind of open, makes it so that you can potentially counter quite a lot of drafts with that final pick, as well as having that good combo early on is going to be pretty important. Now we got Fish God, Lung, Yi1, Xiaoxi, as well as Zed, and this is very interesting because Yi1, personally for me, sticks out, but more so Zed. Back in M6, him on that jungle role really performed really well, especially on picks like the Nolan. It was unfortunate, you know, something happened and then they just couldn't make it past that stage. But now Zed going into the roam position, letting Zhao Shi be the jungler is going to be pretty interesting, especially with the change of meta, making it so that damaged junglers are more prominent. I wonder if they will stick with this where Zed is just going to be the roam or they're going to make some change.
I have to agree with you with all the points above, right? You know, the big question mark is whether Yi1 is ready, but even so, we've also seen a double fighter meta actually develop.
Oh, true.
So I don't know if Lung is actually prepared to play for those double fighters, or is he going to go back on the traditional marksman? Because we know for a staple fact, he plays a good Moskov, he plays a decent Claude, he plays a decent Harith as well. So all those traditional marksman styles, and for some teams, they weren't able to adapt to that. And that's why we saw a good number of upsets during our previous internationals. Coming into this, right, those are the things that we're going to be looking out for. We're going to be looking out for the positions of Zed. We're going to be looking out for Yi1's overall performance, and of course for compositions that may or may not benefit Lung.
Oddly enough, I still remember Lung's hero pool. It's all of you said plus the carry and the Bruno.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it's really just those heroes. I don't know if I have a really good memory or he just has a really small hero pool, but you know, the hero that he uses is still pretty strong-ish. But I feel like he really needs those early game heroes, unless they really like, okay, Lung, play position 1, all of us will do everything. You just come join us at minute 12.
At minute 12 is the place that they're going to actually go for it. Hopefully we get into the draft real soon here as both teams, you know, are setting up and are prepared to actually head on into that. We'll get right to that as soon as it pops up. In the meantime, please enjoy the minions simulating what it looks like to be in a mobile MOBA.
Banana. Legit, I'm gonna learn the minion language just so that I can have a conversation with Brigida.
Oh my god, does she know fluent minion?
She can pretend. She can pretend.
She can pretend. All right, I'm pulling up some stats
I've only
here.
watched one. Despicable Me. She watched all.
Oh,
so the
dude.
next international, I have to watch all of them. like 3 times to get the language down.
Hey, you better hope that's enough of a long flight to finish all the Despicable Me movies. And don't forget, it's not just the Despicable Me movies that you gotta watch. It's also the Minions side quest movies that you gotta watch on top of that. So that's a lot of media to consume. Now, I pulled up some stats from MSC, and for all the calculated games, right? This is all the data from beginning all the way to the very end. It's telling me that it's a 53.1% in favor of blue side compared to 46.9 on that red side. But I feel like when we start to cut the data down towards the end, I don't think blue side had that big of a win rate.
I think that one is, again, really like, because first pick, what do you get? You get Aurora. Other than that, I don't remember like a clear-cut pick. We've seen some Bedrick first picks. We've seen some Valentina first picks, but that doesn't really shape the comp. I think like what really shaped it was that Aurora, where I feel like the reason why is just because you kind of want to ban her, but at the same time, other things are just a little bit more annoying. So you just have to deal with her.
Yep. It's all about finding the 2-for-1s in the draft, whether one hero can counter 2 other heroes on the opposite side. You're looking for ways to kind of influence certain aspects of the game. That's really the small advantages that you're trying to squeeze out of your draft in a lot of the types of compositions we should be seeing here today. One big dilemma that a lot of teams have either respected or opted to play a more pocket pick mid laner comes down to Atlas, Belleric, and Valentina, right? If all 3 are available, they're guaranteed 2 of them with Valentina +1, and then it's going to be Atlas on the opposite side. That's what we've seen 90% of the time.
By the way, this is such a long time before the draft. I think I can name all the sponsors. Thank you very much to Samru Kazina, Ministry of Tourism and Sport of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Astana Chess Federation, Halik Bank, Bank Center Credit, Alatau City Bank, Kazakh, Freedom, Yandex Go, Lancaster Group, Beeline, Buy Group, Kazakh Telecom, Air Astana, and Moon Global. Oh, goodness, that's a lot of sponsors. Shout out to you guys.
Yep, shout outs for making such an incredible event to allow us to have such cool graphics while we're waiting for these games. A lot of minions as well. I mean, you know, we've at this point, it's basically just another world war happening with a number of bodies that have already gone down. Can we get a minion death count here, just real quick for production? But we've also got an entire digital audience waiting to watch this upcoming game. And I mean, I'm excited to kick things off, but you know, until things are ready, a lot of things are happening at the same time. The Digital Games isn't just about the mobile MOBA. There's also a physical aspect to it. Yes, that's why they call it Digital and not Digital Games. It makes so much sense once you watch the mainstream, as so many major disciplines are coming together, either going for the laser tag, whether it's basketball, whether it's actual football on top of the eFootball. There's so much to watch here.
I mean, that's why they held it in Zaklisik Uskipirov Martial Arts Palace
in Kazakhstan. Yes. It's the only place to have not only the proper gear, but enough production space to fit all the digital aspects on top of it. So they are well prepared, right? Really well prepared.
I think we're actually waiting on the other stream to start their game as well, so that we can start at the same time. Where, let's see here, I think they are playing right now for Footy Sport and Bushido Wildcat. So I just saw them getting ready in the other stream, presented by Freedom. Shoutouts Freedom. And do you want to try saying the venue name?
Oh, don't please, dear God.
Zakislik Ushkempirov Martial Arts.
Yeah, I think I would rather walk into ongoing traffic, man. I think, you know, I would scale the Twin Towers by hand without a safety rope just so I don't have to say that. I will butcher it, and I refuse to butcher such a beautiful name. Even so, once we get the streams lined up, once everybody is prepared, and hopefully these players have already set up their phones, because again, every single time we expect these players to just, you know, sit down and get ready to play, that's just not the case, right? A lot of teams need to take the time, and especially now that we have many different configurations of heroes. Some have 3 abilities, some have 4 abilities, some have 2 abilities. You want to make sure that you customize, make sure that you have the proper setup for each of them.
Honestly, that slightly tilts me, because I think especially for Melissa needs a special configuration for you to really utilize her. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping in the draft here. Entity 7 will be first pick blue side, and Dengfeng Yaoguai is red side second pick. It looks like we already started a ban with the Paquito, Zushin, as well as Atlas banned by Entity 7, and then the Fanny, Selena, and the Freya banned by Dengfeng Yaoguai.
All right. So they've already kicked things off, and as expected, we get the Aurora as the instant first pick. And now the real question comes, who's going to get the Belleric on top of whether or not you want to pair it up with the Valentina to deny your opponent, or you're holding on to that mid pick to maybe get just a little bit more. And as of right now, getting a Valentina doesn't sound that bad when Marcel is already on the other side.
And we are back, mga sir. Muli kami nagbabalik para sa Games of Future. Actually, hindi pala kami nagbabalik. Ito na mismo yung aming Series 1.
Game na.
Sa mga nagtatanong, again po, na-cancel yung laro ng Team Falcons PH and ganun din ang Team Spirit. Default win for Teams Falcons dahil may commitment issues daw yung Team Spirit. Pero kidding aside, dahil po katatapos lang din ng laro, syempre, ng Team Spirit sa kabilang tournament. So, kailangan pa ng preparation. Syempre, pagod pa, di ba? So, default yung panalo ng Falcons, which is good thing naman para sa atin, di ba? Kasi, one win kagad, and for sure, mas madali na yung natin patungong playoff stage.
Yep. Pero tingnan natin this time, guys, ang magkalaban is gonna be Entity 7 versus, ito pala meaning nito.
DFYG.
Jian Feng Yao.
Guay.
Wow.
Ang alam ko lang kasi
DFYG lang ako eh.
Dita. Ano na? Yung, kalimutan ko tuloy. Ding Taifu. Tama ba?
Iba yun.
Iba ba yun?
Iba yun. DTF na yan. Delikado yan. Maulan pa naman ngayon.
Sarap na yun. Kamis.
Tamis talaga.
Eudora, Marcel, and Barats yung mapupunta dito sa DFYG. Alam ko guys, familiar kayo dito. Si Lelong. Lakas mag-bosscop niyan si Long.
Ito yun. Tingnan natin mamaya kasi open pa naman yung Moscow this time. And actually, karamihan ng teams, pinipick pa rin naman yung Moscow ba?
Yeah.
Pero for the side of DFYG, it's gonna be Barats, Marcel, and Eudora nga for their side. After batting out Valentina, Fanny, Selena, and Freya, we are still looking for one more ban for both teams. Pero for the side of DFYG, Lilia ang kanilang tatanggalin. So, this time, Entity 7 ang magtatanggal. So, pwede nilang tanggalan ng isa pang jungler if ever. Yung side ng, ayun nga, Ling nga.
So, okay na. Walang Paquito, walang Ling, wala ding Fanny. So, ano yung magiging choice dito ng DFYG? Zhao Shui. Si Zhao Shui mukhang bago to sa side ng DFYG. Kasi kung hindi ako nagkakamali, hindi siya yung jungler way back before, nung naaalala ko. Yep.
Angas ng jacket nila
Zed,
no?
ito pa rin nata. Yone, siya pa rin. Long, syempre, Fish God, mukhang bago lang din. Sige, GG lang. Haydon Bush, Shin, for Entity 7. Faker, no? Faker.
Si Faker.
Faker na ano?
Si Faker na fake.
Latam. Akash.
Ano kayang kukunin nila dito? Mid and XP. Yung
Mid and XP.
iniintay natin. So,
Chichi, okay. Gourd. Open
daw.
yung gourd, Pepper.
Zesan.
Okay. Pang pang setapan yung lineup dito ng Entity 7. And speaking of Entity 7, momentum yung team nila kasi although galing sila sa talo nung last
good
tournament
run.
nila, 'di ba? Good run pa rin naman and hindi naman kasi biro yung tinalo nila dun sa kabila.
No. The Cavalry guys, yung tinalo ng Entity 7 dito. Pero after noon, wala na. Tapos na ang masasayang. Nilaglag lang tayo. So okay na. Masaya na sila. Nagpalaglag na din sila. Pero this time, tingnan natin. Harley ang kinuha.
Parang ang nangyari dito, sige, set up tayo for Entity 7. DFYG, more on micro naman sila. Parang mas gusto nila ng pick-up kasi may Eudora, Harley, di ba? Kung sakali lang na mas maganda yung setup ng Entity 7, mahihirapan yung DFYG. Pero kung sakaling -1 kagad, maka-burst kagad yung DFYG dito, iba naman siguro yung magiging resulta niyan.
Siguro nga. Pero para sa players natin, may PC sila dyan guys ha. Baka
Grabe.
check muna mga item. Ano bang item builds 2026 Harley? Search nyo muna siya guys.
Oo nga, no, ba't may PC sila sa harap?
Bago yan ha.
Diba?
Feel ko ibang laro tapos na yung laro.
Dyan
na lang
din yung pwesto.
Oo, dyan na lang din
Okay,
nila nilagay yung
okay.
venue, no?
Makes sense. Kasi guys, yung Games of the Future, guys, meron din mga ibang laro yan, guys.
Oo.
May mga football, di ba? Mali mo, dyan nag-PC yung mga
Football?
yung nag-football, di ba? O
Pwede,
nag-soccer.
pwede. Pero okay na guys, pasok na tayo sa game. Again, this is a best of 3 series. And of course, syempre, huwag nyo kalimutang i-share yung stream to support the live stream. Para syempre marami pang makapanood. Kasi mamaya alam ko may laban din yung
SRG, Aurora.
SRG.
Dito yan, guys.
Yung Aurora Gaming natin guys. May laban din sila mamaya. So
At
abang-abang lang kayo dyan.
sa kabilang stream naman po, ang Onyx versus
Onyx.
Pro Esports.
Yan.
Guys, sa mga gusto pong sumali sa ating group chat, sa ating sumabay, sa ating mga prediction, guys, or makahalubilo, message nyo lang po yung page ng Just ML. Sabihin nyo po, pasali po, GC. Actually,
Alam na yan.
Right, ano ba nakalagay sa pin comment natin sa live? Pwede natin ilagay yan. Hindi na namang MS ito. Yung parang to join our group chat, message the page of Just ML.
Yep. Pero early game, I would say, lamang dito para sa akin yung DFYG.
Bakit?
Naka-Harley and kasi sila.
Kahit sabihin mong nandiyan si Baker sa Entity 7.
Oo naman to.
Hindi lang.
Talo na.
Kakashi nandyan din, di ba?
Natalo na nga sila Faker sa kabila.
Yung Entity 7 may Doom din eh. Alam mo naman si Doom,
Sabagay.
di ba? Pag late game si Doom.
Pag late game.
Oh, di ba?
Tapos naka-Ags. Aray ko.
Grabe
Mahirap kalaban yan. Pero I'd say, pick-off wise, lamang kasi yung DFYG. And syempre kung pick-off ka, mas maganda if magagamit mo siya sa early game.
Oo.
And feeling ko yun din naman yung idea ng DFYG on picking out this pang pick off din naman yung heroes.
Dami eh, di ba? May Barats ka.
May Barats ka. Isa
And
lang naman makakain yan.
Yung Barats na yung fish god pa yan. Hindi naman mag-IGN ng fish god yan kung hindi magaling maminwit yan. Mangisda, di ba?
Tama. Tingnan natin. Nakapating pa nga yung niya, yung skin niya.
Saktong-sakto, fish god talaga.
Sakto nga. Pero first turtle guys, tingnan natin sino mag-uumpisa. Parehong teams actually. 4 members from both teams. Pasok this time. Naku, natamaan lahat.
Uy!
Pero alam mo, Fury of the Phoenix this time sa kabila, Fish God will fall low. Pero Akashi might be the first one to fall down. Pero Fish God on the other hand will be the one to fall down. Wala pang sagot this time yung side ng DFYG. Pero low nga lang din ang karamihan ng members for E7. But I guess that will force the E7 to back off. Meanwhile, for DFYG naman, reset lang din sa side nila.
Hindi kasi pwedeng ituloy ng Entity 7. Dami resources na nagamit at the same time, pulahan na kagad yung mga miyembro nila. Nakuha man nila si Fish God, hindi naman nila to na-convert into a turtle. But economy-wise, syempre, mas lamang na yung Entity 7 sa gold dahil first blood gold at the same time, mas mauuna silang mag-rotate. Actually, pwede na nga ibigay ito ng Entity 7 tong turtle na to, tapos na lang ng farm kasi okay na nagawa mo na yung plano mo, pero hindi. Papalag sila. Meron ng mga ultimates yung roamer natin. Bagwin, yan, si Bagwa, mga sir. Bagwa, meron ng Rat Dryad. And for Zed, meron na siyang Golden Time. But Itoras, welcome. Sino nalunok na Bagwin, may Rat Dryad naman na counter out.
Uy, pa rin.
Golden Time, saktong-sakto lang din. And Zed will get the kill. Hidden Bush will be the second to fall down. And DFYG pa, yung biglang lumamang.
Dali dito guys. First turtle guys, pwede na nating ilista yan. Sa side ng DFYG, dalawa yung napitas side ng E7 and I think hindi na rin magko-contest dahil doon yung ibang mga miyembro ng E7. So even though nakakuha sila ng early advantage taking that first blood earlier, DFYG naman, ang ganda kasi nung pang setup nga nila. May Detonas welcome, pwedeng pang-isolate na lang din yung Golden R, which is yun yung ginawa nila. Isa lang yung tinamaan and pagka wala ng Golden R, mabilis na burst lang yung ginawa ng DFYG doon.
Biglang lumamang yung DFYG. Yung 1K nakalamangan ng Entity 7 nalipat na kagad dun sa DFYG or nabawi na kagad. Yun nga yung sabi ko, sana pala talaga binigay na lang nila yung turtle, di ba? Hanap ng ibang way para makapag-farm. Dahil kita naman kahit na first blood nila yung DFYG kanina, kamunti ka na din sila makuha ng trade. Ang hinihintay lang naman ng DFYG, mga resources nila. And mas malakas nga yung composition nila sa early pag usapang pick-up. You have Eudora, you have Harley, 2, heroes na kaya kagad mag-burst out ng mga miyembro dito ng Entity 7. Hindi nila kailangan mamili, kahit si Bagwin pwede nilang bigyan.
Oo, hindi rin naman kasi ganun kakunat si Bagwin, lalo dito sa early game pa lang. Kayang-kaya pa i-burst yan dito. And knowing na kapag sumusubok silang kumuha ng pick-off, at the same time, sama-sama din yung side ng DFYG. Pero after nung first encounter dun sa Turtle kanina, parehong teams actually nag-chill muna dito. Farm lang yung parehong teams. Probably this time, mirror yung setup ng gank. Tatama ng Golden Ore this time. Yung Chichi natin, si Akashi nakain, pero sa bot side long, will fall down. 4 din actually yung gumank sa side na yon. So, trades of kills, a gold laner para sa XP laner ng Entity 7.
Yun nga lang, sa side ng DFYG, just like what you've said, si Long yung napuruhan, so mas lalama ngayon si Doom compare sa counterpart niya na gold laner. And kung ikaw naman yung Entity 7, mas okay ka na mas lumalamang yung Harit nyo. But going on to our mid lane, Radriad na gamit, meron pang Fury of the Phoenix,
kasi Zed.
and Zed will go down. A kill for Entity 7 na pwede pang i-convert into a turtle.
Naku, matik yan. Wala ngayon yung pang zone ng DFYG eh. May wala ring nerd pala dito si Fishgod So, guys, ibigay nyo na yan. Pwede pang madami si Fishgod this time. Pwedeng kunin ka ng taunt. Kinain niya na lang si Vagwin. Maitatama sa kampe. May Blazing Do It naman sa kabila. Kasubitin pa rin naman yung damage. Masyado pang maaga. Force side VFYG. Zaman Force popped out as well. Pero still, yung side lang ng E7 yung makakakuha ng kill.
Kita natin, no? Lamon na lamon yung Blazing Do It, pero wala pa talagang damage yung DFYG dito. They still need time para makapag-farm long. Kailangan niya pa hanapin yung kanyang Trinity. At the same time, pag hindi kasi kasama sa teamfight si Zhao Shui sa side ng DFYG, lacking yung damage nila eh. Yun eh, hindi naman enough yung Thunderstrat niya. Pero na lang kumakahanap ng right target. Kaso laging nakapwesto si Akashi and Bagwin sa front lines. And Akashi meron siyang Vengeance, so additional kunat yun sa side ng Entity 7. Now, 4-3 yung ating score. Lead na naman yung Entity 7 dito. And for DFYG, wala. Gaya na sabi natin, kailangan pa talagang paabutin to ng late game.
Yep. Late game lang yung call ng DFYG dito. Since pagdating naman ng late game, okay naman na yung mga heroes na dala-dala nila. And of course, at that time, probably may stacks na rin yung Thunder Belt na bubuin ni Zed. And of course, mas makunat na siya at that point. And di na rin siya mababurst tulad nung nangyari kanina. But as we speak, focus yung DFYG sa bot side on taking out that turret. Pero sa top side, Doom is gonna do that same thing para sa side ng Entity 7. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad, medyo na-busy lang din dito sa gitna.
Nagkaroon na ng trade, both towers, basag yung taas ng DFYG, basag naman yung baba ng Entity 7. So 1-to-1 tower lang yung naging palitan. 20 seconds for our next Lord or first Lord. And hindi ko alam kasi for DFYG, sa mga ganitong senaryo na going on to 9 minutes, 8 minutes, kailangan medyo malapit na silong doon sa kanyang Trinity. And yun talaga yung pick na hinihintay dito ng DFYG. For Entity 7, wala naman silang hinihintay eh. As long na kumpleto yung resources nila, yung mga heavy ultimates, naka-green or on, pwede silang pumalag anytime and sila yung lalamang dito sa Lord fight kung madjajuggle lang nila ng tama to.
Tama. Pero this time up ang mga ultimates from both sides. Pati na rin ang kanilang mga battle spells. Just in time na nandito na tayo sa may Lord area. Naku, pumiprihit na si Long. Aray ko po, napalalim. Down to half HP. Pero I think may DHS na rin naman siya. So, makukuha niya rin yung lifesteal na kailangan niya to regain that HP. Kaso lang, ang taas pala ng poke damage. May Wrath of Drive this time. So, may Fury of the Phoenix. It's gonna be Fish God to fall down first. Yung Golden Ore parang pwede nang ikisa this time. Pero hindi pa rin magagamitin. Nandun yung Superconductor. Pero nagamit na rin pala yung Thunder's Wrath. Pero wala pa rin namamatay sa side ng E7.
Yun lang talaga yung kailangan ng E7 eh. Kompleto yung resources nila. Nakakuha sila ng isang kill. Ang dami nga lang nila nagamit. Nagamit yung Curtain Coil, nagamit yung Rat Dryad, and even the Phoenix of the Fury. Pero nagawa na naman kasi nila yung kailangan nilang, or nakuha na naman nila yung kailangan nila, and that will be Fish God. Hinahawakan na ngayon yung Lord, pero walang ultimates yung Zeshan, and ganoon na rin yung Beleric. So may time yung DFYG para pumalag. Second Force, ginamit na rin naman. Ganoon din yung Vengeance ni Akashi. Low na yung Lord. Nakabang si Zhao Sushi, if ever. Nakain nga lang si Bagwin, pero hide on bush pa rin naman yung makakasecure ng Lord, and Zed will go down. Kailangan mag-out ngayon ng DFYG.
Naku, out ang call for DFYG. Talagang nahirapan sila dun sa Lord take na yun. Even though nagamit na ng E7 sa earlier team fight, yung mga utilities nila, wala nang ultimate yung Beleric, wala na ring Fury of the Phoenix. Pero gana pa rin yung E7 kahit may mga ultimates pang nilapag yung side ng DFYG. And this time, sila yung may hawak ng Lord. Another advantage for them, putting them at around 4k gold lead lang naman. Pero we'll see as DFYG will defend this one out. Paano nila dedepensahan to? Kasi based sa comp nila, hindi naman to pang depensang comp.
Silong lang ang aasahan nila mamaya sa high ground defense. Wala rin naman masyadong damage yun dahil hindi rin naman nakapag-snowball yung isang Eudora.
Wala ka.
Well, on the side ng Entity 7,
Girat,
wait
ratin
lang,
mo, tol.
Riyadh ginamit na naman. Merong Zama Force na inilatag. Zhao Shui yung makakuha ng kill. Walang trade na makakuha yung Entity 7, pero possibly itong Torre na lang sa baba. Additionally, pwede rin yung Torre doon sa taas at sa gitna ng DFYG, pero nasasaktan si Long. Meron naman ng Golden R.
Low ka!
Phoenix of the Fury, saktong-sakto lang din. And basag na nga yung Torre doon sa gitna habang nangyayari itong teamfight sa baba. Tumatrabaho lang yung dalawang miyembro dito ng Entity 7.
Naku, tinabaho nila yung top side habang busy yung side ng DFYG sa bot. Actually, dalawang miyembro lang yung nandun kanina sa bot lane at hirap pang counter engage yung side ng DFYG. Napabayaan actually yung iba nilang mga Torre, and that puts the Soul inner turret doon na lang sa gitna as the Soul standing turret ng DFYG. Pero either way, napop yung Holy Shield dun sa may top side. Bot side as well has been popped recently. Pero for the side of Entity 7, what's gonna be the plan on their side? Naku, walang tinamaan this time ng Wrath of Dryad. Pwedeng mag-counter engage yung side ng DFYG if they want to, pero ang bilis mag-out ng E7.
Respeto pa rin yung pinapakita nila. Hindi nga talaga sila pwedeng pumalag hanggat wala yung 2 major resources nila. And yun din naman yung hinihintay ng DFYG. For Entity 7, yung ulti ng isang session, yung Phoenix of the Fury, at the same time yung Rat Dryad, kailangan up bago sila pumalag. And for DFYG, kailangan nila mabait out yung dalawang ultimates sa'yo kasi hindi sila pwedeng pumasok tapos ika-counterplay lang sila nung session. Dahil sabi mo merong Matitonas welcome dito si Fish God, merong mag-Golden R. Kung hindi naman yung si Shin yung nahuhuli nyo or wala dun si Shin sa crowd control na yon, pwedeng mag-counterplay lang na mag-counterplay yung Entity 7.
Yun nga. Yun ang mahirap actually kapag nauna yung side ng DFYG. Ang daming pang counter-engage. And if ever naman na delikado side ng E7 kung mauna yung DFYG, okay lang. May Fury of the Phoenix naman sila pangharang or pantigil ng engagement na yon. Pero Second Lord will be up this time. Oracle secured for Akashi. And this time, tingnan natin anong plano kasi mas malaki na yung lamang ng E7 this time. Pero DFYG, sila yung mag-uumpisa ng Lord.
Sila yung mas matapang kahit may 5k gold lead dito yung Entity 7. Sila yung mas aggressive at mas kumukuha ng mapa. Popronta si Bagwin na bitaw naman yung kanyang Rat Dryad. Makakatakas pero ito na nga yung counterplay with the Phoenix of the Fury and Blazing Doom. Pulahan yung mga miyembro dito ng Entity 7. May Zaman Force but Akashi will go down. Bagsak yung isa sa miyembro ng Entity 7 and kumpleto pa yung DFYG. Pwede pang ituloy dito sa next or sa Second Lord.
Naku, pwede at walang magagawa yung E7 ngayon. Naka-box out na si Zed, pati na rin si Fish God. At matik yung Lord sa side ng DFYG ngayon. Isang team fight lang kahit egol sa pera yung DFYG. Tinapangan lang nila, min.
Naunahan kasi sa pwestuhan and masyado ring nagmatapang si Bagwin na akala niya kaya niya nang tangkihin lahat. Binurst out yung Beleric kaya na-force si Bagwin na ipop kagad yung kanyang Rat Dryad. So hindi naging maganda yung pwestuhan ng Entity 7 doon. Now with this Lord, baba yung kalamangan ng Entity 7 and pwede pang DFYG yung humawak nito. Lalo na't kalalabas lang ng Lord and looking at the item right now, buo na pala yung Trinity ni Long. And parekta or pasunod na yung golden
Rose Gold,
Rose
no?
Gold
Ayan
na. And saktong-sakto, lalo na't mayroong session, mayroong harit sa side ng E7.
Pwedeng ilaban this time. Fury of the Phoenix. Naku, tatlo yung tinamaan sa gitna. You won at ang ganda ng Wrath of Dryad this time for the side of Entity 7. Bagsak agad yung dalawa. Fish God mapipilitan na lang din tumakbo and it's gonna be a disengage call para sa side ng DFYG. Naku, yung pangbawi sana nilang Lord, inapurnada paglapag ng Wrath of Dryad.
Ganda rin kasi nauna yung talent ni Akashi and right target dahil si Yone and Zed yung napuruhan ng curtain call ng Entity 7. Tapos hindi rin sila makagalaw dahil finalo up nga ng Rat Dryad. ng Entity 7. Yun naman pala yung kailangan ng Entity 7. Hindi nila kailangang matakot. Kailangan sila yung gumawa ng play. Sila yung mauna. Lalo na sila yung may pang setup. Hindi pwedeng naaurahan sila ng DFYG dahil nasasayang nga naman yung team comp nila. That will be a useless lord for DFYG. Lamang uli yung Entity 7 and going for a 5k gold lead na naman yung panghahawakan nila. And DFYG, titingnan natin kung magagawa ba uli nila yung ginawa nila kanina.
Okay. Let's see this time. Though, sa mapa naman, I'd say it's still pretty even for both teams. Pero lamang pa rin naman kasi third takedown yung side ng Entity 7. Pero kita natin for the side of the FYG, tapang lang men yung puhunan nila. Kanina nung sa Lord, gumana yon, and this time, sobrang layo pa rin nila dun sa base nila. So anytime if mag-engage yung side ng Entity 7, malayo yung uuwian ng DFYG. Pero kita naman natin na parang kaya naman nila. May pang harang din naman sila with the Golden Or if ever mapasama yung pwestuhan na pero lalim nilong. Aray ko, muntik na.
Ito lang din yung hindi ko maramdaman sa Entity 7. Nakikita natin Doom, dishing out damage, setting up by Vagwin, and ganoon din kay Shin. Hindi ko maramdaman si Haydon Bush sa side ng Entity 7. Lalo na level 15 na Hirara, 15 minutes of the game, 16 minutes rather. And for sure naman, palak item na tong Hirara. Pero hindi natin nakikita yung mga biglaang burst out, mga biglaang -1 sa Entity 7. Parang nahihirapan, and Doom, siya pa yung mabibigyan. Deadly Magic, pumutok na nga. Merong Golden R dun sa likod, pero Long still free hitting this team fight. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Zed yung popronta. Akashi, sunod na nga babagsak. Yun na yung makakuha ng kill and sakto. Meron pang Lord na pwedeng kunin ng DFYG.
Pwedeng i-lord this time to ng DFYG. And for the side of Entity 7, men, wala silang magagawa. Pero teka lang ha, hihintayin ba nila yung Lord? Kasi parang ayaw pa nilang umuwi. Si Haydon Bush ang delegado ngayon. Pero untargetable kasi yan. Napasok si Yowen. Ang lalim. Buhay pa rin. This time si Haydon Bush. Pero same goes with the other members of the FYG. Tulak ang call ni Long sa gitna. Pero di sila magsasucceed on taking out that one. Meanwhile, habang busy pala yung DFYG ditong i-pressure yung E7, Lord lang yung call ni Zhao Shui.
Baka gusto rin din ng DFYG, bumasag muna ng torre, di ba? Bago mag-spawn yung Lord or bago nila makuha. Yun nga lang, successful defense for Entity 7. And medyo na-waste din yung flicker doon ni Yone. Kamuti ka na sana niya nakuha si Haydon Bush.
Sana nun.
Kasi Haydon Bush kasi meron siya mga mga in and out na pwedeng uncontrollable. Sayang nga lang din at hindi umabot yung sunog doon ni Yone. But still, Lord is a Lord for DFYG. Sila na ngayon yung may hawak ng momentum sa ating game number 1. And they can finish this game if ever na maging successful lang yung kanilang advance kontra Entity 7. Entity 7, kailangan nilang pakita ngayon kung paano sila didepensa.
Okay, tingnan natin. In terms of defense, they have Zeshan on their side. Pwede rin nilang pang counter-engage lang talaga o pang harang yung Wrath of Dryad kung sakaling kakailanganin. Pero Golden Or, dalawa yung tatama this time. Si Bagwin ang ganda na ton sa likod, pero may Purify naman si Long. Hindi nga lang masyado nagamit yung Blazing Dew with this time as Zed will fall down first. May payelo muna si Fishgod dito. Pero I guess yun lang yung magagawa ng DFYG. Makakuha sila ng isang torre, pero isa lang din yung makakuha sa side nila.
Zed will go down. 9-7 yung ating score. Yun lang din naman kasi talaga yung kailangan ng Entity 7. Right setup. Sila yung mauna, makuha yung backline ng DFYG. And yun din naman talaga yung pinakita nila. Nakita natin as long na walang co-control kay Doom. May item naman dito yung Harit eh. Actually, lock item na si Doom dito. So as long talaga na makasayaw dito yung isang Harit, pwede niyang ubusin or linisin yung side ng DFYG. They have the resources if ever. Merong Ratdiad, Phoenix of the Fury, but going back, ginamit ni Fishgod yung kanyang Detona's Welcome just to save his life.
Ay,
pero wait lang,
yun
na nag-flicker siya, pero okay lang din daw dahil Thunder's Wrath konektado sa mga membro dito ng Entity 7. Medyo na late yung Phoenix of the Fury, pero -1 na kagad. Vagwin will go down na. Stun si Akashi, aabutan, and Zed nagkahanap na din ng target monster kill for Zhao Zushi. Doom will go down. DFYG, pwede nang tapusin yung game. Wala nang resources yung Entity 7, wala nang didepensa, wala nang kayang dumipensa pa.
Nako, tingnan natin kung kakayanin bang i-end to ha. Hindi mo na mabasag yung mid, pero may wave naman sa bot side. Pasok ulit this time yung Thunder Wrath, hindi ko connected directly. Pero ginagawa ng paraan ni Haydon Bush para lang din maklear yung wave. So yes, they will be able to clear out that one, pero yung may next wave sa gitna. At ito yung potentialing babasag sa gitna ng torre ng Entity 7. So hindi nila i-force out para sa ng DFYG. Instead, magfa-farm na lang muna sila.
Perhaps pwede na mga respetuhin muna dahil nakita natin may damage pa rin si Hydon Bush. Kamuti ka na makakuha doon si Fish God. And may Lord kasi na mag-i-spawn. Evolve Lord na tong paglalabanan ng dalawang team na to. So hindi na pwedeng may mapitas pa sa DFYG. Kaya ire-respeto na lang din nila. And kung makuha din naman to ng DFYG, pwede namang yun na lang din yung maging susi para tapusin tong game.
Pwede. Pwedeng ito na rin yung kailangan ng DFYG. And actually, I think kung sino makakuha na itong Lord na to, pwedeng ito na yung panapos na Lord kasi enhanced Lord na to, medyo mas makunat na to. Pero pasok si Vaguin this time, hindi niya tinamaan si Long. Parang problema yon sa side ng E7. Fear of the Phoenix this time, may Zaman Force na gagamitin din. Pero teka lang, napicturean yung mga tropahan, blazing the wet this time sa gitna. Naku, napakaganda. Free hits coming in from Long at tatlo rather yung babagsak sa side ng E7 at mukhang isasama pa si Doom sa hukay.
Hindi na kailangan ng Lord.
Hindi na kailangan ng Lord. Minions na lang ang hihintayin ng DFYG para tapusin yung game.
And eto pa, Hydon Bush pwede pang patayin ng roamer ng DFYG. Merong in and out killing spree pero hindi mo na kasi kailangan pang yun tapos na nga yung game. DFYG will take this game. Pinatagal lang. Pinasarap lang. Entity 7, kamuti ka na nila makuha yung game na to pero kinambak nga ng DFYG guys. What a game for Zhao Sushi and ganun din kay Long. Talagang automatic Even Yone, nakita natin yung mga sobrang tapang na team play ni Yone. Sa harap-harapan, nagpi-flicker, di ba? Para na maka-set up.
Isipin mo, napakalambot mong mage, hindi naman ikaw yung mage na iba.
Wala kang pang-out
Wala ka namang mobility kung tutusin. Pero, piniplikiran niya papasok para lang i-burst. And actually,
works, di ba? Kasi ang dami nilang panghabol.
Yeah, gumagana. And actually, yung ginagawa after nun, pumapasok agad si Zed and doon nahihirapan makabalik yung side ng E7. So, good thing for the side of DFYG. They'll be taking the first game of this series.
Yep, guys. Game number 1 pa lang naman to. Pwede pang bumawi yung Entity 7 onto our game number 2 na makikita natin sa pagbabalik po namin dito sa Just ML. This is our community stream para sa Games of the Future. Siyempre, kami ang yung nakasama. Oblivion and Brokey. See you guys on Game 2.
You're doing a good job. Yeah, I think so far Barats was doing really well. It was doing okay in the early game. Started to pick up like a lot of speed from early to mid, but then after that is where we didn't see a lot of that value, right? Usually it's one of those scenarios where you're trying to force out or zone out your opponents, like hide on Bush in particular, to get them out of there. We're scrolling through the clips real fast just to see if we can catch that one of those moments, but overall, you don't need to see it. You saw exactly what happened for those of you who've been tuning in from the beginning to the end, so thank you very much for staying along with us. We still have another game here to see whether or not it's going to close out for Diangfun Yahuai or Entity 7, but let's look at the items because at this point, I was wondering when Yuan was going to start like proactively flickering into these fights, and by the time he had 2 items, he was already thinking about it. There was a lot of dangerous moments for him and a lot of fights that were lost because he was just a little too far forward.
Yeah. I gotta say in this game, it really is on Diangfun Yahuai able to play with those timings. If there's anything that Entity 7 really has to be careful of in the next game, it's probably Zhao Shi on this Harley, but who knows, maybe have a lot more in the tank there. And I think even you brought it up by the 4th or 5th minute, but if Akashi was using Uranus, this game would be much more easier because they don't really have a lot of frontline. You have Vanguard and then that's it. And we saw what happens when Vanguard dies first. Absolutely. If there was a Uranus, he's able to, out a lot of abilities, and then once they're out, and maybe they're trying to chase a very low Uranus, Penguin can be the hero, Flicker, draft the Dryad, lights out. So I think Entity 7 just has to tweak their draft a little bit. Other than that,
yeah, other than that, it should be all right. I mean, not to mention the magic shred on their side, especially when you've got 2 magic shredders, like you might as well make them work in tandem with each other on top of the fact that your final scaler position 1 is going to be on this Harrod. So again, a lot of big question marks, but at the end of the day, it really is up to the team to play what they're most comfortable with. Because again, if there's one thing that we have learned from MSC, comfort determines a lot of how well you're going to be progressing throughout the tournament. So I want to see whether or not, Lung, or maybe even Entity 7 is opting to maybe lean into something like a double fighter comp just to make, each other feel a little uncomfy.
Yeah. Speaking of, looks like the other stream, it's Foot Esports going up against Bushido Wildcats, which Foot Esports has 7 kills. And unfortunately, Bushido Wildcats has 0 at 5 minutes of the game. So Quid Esports really looking good here, Gideon.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good, as a matter of fact. Hopefully, we're going to see a little bit more of that as the days go by. I think more importantly, we're waiting to see whether these teams are actually ready, because so much information about the meta has been put, but I feel like a lot of teams are just lacking that identity. Are we the early game? Are we the late game? What kind of a team do they want to be? But with that being said, our teams need a break. We need a break. We're going to go on a short one. When we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends action.
Үлкен әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We're still here at the Games of the Future in Astana, where the world's elite athletes are redefining the boundaries of competitive gaming and technology. Today, we turn our spotlight to one of the most exciting forces in the global Mobile Legends scene, Dianfeng Yaoguai, better known as DFYG, backed by renowned Chinese content creator Zhang Daxian since early 2024. This rising powerhouse has quickly carved out a legacy on the international stage. Known for bringing a fearless, high-stakes energy to the global circuit, DFYG has traveled to Kazakhstan, ready to take on the world's best. Joining us today is a member of the DFYG team. Could you please introduce yourself to our viewers?
Hello everyone, I am Andres and I'm from DFYG.
Welcome! Now, looking across the global landscape, what makes DFYG different from other professional Mobile Legends teams? Is it your training structure or something else entirely?
I would say our playstyle is more aggressive than other regions, so that's what makes us different.
We asked Andres about the hidden cost of elite level consistency. What's the secret to playing as good as you guys? How do you train? And how much time do you actually spend on it?
Train like 8 hours a day, and then on top of that, like the players, they can play rank for themselves. And then we have one rest day per week. Firstly, you need to win the game a lot. You need to play for some years, and you need to play consistently every day. And then in some cases, some people, they just have more talent to do some stuff than others.
What will the Games of the Future mean to you? What will they bring you beyond just another victory?
I think it's a great event because it's another chance to show our skill, and then we are very glad that we can compete in this event against other teams.
From intense 8-hour training blocks to the electric atmosphere here in Astana, DFYG continues its masterclass in modern esports. With raw talent, relentless discipline, and an unmistakable hunger for the fight. This is a team writing a brand new chapter in competitive gaming history. Good luck to Andres and the entire DFYG squad here at the Games of the Future.
Welcome back, everybody, to the mobile MOBA category. We're playing some Mobile Legends here at the Digital Games of the Future, of course, 2026, and we've already seen a first victory here for our boys. And man, even in a best of 3, you never really know what's going to happen, especially when adaptation is on the table. So, of course, my name is Gideon Q as one of the casters here, alongside with LaFell to keep you guys company. Our very second draft is already committed. What are some of the adjustments that need to be made?
Well, DFYG is still on the second pick here, red side, and NT7 is on blue side here, betting out the Zushin. And now DFYG betting out the Freya, which, by the way, annoying hero. She got nerfed, but that doesn't really matter. Game number 1, DFYG was able to win it out quite late into the game, around 18 minutes. But it's really based on NT7 unable to close out the game, giving time for Lung on his Claude to scale up enough and actually end the game for the team. Right now, DFYG for the second ban here. Looks like looks like NT7 is betting out the Marcel, which was let through earlier, and I would say Zed did a pretty good job on the Marcel.
Yep, and of course they're following it up with the Fanny here, and the question is whether or not somebody is going to break up one of the 3 in the big problem that we were mentioning during the drafting, especially when you're talking about the, the Belleric Atlas Valentina trade. Do they want to disrupt that? They've already disrupted the Assassin trade by getting rid of the Fanny. The real question is whether or not they're going to give Hirara too. And for Entity 7, I think for Hide on Bush, he's more than happy to play Hirara again. I think they just need to set up a little bit better for their mid games and have a bit more of a structured plan if they want things to work out very, very smoothly. I don't know if Eudora is worth banning at this stage of the game, but I feel like disrupting the Atlas probably is going to help a lot.
For me, I might even ban out the Harley just to make sure that, oh, never mind, they're still banning out the Atlas. So they're making sure that their mid trio is not interrupted. So Doom just has to be careful in case that Harley does get picked up again. He just has to figure out a way not to die immediately with the poker trick. So now, the last ban here coming in from Diangfeng Yaoguai. I think they will let the Aurora through again. What are the picks? Paquito? Do they want to ban up Paquito?
They're thinking about it. I think it's very understandable if you want to get rid of Paquito, because usually he's one of the key picks in these double fighter comps and ultra flexible, whether it be gold fighter alongside with, you know, as we've seen very recently in the jungle as well. But it does kind of, you know, cap your composition into like how far you can actually scale into this game. So they get rid of the Selena instead. So Paquito and Hirara up for grabs here. I'm pretty sure they're going to go for the Hirara, but then again, Akashi, if he's very vocal about getting the Paquito, he might just hold on to it for the early stage of the game.
Yeah, now Hyden Bush able to get that Aurora again. And I do gotta say, he is a pretty good Aurora player, so winning and losing isn't really because of him. He's doing as best as he can. They just need to set up for Doom just a little bit better. And I feel like starting it off by having at least 2 front lines is gonna be good, because just now Vanguin was the only one frontlining for the team. Akashi on that CC, unable to do enough. So now, do they want to go for Belleric +1? Because in the previous game, they picked up the Marcel as well as the, what was the mid again? The Eudora.
Eudora?
Yeah.
I was thinking that as well, but they only picked up the Eudora as their like 3rd pick here. The Belleric is almost guaranteed, but they're gonna go with the Paquito this time around, just to, you know, have a little bit of pressure. But it's still a flex pick. So if they, I mean, if for any reason Entity 7 misread the situation, they go for Esme, they might set up a bad matchup for the EXP. First of all, they're going to go straight for the glue on top of a very quick Valentina pick. Valentina is expected, but I like the glue.
Back guys, muli kami nagbabalik para sa Game 2 ng Entity 7 versus DFYG. Sa mga kapapasok lang po ng stream, natalo po yung side ng Entity 7 nung Game 1 and hoping sila na umabot ako ng Game number 3, but syempre sa mga matatalo po for our Day 1 guys, wala naman pong may eliminate. Malalaglag lang ng bracket, pero lower bracket meron pa rin naman.
Yep. May lower brackets pa tayo. And of course, this time around, 1-0 na nga in favor of DFYG. And picks coming in from their side is gonna be Paquito, Belleric, and Harley. Meanwhile, para mas side ng E7, that's gonna be Valentina, Glue, and still, dun pa rin sila sa Hirara talaga.
Pero hindi kasi natin siya talagang nakitang nag-pop ng, sabihin natin late game, wala yung mga damage talaga ng isang Hirara. Baka may nahirapan lang din kasi merong Eudora sa side kanina ng DFYG. Pero nagkapalitan guys, Belleric, DFYG naman yung kukuha niyan. Meron naman pang-counter yung Entity 7. May Valentina. So, pwedeng agawin lang tong Radriad.
Parang problema to Actually, naka-glue pa nga sila, which is somehow a hard tank then for the side of Entity 7. Pero this time, bans are gonna be Sora para sa side ng DFYG, and for E7 naman, it's gonna be Eudora. So, tinanggal na nila yung Eudora kasi
sakit sa ulo
sakit nga sa ulo nung Game 1 natin. Sobrang, I mean, compared sa usual na nag-engage sa team, hindi mo kaasahan yung Eudora yung mauuna di ba? Pero for that Game 1, guys, nakita naman natin yung Eudora pa yung nauuna sa side ng DFYG.
Perfect. Pero, last ban, Freya, Moscow, okay. Even yung Sora, tinanggal din. And for Entity 7, wala pang marksman yung side dito. Wala pang hero silong. Probably, ano ba gamit nila kanina? Yung kulod, di ba?
Pwede ulitin. Naka-ano naman sila
Sakto, may Belleric sila, di ba? Actually, pwede nga nila i-last pick yan kasi hindi rin naman kukunin kagad yan. Or baka nga hindi talaga kunin ng Entity 7
Pero
yan.
baka iban.
Yun lang ang magiging problema.
Parang kailangang iban ng
Kung makakita dito ng mga Iksha, pwedeng Iksha dito
Iksha, no? Tingnan natin.
Pero yung Belleric kasi hindi natin alam kung rumor na talaga to kasi nakikita tayo, ine-XP yung Belleric, di ba?
Oo, gold, pwede gold Paquito pa to ng
Oo, di ba? Pwedeng ganun yung maging scenario. Medyo flex pa yung hero dito ng DFYG. Ang tanging sure lang tayo, yung lane syempre ng Harley.
Pwedeng i-mid.
Pwera na lang kung gano'n na magiging scenario, di ba? Mid Harley. Sa rank K, maraming nagkaganon. Either flame shot or execute, di ba?
Ako, nag-execute ako dun.
Ayaw ng flicker, di ba? Pagka-blink mo, flicker.
Flicker
Parang
ka.
mas malayo.
Parang, mas mahirap ka mabulin
Oo.
no? Pero tingnan natin what's gonna be the pick for the side of DFYG. We are still looking for a possible gold laner or XP lane. Pero that puts Kimi sa
Baka
mid.
gold pakito nga to kasi yung mga naggaganyan lang naman na Kimi mid, ano lang yan eh. Mga fighter side lanes eh. Diba?
Oo, pwede. Pero ang hirap nito kung Kimi tapos.
Guys, but this Games of the Future was presented to you by Freedom. Sa mga gusto ng freedom. Diba?
Yan. Huli.
Mga gustong lumaya, di ba? Gusto ng
Ako.
kalayaan. Ayaw ng nasasakal, di ba? Freedom, guys.
Ako. Iba yun.
Sa mga gustong ma-choke, di ba?
Mahirap.
ML,
Mahirap pag
guys.
na-choke pa yung DFYG dito. Ang
Freedom.
ganda na ng game 1 nila.
Pero halos safe, di ba?
Oo. Sila naman this time actually yung kumuha ng
Beleric. Beleric.
Barats.
Ay,
yung
Beleric,
NTT7.
Barats. Oh, yeah, Barats.
Oo, nasa DFYG yan kanina Pero tingnan natin saan ba mapupunta ang pakito na kinuha nila.
Parang pakito gold na yan, tapos kuha ka ng lab.
Oo nga.
Diba? Sakto. Na-envision ka na. So, ayun, yan. Tama, gold Harley. Hindi, guys. Ano yan? Kay Zhao Shui yan, guys. Ano lang yan?
Zhao Shui.
Inaayos lang. Yan.
Switchero
Yun
lang,
eh.
switchero.
Sa Kimi Fish God, sa Lapo Long, sa Pakito.
Yan. Tingnan natin kung gaana to sa side ng DFYG, guys. Pero for the side of NTT7, I'd say it's almost the same idea as game number 1. Pero this time around, ang dami nilang options May pick-up sila coming in from Detona's welcome. May setup sila na
Meron
pwedeng
din.
gayahin mamaya ng Valentina with the Wrath of Dryad. Tingnan natin kung paano papaganahin to for the side of NTT7 as do or die game to para sa kanila. Pero may lower brackets pa naman yan.
Meron pa, guys. Hindi pa naman huli ang lahat if ever na matalo sila dito. Pero yan, guys. Dami nanonood. Games of the Future. Pasok tayo.
Tingnan natin this time for sa gold lane ang dapatan natin Harit tsaka Pakito.
Uy, naka-purify si Yoni, Kala ko magpe-flicker uli siya kasi kanina sobrang tapang ng
Yun nga
Eudora niya, Iwas lang siguro kasi pwedeng makuha ni Shin yung Rat Dryad and mas madali i-proc yung Rat Dryad ng isang Valentina dahil meron kang mga dash-in na second skill, di ba?
Yep.
Sabay flicker, diba? Mas malayo yung range mo. And for long pa rin naman ang IGN niya, guys. Hindi
Mahaba
short.
pa rin naman.
Mahaba pa rin. Kanina, long game tayo, di ba?
Long game. Mga 20.
20 kasi umabot
minutes.
tayo ng Evolved Lord. Tingnan natin kung short game ngayon, guys.
Let's see. Pero pause muna. Chill muna tayo dito, guys.
At ang nagtawag niyan, walang iba syempre, guys.
CP Sure Rep 3. Yan.
Tropa nila, ano yan? Nila Rep 2.
Nila Rep 2.
Tsaka nila Rep 1.
Si EW si Rep 2.
Oo, may mga ano yan, guys. May mga numbering yung mga referee dyan,
Pinsan niya yun eh.
guys.
Tinawag. Tol, kailangan namin ng rep dito sana.
Oo, di ba? Tapos sabi sa'yo, anong kailangan mong rep?
Yung malamig.
Yung inverter sana.
Yung tipid.
Yung yung pwede yung may laman na.
Yung tipid sa oriente, tapos may hotdog sa rep.
Oo.
Yan. Copy. Yung laman nung lalagyan ng ice cream. Yung ice cream talaga, hindi isda. Ayun.
Grabe yung yung jersey dito ng DFYG.
Galing P.
Parang nakapote yung ulang tingin ko. Yun yung mga kulay ng kapote dun sa
Yung picture nga nila, parang galing P eh.
Galing P.
Nakaharap eh. Parang
Sakto, orange pa, no?
Oo.
Kasi long yun nasa harap.
yun nga yung nakita ko sa'yo. Ayos to Ganda ng jersey nyo guys, bagay.
Nagkaroon lang tayo guys ng, hindi namin alam kung long o short post to. Pero sana short lang. May laban din po sa kabilang stream. Ang laban sa kanila is Bushido Wildcats.
Versus Foot Esports yan guys. Parehong
Turkey, no?
Turkey reps.
Yung isa Wildcats, yung isa Foot Esports. Tama.
Pero eto na, back to the ball game tayo guys. After that quick pause.
Drop pa rin pala sila eh. Anong drop yan? Game 2 na rin sila. Sana mauna tayo.
Game
Sana
2.
2-0 yun.
Mauna tayo dyan guys. Kahit nag-pause partida na yan, nag-pause na kami Mauna pa rin kami dyan. Hintayin nyo lang. Kasi kita naman natin, early game, sobrang aggressive agad ni Yone dito. Still, nandun yung init niya coming in from last game na siya
Grabe
pa rin talaga yung main engagement dito.
Tsaka pag ma-aggressive ka talaga, mainit.
Oo naman.
Mainit ang mga players natin. Especially 5K gold lead nga nahaba kanina ng Entity 7, di ba?
Pinawi lang.
Parang DFYG pa yung lamang at that time na walang katakot-takot as long may item sila long.
Sila nga na unang nag-lord kanina eh. Sila nag-start ng lord. Napilita mag-react yung E7. Ending, naubos sila doon. So, alam dito ng DFYG paano yung microhan pagdating ng mga lord fight and gana yun sa kanila. Pero this time around, I think mas tahimik itong umpisa ng game number 2 natin. Pero hold that thought kasi sa top side, direct ipaning mo nga kasi parang pwedeng i-first blood si Akashi. Mapipilitan yata siyang umuwi. Pero either way, sa gitna mabilis ang clear lang naman yung gagawin ng both teams natin.
Nagamit din pala yung Deadly Magic kanina dun sa taas ni Zhao Shui. And fortunately, nakataas si Akashi in exchange sa flicker ng isang Barats. Okay na yun.
Hindi pa nauwi ito
Pero wala pa naman Bravest Fighter si Fish God. So, hindi pa siya brave, guys. And yung turtle crab pala. Sino nakakuha?
Si Yone.
Oh. Recta turtle. Ang aga nila, parang wala silang, kuha mo na ng traction to si Yone. Wala, turtle ka agad.
Pass game lang, pero si Vagin sa top side, na i-connect na nga sa kanya yung Bravest Fighter. Pero space escape coming in from Zhao Shui. Hindi pa naman available yung kanyang, actually kakapap lang din ng kanyang Deadly Magic. So this time, may engagement coming in from E7. Ako, napakaganda nito. Ubos ang tropahan ng DFYG. 3 agad yung napitas.
Di ba nga mas madali talaga mag-proc ng Rat Dryad si Shin basta maagaw niya yung resources na yun? Ang bilis eh. Pagkadalawang dash sabay flicker, naghulat yung side ng DFYG, nag-aabang doon si Long. Bigla siya nagulat na nadamay siya doon sa binabalak sana nilang ambush. But with that, guys, Turtle man yung nakuha ng DFYG, nakabawi naman yung Entity 7, and mas maganda yung nakuha nilang bawi dahil 3 nga yung nakuha nilang players. Onto the top lane, Bravest Fighter, masyado nga lang makunod si Akashi. So, wala namang makukuha ang trade doon yung DFYG.
Wala. Chill lang. Pero for A7, ang gandang panimula nito. Ang nakakuha nung kill kanina si Doom. Actually, kanina pa pala yun. Si Shin and si Haidon Bush, which is a good thing para sa side ng E7. Ang ganda nung connect nila doon kasi, yun nga, mas madaling gumamit ng Wrath of Dryad si Shin, knowing na may dash siya compared dito kay Zed na kailangan pang Blumiker, men.
Tsaka sakto, wala pang maka-purify yun na huli doon kanina ni Shin.
Ano?
So, sakto talaga. Ito pa yung mahirap. DFYG, although meron kayong Kimi, mas marami kasi, or mas masakit yung late game carry ng Entity 7. Meron sila Harit, they have the Hirara, Valentina, masakit din yung proc niya sa late game. Tapos pakito lang kayo na dapat nag-i-snowball dito sa early game. And hindi natin makita kay Long ngayon yun. And same position to guys kanina. Dito rin nakapuesto sila Long, sila Zhao Shushi. And meron ding Rat Dryad si Shin. But this time wala na naman flicker si Shin.
Okay. Baka mas kaya, mas gana. Pwedeng sumetap si Zed this time ng kanyang Wrath of Dryad. Isa nga lang yung tatamaan. Makunat pa yung target. Pero ang ganda ng taunt this time. Zed! Nangert this time. Sino nga bang target? Naku, si Fishgod ang madadali. Bagsak si Fishgod this time. Sakto lang din. Turtle is up at matik na to sa side ng E7 this time. Mahirap mag-contest yung side ng DFYG.
Kay Zed pala nanggaling yung unang Rat Dryad and na-ignore or rather na-evade nga ng Entity 7. Although wala din naman masyadong natamaan. Pero dito sa bottom lane kasi si Long yung pwedeng mabigyan. Nagamit yung flicker ng isang Pakito. Gold lane Pakito to and siya yung napipressure ngayon sa nangyayaring senaryo against sa Entity 7. And kinailangan ng tulong ni Zed para lang protektahan itong kanilang bottom lane tower pero papasok pa rin naman daw yung E7. Napatungan doon si Zed and Zed will go down. Walang makukuha ang trade yung DFYG and hindi rin makalapit si Long. Wala na yung gold plate and talagang tinake advantage yon ng side ng Entity 7.
Yun nga. Pero parang pinabayaan din ng DFYG Pero trade naman sa top side, Torre din ang kukuhain ng DFYG. So I guess pang-compensate lang dun sa paldo na nakakuha ng Entity 7 sa may bot side. Pero so far, perfect game pa to guys sa side ng E7. 5-0 sa ating talaan, lamang ng 4,000 yung side ng E7.
Wala pa tayong nakikitang error or mistakes. Talagang, ano lang talaga parang Nagsashine lang talaga si Shin sa game number 2 natin. Currently, 2 kills, 0 death, and 3 assists. With 5 team count or team kill count ng Entity 7, masabi mo 100% team fight participation yung ginagawa dito ni Shin. Siya talaga yung nag-e-enable sa side ng Entity 7 para lumamang sila ng ganito against DFYG. Now, sitting with 4K gold lead sa ating 6-minute mark, and mas madali na sa kanila yung mga execution katulad ng ganito dahil na-pop na naman yung Purify ni Yone and wala pang item yung Kimi.
Yun nga, itong mahirap. Nag-Sky Piercer nga first build yan. And hindi pa nga nakukompleto yung boots niya kanina, pero this time, okay. Naka-rapid boots na siya and pag-glowing wand na rin yung Kimi natin. Pero Turtle is gonna be up in a bit, and at this point, it's gonna be a harder fight, I'd say, para side ng DFYG. Knowing na mas malaki yung lamang this time ng E7. Plus, sa pwestuhan, lamang din yung side ng E7 ngayon, ha? Aray ko, na-burst.
Na-force na naman yung flicker dun ni Zed. That means free turtle na naman to if ever, pero dun sa taas, meron din naman team fight. Deadly Magic gagamitin. Mamati si Haydon Bush. May counterplay si Shin with a flicker at Riyadh, and Zhao Zhushi will go down. May Zaman Force pa na inilatag. Hindi na itutuloy yung Detona's welcome, but that will be a jungler to jungler exchange.
Yep, palitan lang ng jungler.
Uy, tapang!
Tapang naman with the bravest fighter papasok. Yone yung mapapatungan sa kabila. That is gonna be another takedown for the side of E7. Pero walang kapalit. Actually, meron pala. Si Baguin.
So, Baglos yung nangyari doon kay Baguin.
Nako.
Pero okay lang din daw kasi mid lane naman yung nakakuha niya. Roamer to mid yung naging palitan doon. And currently, leading pa rin naman yung Entity 7. And pwede pang indiretso dito sa Turtle. Andit naman si Zhao. Deadly Magic gagamitin, pero meron din naman Detona's welcome. And medyo kukunat si Akashi. Summon Force para kay Doom. Walang pipigil dito sa harit na to. And Zed with a flicker. Hahabulin si Akashi. Fish God will get the kill, but 2 will be taken down sa side dito ng DFYG.
No, 2 for 1 na naman ng palitan, guys. Lamang ulit yung side ng E7. Pero ang problema kasi dun sa teamfight na yun, wala yung gold laner dito ng DFYG. Nandun silong sa taas, tumatrabaho lang. Kaya kung titingnan natin, even though lamang yung side ng E7 sa kills, compromise naman yung top side nila.
Silong nasa long lane.
Nasa long lane
Silong. Wala yung niya talagang kailangan din yung damage niya. Kaso, yun nga, much better na humanap na lang ng ibang way si Long na makapag-farm. Especially, pag mayroong mga rat raid na naaagaw si Shin or mayroong panditonas welcome si Akashi. Kasi, ang daling i-counter ng Pakito sa gantong setup ng Entity 7 eh.
Yun nga. Actually, wala rin naman siya mababurst dyan. Ang hirap i-burst ni Doom kasi ang likot.
Yep.
Tapos naka-purify pa. And for the others, may dashes na sila na pwede nilang gamitin para hindi agad maabot dito ng mga uppercut plays ni Long. So, yun dun nahihirapan. Pero this time,
Ratriad gagamitin. Si Shin hindi nga lang nakopya. Hindi, rather nakatakas pa nga. And Zed need to back away. Mapapatungan pa ata si Yone. And tama din naman. Force ginamit na rin. And magiging kapalit si Bagwin. But that will be a roamer to roamer trade. May kasama nga lang Torre na pwedeng makuha ng Entity 7 dito sa gitna.
Yun nga. Hindi na makadepensa this time in the FYG. Hirap din kasi si Yone na nauuna siya sa pwestuhan, men. And kapag na-track na siya ng members ng A7, hindi na rin siya nakaka-free hit dito. And yun pa naman yung importante sa sa Kimi. As long as puno yung energy niya, mas maganda if naiko-connecta niya sa members ng A7.
Iba kasi yung dito, yung tracking ng Entity 7 eh. 'Di ba? Yung ibang track kasi pag na-track ka, easy kay. Dito iba eh. Pag na-track ka, wala ni eh.
Wala na.
Naka-purify lang si Yone.
Yun nga, yun ang problema. Pero this time, Lord is up na. Tingnan natin for the side of the FYG. Kanina, parang ganito rin yung eksena. Lamang ng 3,000 yung E7, pero yung
sa baba.
DFYG yung nag-umpisa na. Si Long sa baba.
Ay, pwede to ha. Pwede i-rush.
Maxit nyo, Lord.
Ng DFYG.
By time lang, Long. Pero hindi yata abot. Mukhang delikado pa bigla yung side ng DFYG. Naku, napalayo si Zhao Shui yung napatungan. Babagsak to mid. Aray ko,
hindi pa tumama yung Rodriad. 4v2 and nalugi pa yung DFYG. Killing spree pa kay Haydon Bush. Talagang ngayon nagpop-up na yung Hirara na kanina hindi natin maramdaman, pero ngayon sitting with a 417 KDA. Sayang naman yung ginawa doon ni Long sa baba. Short life lang din kasi. 4v2, dalawa lang yung nando, si Vagwin lang tsaka si Akashi. Tapos hindi pa nagawang i-rush ng DFYG yung Lord. Alam mo na talagang merong problema sa composition na hawak nila ngayon, talagang nahihirapan silang laruin compare sa Entity 7.
Yun nga. And actually, ang kukunat din kasi nung natira or naiwan rather dun sa my Lord area. Kaya hindi rin ma-burst agad. And
Ay, kaya pala.
considering na, ano yun?
Ano pala tong si Bagwin? Semi. Sa kanya ata yung Holy Crystal. Sa kanya ba?
Oo. Curse
Diba?
Helmet, Holy Crystal.
Hindi, Curse Helmet lang. Na mali lang ata yung graphics kanina.
Ano pala?
Glowing Wand.
Glowing Wand. Oo.
Masakit pa rin yan eh. Kahit Glowing Wand lang yung item mo, kaya mag-solo kill talaga yan.
Ako, naagaw na naman this time yung Wrath of Dryad ni Zed. Na ngert pa this time. Pero sa top side, may napatungan na naman si Long. Actually yun, bagsak si Zed this time. Pero hindi makapwesto ng maganda. May Bravest Fighter na ilalapag si Fish God. Hindi tatama yung Landshaker. Pero enough naman para makasustain ng damage, but not for so long kasi yung burst.
Uy, wait lang!
Din, bagsak agad yung dalawa side ng Entity 7. At makaka-depensa pa bigla yung side ng DFYG.
Sumabog yung damage ni Long. Tinamaan ng long punch, long knockout, and long jab. Grabe naman talaga. Pero wait lang, depensa ngayon yung kailangan gawin ng DFYG. Tatlo pa rin naman yung buo sa side ng Entity 7. And yung mga suntok ni Long, hindi na nga naging enough. Yung Deadly Magic Pliniker, out lang ni Shin. And Long will go down. Pero Fish God, eto na naman siya. Siya yung nag-umpisa ng team fight kanina and siya uli yung tatapas ngayon. Tapos ngayon, kaso pagkatalo niya, wala na siyang buhay. Nag-pop yung damage ni Hidden Bush. Nagulat si Fish God. Grabe naman daw pala yung mga pamaypay dito ni Hirara.
Alaka.
Yun lang!
Yun lang! Ako nagulat bigla yung E7.
May surprise din pala.
Akala nila uuwi na. Hindi pa pala.
Bagay, kasaksan. Gusto mo muna, i-enjoy muna yun bago ka umuwi.
Oo.
And Divine Glaive for Yone. Siya ba yung nakakuha ng kill kanina?
Si Yone.
So kahit pa paano, may laman na yung Sky Piercer dito.
Nalamnan na din.
Ni Yone. Kanina pa kasing walang laman yun. Kaya na pa natin hindi nararamdaman eh.
Yun nga.
And sa daming team fight na nangyayari kanina, 16 kills for Entity 7, I'm expecting na hopefully or sana nanda sa 8k to 9k na yung gold din ng Entity 7 pero sitting in 5k lang pala. So nakakabawi, nakakahanap pa rin pala yung DFYG ng farm.
Yun nga eh. Pero tingnan natin this time. Anong plano? Kasi parang team fight na naman ang gusto ng dalawang teams natin. Pero clear muna sa mid. Ang problema, nakapatungan na naman si Zed. Si Akashi nakapokus. Uy! Parang nag-Venn diagram yung dalawang teams natin doon. Pero si Zed ang una babagsak. She naman sa kabilang banda, patay na rin. Long, aray ko po. Ito yung problema for the side of DFYG. Ubos ang tropahan. May iwan si Yone and Zhao Shui. Pero 10 beats yung damage ng DFYG doon.
Kinukulang yung damage ni Yone tsaka ni Zhao Shui. Hindi enough eh. And silong hindi rin niya mabigay yung mga kailangan damage talaga sa kanya dahil nga dun sa counterplay na ginagawa ng Entity 7. Hindi na nga kailangan ng Lord. Gusto nang tapusin to ng Entity 7. Babasag muna ata sila sa gitna pero mag-clear naman ni Zhao. And ganun din ni Yone, yung minion wave dun sa gitna. Pero okay lang din daw. Entity 7 will secure this level 2 Lord.
Matik yung second Lord natin sa side ng E7. Pero I'd have to say, madedepensahan pa rin yata.
May Kimi kasi. Basta may Kimi, kahit mamatay si Long dito, okay lang eh.
Yun nga eh. Ito lang naman yung aasahan nila pagdating ng mga delikadong sitwasyon pag may mga Lord na. Kasi, yun din, yung kailangan ng DFYG. As long as may damage dealer sila, kaya nilang i-clear yung Lord na yan.
Kailangan lang pumuronta ni Zed. Siyempre, makahanap ng initiation si Fish God. Kasi kahit sabihin mo namamatay si Fish God, na ano pa rin eh, nagugulo pa rin yung formation ng Entity 7 eh. Parang napoforce pa rin mag-flicker sila Shin. May dinidish out pa rin damage si Fish God, kaya medyo nahihirapang pumisto yung Entity 7. Yun nga lang, talagang matik. Namamatay si Zed, namamatay si Fish God. Pero depensa yung kailangan nilang gawin. Probably bigay itong top lane kasi babangga dyan yung Lord mamaya. So gitna at baba yung kailangan nilang maprotektahan.
Hindi nagsabay-sabay yung wave ba?
Medyo hindi nga maganda yung sa Entity 7. Pero okay lang din. Eto na rin naman yung minion wave. Bigay nga lang yung Torres sa taas talaga.
Matik, basag na yan. Ilista mo na yan. Pero either way, makakadepensa naman yung side ng DFYG. Kaso parang this time, flicker in, sabay taunt na kung sino nadali. Babagsak yung Torre pero ang ganda ng bawi.
Aray ko!
Shin naman this time, ang una babagsak pero yung back row, binabalagbag na ni Fish God. Mapipilitan silang biglang umatras. Tapos plus tax lang kay Yon ito. Plus 2 this time. Plus 20 rather. So, bawi agad yung nakuha
yung
kanina ng
DFYG, di ba?
Grabe naman.
Tsaka ang ganda rin kasi ng pwesto ni Long doon. Alam niyo hindi siya pwedeng sumabay sa team fight initiation ni Zed. Kasi once na sumabay siya doon, sakto siya doon sa range ng Ratdriad ni Shin.
Parang kaya.
So, ang ginawa ni Long, doon siya sa outside nung nung range ng Entity 7. 15 seconds, 10 seconds, sa ibang miyembro ng Entity 7, babasag ngayon yung DFYG. The question is,
Sagad nyo,
ipipilit ba nila? No, it's not. Mag-out muna sila. Respeto nila yung damage sa Entity 7. And yun nakita ko, lock item na yung Kimi.
Nako.
Hindi niya kailangan ng mga holy crystal, ng mga mamahaling item. Talagang kinumpleto niya lang yung item niya. Kumuha nung concentrated energy para sa last item. Additional sustain.
Yan nga. And feeling ko, ewan ko lang di ba importante Winter Crown sana sa kanya?
Siguro, lang din.
Purify naman siya.
Kasi once mag-spawn din tong Lord natin, up na rin yung Purify dito ni
Pwede,
Yone. Ang tanging kailangan niya lang na maiwasan, yung Detona's Welcome talaga, tsaka yung patong ni Baguin
Yun nga. Pero si Baguin din kasi sumasalo ng mga bola-bola dito ni Yone. Pero long lane muna ang lalarin ng dalawang teams natin as kailangan nilang maitulak yan. Good thing naman for DFYG, hindi pa naman butas yung long lane nila. So, hindi pa to magiging big problem paglabas ng ating next Lord.
Kailangan lang din talaga ng magandang pwestuhan dito ni Shin. Parang ang nangyayari kasi nabibitaw niya yung IMU Ratdriad niya. Kaso after that, siya yung nagiging sacrifice Nakikita natin, tinutunaw siya ng mga miyembro ng DFYG. Pero wait lang, pwedeng i-burst to ng Entity 7 if ever. Bibigyan naman si Zed ng vision. May Purify na rin si Yone. Conceal play na gamit na. 1/4 na lang yung buhay ng Lord. And meron din Conceal na magagaling sa Entity 7. Ratdriad na gamit na. And Hide and Bush will secure that Lord. Mag-out nga lang dito yung Entity 7. Meron pa minion wave dun sa taas. So kailangan madaliin to ng DFYG. Pero merong Bravest Fighter. And Hide and Bush yung kanilang gustong kunin. Deadly Magic. Kaso may nabiling Immortality. Patay si Yone. Shutdown. That will be doom. May kailangan na kayong depensa. Tapos nawala pa yung inyong main damage dealer, and immortality was pa para kay Zed. Nabuhay pa si Akashi dun sa likod. Hindi nagawang kunin ni Long. And Long, kailangan niyang patagalin yung team fight. Kailangan niyang kumuha ng trade. But he won't... Oh, wait lang. Bumabalik yung buhay. Fish God, makakuha ng kill. Hide and Bush, kailangan tamaan ng axe ni Fish God. And magagawa niya naman. Kaso si Zhao Zushi, patay nga lang din. 3-3 yung ating magiging team fight. Actually, 2v3. 7 seconds. Kaso yung Lord and yung minion wave. Buhay pa si Dom. Wait lang. 2 seconds para kay Yone. Era si Yone. Tatalon kaya si Fish God. Bravest Fighter gagamitin ulit. Tinamaan ng Landshaker si Akashi. And Akashi kailangan niya mag-out. Zaman Force for Doom. Meron pa immortality yan. Hindi tatama yung Landshaker niya. Pero si Yone, i-clear lang yung minion wave. Tatagal pa yung game natin. Welcome to Games of the Future, guys. 18 minutes na. Sana nag-game 3 yung kabilang stream.
Sana nag-game 3 kasi mukhang ganun na din ang kahinat na netong ating series. Pero grabe yung puso ng DFYG. Nabuhay pa si Long. Nabuhay pa si Fish God. Even though 3-4 yung kanilang kinakaharap. Pero parang back to square one ang kaganapan para sa dalawang teams. Actually, lock item na sila pareho at this point. Pero more than a minute remaining para dun sa ating next Lord. Ang problema ng DFYG ngayon, ubus na kasi yung mga torre nila. Pero teka lang, may conceal play ba to? So, conceal ang call for DFYG. Pwedeng Plumaker. Nagamit yung traction pulse. Naka-focus kay Akashi this time. Yung Taunt tatama, pero si Fish God this time yung magiging main target. Nakuha yung Wrath of Dryad. Pasok si Fish God sa may bandang gitna. Pero walang mapatungan. May Detona's Welcome. Naku, tama yata yung magiging targeting doon. Pero yung Taunt this time, naku, si Xiao Shui yung unang babagsak. Dami na rin, may immortal si Yone. Pero bagsak lang din agad. Parang pinatagal lang ng E7. Pero ganun din ang kahihinat na ng DFYG. Zed will be the lone member para dumepensa. Tapos 4 yung buhay sa E7. So, Matic, we're going to game 3.
Nahuli kasi si Zhao Shui nung
Detona's Welcome.
Tapos sumama pa dun sa si Long. Kaya, pareha sila na crowd control. Naiwan si Yone. And sabihin mo natin may damage si Yone. Hindi nagiging enough. Kasi nga, nag-i-scatter yung team fight natin. Hindi nagdidikit-dikit yung mga miyembro doon ng Entity 7. Entity 7, guys, successfully bringing this series into game number 3.
Grabe. Ang ganda. Ang ganda ng series natin, guys. Akala ko kaya na ng DFYG considering na nakakabawi naman sila for some of the times. Pero yung team fight, ang ganda, pulido para sa side ng E7. Ganda yung targeting nila with Detona's welcome. Sakto din yung lapag ng Wrath of Dryad for them. And I guess that secures them the game number 2.
And that's game number 2, guys. Mamaya, meron pa po kaming game number 3 para sa ating series number 2 sa pagbabalik lang. Dito lang, guys, sa Just ML.
Double fighter being meta, I don't know. Personally, for me, at least based on this game, it doesn't look like he's all that ready to use the Paquito in the gold lane because there was not a lot of pressure that he was able to establish in lane and in the team fights as well. And unfortunately, I feel like not a lot was done there.
I think it's a. This is the first time we're seeing him actually play this Paquito, right? I don't want to be too harsh on him because like the first turtle, he ended up dying anyways, which was probably not the greatest kind of early game setup for him. Entity 7 also just made sure they were sending a lot of the members down and faking the information, so he can't necessarily be hyper aggressive. But at the same time, there needs to be a certain degree of like bravery when you're playing Paquito, especially when you have like Flicker as well, right? You don't necessarily need the Flicker in these bigger team fights as long as you position really, really well. But then you see these later game fights and it's like, oh man, it kind of feels impossible for him to kind of get in on those fights, especially when Shin does a very good job at peeling. Like, look at Shin's positioning. He's not too close to Doom, but he's always near enough to actually influence the way a lot of the members of Yangfun Yaoguai actually want to play. Like this one, Doom gets caught, doesn't even have, even if he had the Purify, he probably didn't need to use it because he's always being covered by Shin.
I do have to say though, we went over a clip just now where Vanguard is able to pull back Zhao Shi even though he was, able to get away. I feel like at that point he was saying BS in Mandarin.
Yeah.
I know the acronym for it, but people will know. I think he was saying he saw and then he said goodbye. A different kind of saw, but yeah. That's what I would say.
That's definitely what. Oh man, there's so many moments in this game, and it's good to see that Entity 7 kind of come back into form. At least they're understanding how these team fights actually need to progress in comparison to Yangfun Yaoguai, where they definitely looked a little lost in a couple of those moments. I think it had to be very clear cut for them on how the fight needs to progress, and unless they've got that procedure down, it's basically going to be a consistent repeat here.
And I feel like, I don't know, is the glue worth banning?
Well,
I actually feel like if there's second pick, it might be worth banning because that means that you're letting one OP hero go and then you can get it for yourself because NT7 100% is just gonna take that Harara, right?
Oh yeah, every single time. I mean, it's a draft pattern that they need to punish here. And not only punish, but like slow down somehow. Like we've seen this Harley matchup into it, and it's like, okay, not the worst. You can force out a couple of abilities, but you're not hard winning. And that's why I was thinking whether or not they wanted to kind of put the Paquito back into the jungle and find something else to face off against this Harith. But so far, Lung is 2 for 2 in the laning phase at this stage of the game, and unless we give him something that actually scales, it's hard to give him a great showcase.
Yeah. So I feel like Yangfun Yaoguai, if they're not ready for double fighter, I think it's okay for you to just use a scaling marksman because they try to get Yuan as like, I don't know, position 1 or position 2 trying to carry the game, but yeah, it was not it. I feel like they need to win much harder in the early game, and part of the reason why they couldn't do it is probably because of this glue, because it's hard for you to like kind of like push him down, and then once he let goes of all the longs, it's kind of very difficult to take care of. So yeah, I think once they see that glue, they should have changed the strategy.
Yeah,
honestly.
Yeah, once the glue is out, I think a lot of things become much simpler. If not, pick up the glue for yourself, then you're kind of giving the Belleric over, and then you have to start thinking about the Valentina. It's complicated when it comes down to the draft, which I think right now, coaches are super valuable if you have that kind of brain to kind of work out all these meticulous little interactions with each other to generate some form of a lead. Well, like you mentioned, Yangfun Yaoguai, I think they need to go back to their roots. Play traditional marksmen. They do not seem ready for this double fighter style, and if they're not ready for the double fighter style, then it's better not to abuse their type of compositions for the first phase. With that being said, our players are going to have to hit the drawing board once again, come up with the final draft here. We're going to give them some time to think of something better for game number 3, but we'll be back right after these messages.
үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We are standing next to a team, which is based in the South American region. Entity 7 team's first debut happened in 2023, and over its short span, the team has managed to collect victories in prestigious events like the MLBB Midseason Cup, MCT Amer, and MPL Latam tournaments. Are they the dark horse of this competition? Let's find out together. Please, could you introduce yourself?
My team is Entity 7 and my nickname is Akashi.
Thank you so much for coming. First question, what is your favorite hero to play and why?
My favorite hero is Paquito because he is very strong.
The Heavenly Fist, Paquito. Oh, okay. Second question, which Mobile Legends professional athlete do you admire? Why?
I think Sanford is an exceptional player.
What is usually the hardest part of preparing for a big tournament?
I think the hardest part is to face the other team, like teams of Indonesia or the Philippines.
Oh, yeah, players from the Southeast Asian region are known for their toughness. How do you keep improving when you're already competing at a high level?
I believe the answer is we need to practice every day.
I see. Hard work always pays off. Next question. What do you think makes a team successful besides individual skill?
I believe we need to play together every time, every play. I think this is make a strong team.
We do agree. What's one thing that has improved the most in your team over the past year?
I believe the team play. We better now in team play.
We are glad to hear that. It is always nice to know that the teams are constantly working on themselves. Final question. What has been the biggest challenge for Entity this season?
The biggest challenge is faced to Indonesia and the Filipino team.
Thank you so much, Nicholas Sanchez and Team Entity 7. We wish you luck in the tournament.
and we are back. This best of 3 has been exhilarating. 1-1 with both teams still. We don't know who's actually going to be walking away with 2-1. Who's going to be able to move on into round 2 without having to go down to the lower brackets. Of course, this is the Digital Games of the Future with our mobile MOBA category in Mobile Legends. My name is Gideon, of course, with LaFell here at the helm to cast these games. We've got Diangfeng Yao Guai currently on blue side facing off against Entity 7 on the red side. The current score, 1-1.
Well, here's the thing, Gideon. I feel like for both teams, they want to go to the bottom side of the bracket or not. Depends on when does Team Spirit gets over to GOF, because Team Spirit is in the lower bracket and the loser will fight against them. If Team Spirit could not make it in time, then sure, they will get a free pass, goes over to qualified. But you know, it's hard to hope for that thing. But either ways, DFYG is going to be blue side first pick here, betting out of Fanny, Selena, as well as Keto. I'm guessing they're like, okay, Lung couldn't use it. We really don't want them to use it. So another Marcel as well as Freya has been banned out by Entity 7.
Understandably so, and I think that even now that Fanny has been banned out and Diangfeng Yao Guai doesn't seem to be like changing their ways for the drafting patterns other than just the Paquito at this stage of the game, I think that Entity 7 now kind of see the holes that they could potentially actually find in the draft itself. Hirara gets banned out. I'm all for it, but I was hoping that Diangfeng Yao Guai was going to play on a blue side from the get-go. I'm surprised they gave it up in game number 2, but now coming into game number 3, let's see what their first pick is going to be.
The Zushin is up, but instead they go for the Barats instead. I feel like Entity 7, they can pick up the Zushin plus either Atlas or the Belleric here, or Atlas Valentina could work as well. I feel like, yeah, this Barats is less on Fish God being amazing in game number 1 and more like they don't want to deal with Kashi on this Barats again.
I think that's a totally fair argument. I think it's going to be like Valentina Atlas here for the side of Entity 7. That would make the most amount of sense, unless it really depends on Fagrin and what he's more comfortable with. Personally speaking, I think that Atlas generally is kind of a must pick up at this stage of the game. A lot of the fights ends up where you're chasing your opponents down. That's where Atlas really shines, right? Finding these big mini stuns in the middle of the fights, and not to mention has one of the best setting tools in the game. And having, you know, once again Shin on this Valentina, he performed really well when Belleric was on the opposite side. I would only imagine this is going to be the same case for Diangfeng Yao Guai.
Yep. So now they do pick up the Melissa, which, you know, is more long style anyways. Plus, this does mean that you can kind of build around Melissa by having quite a lot of utility around her, just so that she can free hit. The only thing that you have to be careful of if Akashi uses something like a Yuzong, like a Lapu to like dive for her, but other than that, you should be pretty good. But now Zed picks up the Cho, which is kind of one of his signatures, but you know, I feel like showing him early does make it so that Entity 7 can draft around it.
Yeah, I think the whole entire purpose of this is to kind of force whatever matchup in the gold lane to actually get Purify out of them, right? I think that's kind of the only purpose that they want to show these 3 particular picks very early on. We want to disincentivize you from actually playing a traditional assassin in the jungle. And now that kind of Hirara is out of the way, as well as Fanny, you see the Harith pick up for the side of Entity 7. Nobody's surprised about that, but now in the second half is where it gets interesting. A lot of the bans, I think, is going to be targeted towards the EXP for the side of Diangfeng Yao Guai to make sure that their mid laner is a little bit safer. For Entity 7, it's all about getting rid of the mid laners.
I think maybe betting on something like Alice would be safe enough because it does okay against Barats. I mean, like, okay is just a revival.
At nagbabalik tayo dito sa ating game number 3 ng Games of the Future Series number 2.
Yan. Sobrang tagal kaya.
Sobrang tagal nga, guys. Inabot tayo ng game 3 dito. Napatagal man, pero matatapos din naman to.
Long game lang. Long game lang yung napapanood natin. Pero Melissa, Cho, and Barats yung kinuha dito ng DFYG. For Entity 7, still Valentina, kasamang Atlas, and Harit ni Doom. So, 3 times din na gagamitin to ni Doom yung Harit niya. But yung Barats natin, parang napapansin ko kung sino makakuha ng Barats,
Panalo,
kakaroon na ng palitan eh.
Pwede. Sa bagay, nung game 1, DFYG may hawak
diba? Nanalo sila. Game 2, Entity 7. May gamit doon?
Si Akashi.
Yep, si Akashi. Pero Melissa ang pinaka magiging game changer dito. Feeling ko lang Melissa.
Feeling ko din eh.
Ba't kaya hindi nila nilabas? Parang feeling ko, okay ito gana to
Binan
kanina.
nung game 1.
Nung game 2,
Hindi.
Oo, di ba? Kasi nauna nilang kunin yung Pakito.
First pick nga pala nila. May idea ng draft nila una pa lang. Pero this time, medyo mas mahihirapan yung Valentina. So wala naman siyang maagaw na good
Dito
ultimate.
welcome din. Kaso hindi siya makunat Hindi siya kasing kunat ng Barats
Pag subo niya pa lang, patay na siya. Hindi niya maluluwa yan.
Unang kagat, mainit agad. Siguro yung Way of the Dragon, di ba? Pwede rin naman.
Setapan niya lang ng maganda.
Much better din or mas madali din yung setup ng Valentina sa Way of the Dragon.
May dash din siya.
Wala pa rin namang mid laner yung side ng DFYG. Baka yun din yung maging choice dito ni Shin. And okay din naman. Ganda naman ng Valentina niya kanina sa totoo lang eh. Isa yung mga counterplay niya ng Ratriad kaya nanalo yung Entity 7 kanina. So, no wonder talagang natalo nila yung TLPH kasi may pindot pa rin naman talaga.
Ling.
Kaya na ban yan eh.
Ngayon parang wala nang option yung DFYG. Walang Lancelot, Suyu.
Cho jungler. Barats jungler.
Sumpa.
Yung Barats jungler, nakita ko na yan. Sino gumamit yan?
May bago?
Hindi, may nag-Barats jungler. Boyet. Si Boyet, di ba? Kasi naubusan siya ng hero, di ba? Tapos pinag-Barats jungler. Nakita ko
Hayabusa. Pakitaan mo kami Hayabusa.
Ay, ba't nga pala inano ko to?
Baby first ka muna.
Second na.
Okay. Second agad? Pasa iba yan, boss.
Pwede.
Wag naman. Pero tingnan natin anong kukuhain. YSS. Okay. Tapos si Sony.
Ay, parang
kinuha
may hero pala. Ay, hero ni Zed yan. Ay, hindi pala si Zed. Si Zhao Shui pala. Pero nakikita ko nung way back. Kaso hindi kasi siya yung jungler na yun. Hilig din nila mag-YSS. Yun nga lang, medyo lang ako dito sa Parsa. Kasi hindi ba totally, siya? Primary target nung Ling, di ba? Pag sinundot ka ng Ling, sabay Tempest of Blade, wala na.
Wala, patay ka agad.
Ang gagawin dyan. Hirap magparsa dyan, guys.
Di siguro, katabi niya lang yung Melissa.
Pwede, di ba? May may go away.
Go away ka muna, Ling.
And at the same time,
kaso ang dami nito.
Kung maunahan naman,
pang-dive lahat.
Kung maunahan ni ZZ tong si Haydon Bush. Z. Triple Z yan eh.
Parang nakuryente lang eh, no?
Siguro nung iniisip niya yung IGN na yan, nakuryente siya. Dapat Z lang talaga yan eh. Kaso nag-ground, kaya tatlong Z yung nalagay.
Nanginig.
Tapos silong, nag-isip siya ng maikling IGN lang.
Ba't kaya yung long mas maikli sa short?
Hindi ko alam. Yun yung ating mga palaisipan, guys, sa mga IGN na napipili, di ba? Meron nga, may mga nag-IGN pa nga ng hehehe, di ba? Dalawa yun eh. Dati may hahaha, tapos may hehehe.
Combo yun sila.
Walang naghihihi. Hindi ko alam bakit.
Pero pasok tayo dito sa game, guys. Again, game number 3 na ng ating best of 3 series. Last game, guys. Tingnan natin kung sino ang tutungo sa ating next round.
Kahit sino lang.
Ang malalaglag sa lower brackets natin. Kung sino ba manalo dito, katapat ng Falcons o sa kabila yun?
Wait lang.
Sige, check natin. Check muna natin, guys, ha. Pero sa jungler, YSS against Ling, both heroes naman, mabilis mag-jungle dito. I think ang biggest factor para sa side ng DFYG kung gaano kabilis makapag-farm yung Melissa. Meanwhile, for Entity 7 naman, I'd have to say yung setup na manggagaling sa side nila yung magiging importante. Of course, pag na-layer mo ng maganda yung Fatal Links with Zaman Force and Tempest of Blades, beautiful yun para side ng E7.
Tsaka yung target eh. Walang Purify si Yone, Zhao Shushi, naka-retry, di ba? Zed. Ang tanging hindi lang talaga magiging primary target dito ni Yagwin. Si Long lang. Kasi siya lang naman yung naka-purify. The rest pwede mong kunin, di ba? Pwedeng i-burst out if ever. Shin, napaganda pa nga actually yung Feather Airstrike dito ng DFYG. Kasi may follow-up ka dun sa Fatal Link. Kung maaagaw, di ba?
Okay,
yung kagad yung damage na hinihintay nila.
Pero teka lang.
Okay?
Napa-flicker si Yagwin. First blood ay inabot nung natuka.
Unang tuka, bagsak agad, ganun.
Natuka nung ibon ni Yone, ha. That's gonna be early advantage para sa side ng DFYG, pero mukhang hindi pa naman tapos yung side nila. Ano, boss? Kamusta?
Kung sino yung mananalo dito, guys, makakalaban ng Team Falcons PH. Tapos kung sino yung matatalo, makakalaban yung Team Spirit.
Yes.
Parang lose-lose situation yun, ha?
Wala kang takas.
Wala kang takas sa bracket mo.
Sana hiniling mo na lang nandun ka sa kabila. Kasi sa kabila, okay.
Oo,
kaya
diba?
pa eh.
Pero wait lang, Detonas welcome, nakain si Haydon Bush, merong feather
Ay,
airstrike
ganda
na nanggaling
po.
kay Sheen, and Haydon Bush will go down, but onto the back lane, may ginagawa ding team fight yung DFYG, jungler to jungler yung magiging palitan. Yun nga lang, napilitang mag-rotate si Doom, tas sa taas, magpa-farm lang si Long.
Hindi, okay lang yun kay Doom kasi makaka-double lane
Double
siya.
lane.
Tapos si Long naman, hindi niya nga napindot man lang yung gold plating sa top
Yun
side. Hindi
lang.
niya man lang napitik ng needle niya. Clear lang ulit, tapos just in time na makaka-rotate pataas si Doom. So, somehow lamang na siya in terms of XP and gold compared with Long. Tapos, balik na lang din dito ang tropahan sa ating Turtle. And actually, parang this time pa lang magdo-double lane si Long. Kaso mapapabayaan niya yata yung top side. So, babalik siya sa top side. And this time, Entity 7 ang pepwesto ng maganda-ganda dito sa ating Turtle. Ang problema, first Turtle pa lang, may ultimates na agad yung roamers natin.
Parang ganito rin yung game 1 eh. 3 minutes na bago nakakuha yung turtle. Baka nga hindi 3 minutes kasi mas better or mas ginugusto pa ng mga jungler natin na kunin muna yung kanilang mga buffs. Ganun din naman, Haydon Bush, alam naman natin guys, kailangan talaga. Sobrang essential ng purple buff sa kanya. Pero sinasabayan ng farm ni Zhao, but wait lang, may natitonas welcome. Medyo makunat nga lang yung naging target. That will be Bagwin na hindi pa pinapop yung kanyang Fatal Link. So, Detonas welcome lang yung sinayang dito ng DFYG and pwede pang mag-Burlicker Fatal Link.
Walang
Si Zhao yung
traceless.
nakuha, nakapag-traceless pero medyo late na, and Yone with the feather airstrike. Napagandang positioning naman nun, and sa likod, Haydon Bush will take the turtle and Sheen will go down. Killing spree sa side dito ng DFYG, but Entity 7 may bawi naman as they will take the turtle. Syempre, jungler din kanina.
Palitan lang, kumbaga, yung mga kills natin. Pero ang kagandahan sa DFYG, nakaka-item ng maganda-ganda. Actually, delikado si Akashi this time. Naku, kaso pwedeng balikan. Wala nga lang Tempest of Blaze this time for Haydon Bush. So, walang trade na magaganap. Meanwhile, sa top side,
may go away kasi yan eh. Pero wala na yung go away mo. Nagamit naman yung Purify niya. So, makaka-out pa rin naman si Long. Medyo napatapang lang si Long doon. Pag pag dash in niya, biglang nawala yung circle na pumuprotekta sa kanya. Sabay out eh.
takbo bigla eh. Siya yun napa-out eh. Pero 4-2, halos pantay lang din naman sa gold. 1,000 lang yung lamang ng DFYG dito. Pero first item secured na kanina for Long. I'm not sure about Doom, pero lamang si Doom sa pera dito and as well as XP
Yep. Ano nga pala ulit itong collab ni Melissa? Ano to eh?
Si Nobara Kugisaki.
Nobara? Nobara ba?
Sa JJK.
Nobara. Siya yung may mga martilyo na. Yan na nga pinagpapalo na si Doom. Pero may zaman force naman for Doom para makatakas. Wala pang Purify si Long, so medyo kailangan niya munang ingatan yung kanyang mga pwestuhan. 42 yung ating score, guys. Leading ngayon yung DFYG. There's small margin. Pero for Entity 7, okay lang yun. Kasi kung tutuloy-tuloy lang nila yung ginagawa nila kanina, na ang tina-target ni Bagwin, si Zhao Shui, pwedeng i-trade lang yung kills sa objective eh.
Pwede. Actually, mas importante nga yun pagdating ng mga Lord takes eh. Pero pasok si Bagwin this time, dumaan lang naman. Pero feeling ko may plano kasi yung side ng E7 sana sa top side. Pero since pa-up na yung turtle this time, kailangan munang i-clear yung mid, sabay rekta na lang din sa pwestuhan dun sa ating second turtle. Nakuha ng E7 to kanina, pero we'll see as this time around connect na si Long para sa side ng DFYG.
Sasama na. Si Doom naman yung may iiwan dun sa taas. Feather airstrike, gagamitin agad ni Yone. Sabay flicker para lang makaiwas sa attempt ni Bagwin. Akashi will go down. Wala na kagad yung isang miyembro dito ng Entity 7, tapos ginugulo pa ni Zed si Haydon Bush.
Tapong ni Zed.
Pero smart missile. So, hindi tuloy makalapit dito. Pero eto na nga, nakabasag na sa taas si Doom. And meron na buhat, that will be Zhao Sushi. Kasama pa doon sa Tempest of Blade, pero nakatakas din naman sa damage nun. But Haydon Bush will secure the turtle. Counterplay mula kay Sheen. Sa inagaw na feather airstrike and Zed nakapag-shoot po out. Pero wait lang, makakasalubong ata. Pero ito yung totoong feather airstrike. Yone will get that kill. And habang nangyayari yun, ang dami palang nangyayari si Doom. Bumasag lang sa taas, sabay farm sa gitna.
No, parang nakalamang pa doon yung E7. Sila yung nakakuha ng turtle. Though hindi sila nakakuha ng kill, pero Tori naman yung nakakuha nilang kapalit dun sa top side.
Turtle, no?
Tsaka naiwasan nilang makasama silong dun sa team fight kasi
Oo.
na-box out agad ni ni Doom.
Grabe nga naman talaga. Yung dalawang team natin, yung isa lamang sa team kills, pero yung isa bumabawi sa objectives. 6-2 yung ating score, pero halos walang lamang dito yung DFYG. And kung titignan natin yung ating gold-wise, syempre yun with a 5-0 standing, siya yung humahawak ng gold. Pero yung gold laner natin, Harit and Melissa, mas lamang pa si Doom compare kay Long.
Yun nga Parang delikado to ngayon 500 lang naman yung lamang, pero yung main difference pala nakaka-Yone dito.
Isang shutdown mo lang kay Yone yun, di ba? Ang dami yung resources para gawin yun. Pwedeng yun yung maging turnaround ng Entity 7. Plikiran ni Bagwin o kaya dagitan ni Haydon Bush.
Feeling ko nga binubusog lang nila si Yone ngayon para...
Yun ang plano. Para mas mataas yung bounty pag nakuha mo, no?
Para paldo pag na shutdown mamaya. Kasi ang dali lang naman siyang abutin
Wala purify
Hindi nga na-purify. May Fatal Links, may Tempest of Blades.
Ang dami mong resources.
May Bravest Fighter pa.
Yun.
So, ang dami nilang options this time. Tingnan na lang natin for the side of E7 kasi ano din naman yung gold laner nila Kailangan pa rin naman ng item.
Bumasag lang sa baba.
Lamang
na ngayon.
Sila.
Lamang, pantay na guys. Yung gold natin, yun naman talaga yung ikalalamang ng Entity 7. Yung DFYG, kailangan kasi nilang magsama-sama Yung Entity 7, pwede silang yung mag-side lanes lang iba, di ba? Yung si Doom, kaya niya mag-solo. Ganon din naman si Haydon Bush. Tas the rest, yung tatlong miyembro ng Entity 7, sila yung gumawa ng rotation.
Oo. Pero tingnan natin, kasi Lord na to, na pinanghawakan this time ng... wala pa naman, pero E7 does have a better opportunity this time since... Alam nga natin, sila na yung may hawak ng konting kalamangan lang naman. Pero naku, may nabalibag dun Si Zed ang magiging target. Nasipa nga lang si Haydon Bush. Pero still, Tempest of Blades ang magagamit. Akashi falls down sa side ng E7. Pero the trade, what could it be? Mukhang wala na after nun.
Dami nang nagamit sa side ng Entity 7. And eto na nga yung hinihintay ng DFYG. Wala na silang pang-control pa. Makakapag-flicker naman si Sheen. Pero gaya nga ng sabi ko, na-boost nila kay Zed. Nagawa nila patayin si Zed, pero after that, what's next? Hindi na nila kaya pang palagan yung DFYG for round 2 ng team fight.
Mahirap na. Napagod na nung una. Hindi na makasabay bigla. Nagamit na yung mga ultimates. Nagamit na rin yung ilang battle spells for the side of Entity 7.
Indeed.
Kaya hindi na nakasabay pag round 2. So, pahinga muna, water break muna yung dalawang teams. At mukhang sa Lord area na lang din magkakasagupaan ito maya-maya.
Speaking of Lord, inuumpisa na to ni Zhao, Shui. Pa-up na rin naman. Actually, meron na nga fatal link si Bagwin pero
Pwede
wala
na
na yung mga bigla ang flicker niya dito. Gayon din si Shin, wala siyang flicker. And for DFYG nila, laro lang nila yung Lord. Nire-reset lang. Pupush ng wave sa gitna. I don't know what's they're waiting, pero yun na ata yung kanilang hinihintay. Detonas welcome sabay Feather Airstrike. Burado agad si Shin. May fatal link na binitaw. Pero sakto pa rin sa range ng Feather Airstrike. Kaya dire-diretso pa rin yung damage na tinamaan na nga ng Mountain Shocker. Zhao Shui will get the kill. May Tempest of Blade na na-force kay Haydon Bush. And habang nangyayari yun, patay si Akashi dun sa gitna. Pwedeng bumasag yung DFYG or pwedeng kumuha ng Lord or baka pagsabay na lang.
Naku, pinagsabay na nga lang. Basag sa gitna yung call ni Long and as well as ni Fish God. Pero the rest, Lord na lang din yung kukunin nila. So mapipilitan ngayon pumili si Haydon Bush at ang pipiliin niya, depensa na lang yung gagawin niya. But hindi na siya abot actually dito sa Lord. So secured para sa side ng DFYG. Meanwhile for E7 naman, naku, depensa na lang sila dito. Tingnan natin, may Valentina sila, yes. May Zaman Force din silang pwedeng ilapag kung kakailanganin. Pero kung ikaw kasi papapiliin, gusto mong sa hero din talaga gamitin yung Zaman Force or kung ano mang skills na dala nila
Pinag-uusapan natin na sobrang dali lang hulihin ni Yone. Pero yun yung hindi magawa ng Entity 7 kasi nga yung mga positioning ni Yone, lumalabas lang siya tuwing makaka-pick up si Fish God, makakasipa si Zed. Tapos lagi siya nasa pinakadulo ng Feather Airstrike niya pag pinapop niya yung Feather Airstrike niya. And yun yung hindi nagawa ng Entity 7 kasi napoforce sila mag-front to back Hindi nila nagagawa yung back to front. Si Bagwin laging force yung fatal link niya na kung sino lang yung fatal link sa harap dahil hindi niya nga maabot yung nasa likod.
Yun nga, nahihirapan din sila. Pero for now, patay ulit. Actually, si Idon Bush. Naku, problema to sa side ng E7. Though may Holy Shield pa naman sa may top side. Pero either way, wala nang Holy Shield dun sa gitna at sa ibaba. At yun ang planong basagin this time ng DFYG. Tignan natin ano magiging plano. Available yung mga ultimates na hawak nila. At pwedeng gamitin. Nandun na yung Mountain Shocker. Conceal play ang call. Pero sino nga bang kagatin? Sino din ang sisipain? Naku, pinalayo lang si Akashi. Parang hindi rin naging ganun ka-effective yun for the side of DFYG. Pero top side ay mababasag sa side ng E7. At gapiso na lang din ang buhay sa gitna at sa ibaba.
So 12-3 yung ating score. DFYG successfully nakuha nila yung turret dun sa taas. And eto pa yung mahirap sa side ng Entity 7. Medyo malayo dun sa Lord na pag-i-spawnan mamaya. So hindi mahirapan silang mag-contest dito. They got the link naman kahit papaano, 'di ba? Pwedeng puntahan lang na mabilis na rotation 'yon. Kaso bantay sarado na kasi yung purple buff portion nito ni Haydon Bush. Baka mamaya hindi na makakuha ng purple buff 'to.
Baka next series na. Tingnan natin.
Yun nga talaga yung magiging resulta.
Mahirap na eh. Naka-box out na. At actually, alam din naman ng DFYG yan na as much as possible, wag nating, or kahit pilitin lang natin siyang mag-retribution dun sa purple buff. Para at least may purple ka nga, pero kung makuha naman ng DFYG yung Lord, wala, ganun din. Ganun din kainit na ng game natin kasi mukhang aabot na naman tayo sa Enhanced Lord. Pero we'll see about that as Entity 7 pumupuso pa para dito sa game number 3 natin.
Merong Lord na mag-i-spawn in 20 seconds. But I think DFYG, eto na nga, yung small contention muna. Zed naka-ready yung Jeet Kundo if ever. Haydon Bush kailangan masecure to. Kaso nga lang naunahan ng Detonas welcome and killing spree para kay Zhao. Hindi na ata kailangan ng Lord. Meron Zhao Force pero dire-diretso kasi yung damage ni Yone. Sa likod, si Akashi may bravest fighter pero dire-diretso din yung DFYG. Tatlo yung bagsak sa Entity 7 and pwede na atang tapusin to ng DFYG. Hindi na kailangan ng Lord. Fish God enabling yung DFYG dito.
Naku, napilitan mapa-flicker si Sheehan. Bagsak yung Torres sa gitna. May Zaman Force for Doom. May Winter Crown naman na mamamatay ba? Pero mukhang pwede siyang maging kapalit. Ang sakit ni Doom actually. Bagsak this time si Fish God. So 3 versus 2 ang tapatan natin. Pero it seems like Lord ang magiging call for E7. Low ba sila? Umuwi pa sila. So hindi sila nakuha ng Lord. Kahit muntikan nilang maubos yung side ng E7 ha.
Yun nga talaga yung magiging problema dito. Pero okay lang din naman. Reset muna yung gagawin dito ng DFYG. Basag na naman yung gitna. Pero nirarush na kasi to ng Entity 7. Wala pa si Fish God dito. 4v5 yung magiging team fight. May Fatal Link na buhat. Si Long pero merong go away. Unstoppable na. Shutdown mula kay Shin. Haydon Bush will secure that Lord and shutdown din para kay Zhao. Killing spree para kay Long. Kaso nga lang inuubos na sila ni Haydon Bush. And wait lang! Tinamaan ng Axie Long. We go away but the bravest fighter is there. 4-man down sa side ng DFYG. Merong minion wave na kailangan mo ng depensahan ng Entity 7 but the Lord was secured. The comeback is here para sa Entity 7.
Ako, parang ito na yung hinihintay natin para sa side ng E7. Mag-i-spawn yung Lord. And I do think aabot naman yung ibang members coming in from both sides para dumepensa at posibleng tapusin na rin yung game. Pero ang dami pa kasing touring nakatayo sa side ng DFYG.
Game 1 to Game 3, long game. Yung nakita natin, talagang dikit na dikit. Entity 7 and DFYG. And speaking of Entity 7, mabilis na binasag ni Doom yung Torre dun sa gitna. Sila naman yung aagaw ngayon ng purple buff. Another problem pa dito ng DFYG, kailangan muna nilang depensahan tong Lord. They have the Melissa naman, if ever, diba? Pero habang dinedepensahan kasi nila itong babae, bumabasag sa taas si Haydon Bush.
Yun nga, yun ang problema. Likot din kasi ni Haydon Bush eh. And kanina, feeling ko yung naging main problem lang na fatal links kasi si Long. So, na-shoot siya dun sa Lord Bit. Pero this time, forced out agad yung Feather Airstrike for the side of DFYG. Mapapabagsak naman nila yung Lord. Pero sa top side, yun kasi yung priority ng E7. So, hindi man nila naipantay yung nabasag na mga tore. Pero still, buhay pa naman yung tore nila sa baba, sa side ng E7. So, hindi pa ganun kataas yung advantage na hawak ng DFYG.
And eto pa yung problema, yung pinag-usapan natin kanina. isang shutdown lang kay Yone, tanggal yung gold na hawak kanina ng DFYG. Binusog lang, kumbaga. After nun, sobrang taas ang bounty na nakuha ng NTT7. Now, they have the lead. Wala man silang nabasag na inhibitor tower. But the next Lord, favor na sa side ng NTT7 dito. Sa taas mag-i-spawn yung Lord. Tapos, yun pa, yung Torre na wala sila. So, much better na yung minion wave management dito ng E7.
Parang mapapahirapan pa nga ngayon si Long. Pero sino nga habulin? Naku, si Zhao Shui yung habulin. Tempest of Blaze, pero may immortality. Fatal Link sa kabilang banda. Napilitan magpalit na target pero goods lang din para sa side ng E7. Hidden Bush ang magiging trade. Naku, 30 seconds sa Lord. Parang kailangan umuwi ng E7. Pero hindi. Ilalaban daw nila to. May Zaman Force pero flicker lang si Ruti Fish God. So they're gonna be forced to back off and go defend their base. Meanwhile, DFYG, mukhang secure na lang na magandang positioning sa Lord to.
Tsaka ang ganda din talaga ng ginawa doon ni Zhao Shui. Alam niya, mamatay siya Buy and sell kaagad ng immortality. Nag-survive siya doon sa initial damage. After nun, kinuha niya pa si Hidden Bush. Hidden Bush pa yung namatay. Ito lang yung magiging problema ngayon ng NTT7. Kailangan nilang protektahan tong Lord, pero hindi pala yun yung main problem. Yung Lord nag-spawn kaagad, tapos nirarush na to ng DFYG. Papasok dito si Vagwin, pero makukuha na ni Zhao yung Lord and Zaman Force para kay Doom. Patay yung jungler ng DFYG. And another kill para kay Doom. Ito na yung Feather Airstrike na nanggaling kay Yone. Nakuha man nila yung Lord, pero dalawa yung nataba sa team nila.
No, parang lalabas agad yung Lord. Hindi pa rin buhay yung dalawang members. Mukhang next Lord pa tayo, guys. Kulang pa tong Lord. Madedepensahan pa to ng entity kasi at this point, puno na rin naman yung mga item slots nila. So, mabilis na lang nilang mababurst yung Lord.
Tapos hindi pa evolve Lord to,
Yun nga, hindi pa nga pala
hindi
evolve
umabot.
Lord to.
Oh, wait lang. Sa baba, si Hidden Bush.
Ala ka.
Yung nag-flicker doon si Zed, pero hindi siya tinamaan ng Jet Kondo. So, flicker down. Wala yung mga biglaang sipa ni Zed dito. 2 minutes yon. So, breathing time for NTT7. And ngayon, pwede na uli sila mag-push dahil wala nang ang Lord yung DFYG.
Okay, wala nang Lord. Yung side ng DFYG. So, no problem. Para side ng NTT7. At kung titingnan natin, parang sila pa ngayon nakalamang dun sa na yun, sa engagement na yun. Kasi hindi naman nagamit yung Lord.
Hindi.
Tapos, dalawa pa yung namatay sa side nila. So, for DFYG ngayon, parang kailangan yata nilang ayusin yung team fight nila dito. Kasi parang nai-egol sila pag napipwestuhan ng maganda ni Hidden Bush tsaka ni Vagwin.
Ang dali ng pwestuhan talaga ni lumalabas na yung parang ang daling pick-up ni Yone.
Yun nga, men.
Diba? Ang dali niyang dagitin dito Pero good thing for DFYG, next Lord, doon na mismo sa baba mag-i-spawn. Much favor na yung minion sa kanila mamaya, diba? Kasi for sure, kung i-juggle lang nila ng tama, may isa na didepensa para sa NTT7 para i-fix yung minion wave nila. Kasi kanina pa natin nakikita, actually, kanina pa pumapasok yung minion wave ng DFYG dun sa base ng NTT7. Talagang swerte lang yung NTT7 kasi natatapos yung team fight nang may nakakauwi sa kanila.
Yun nga Kasi pag napabayaan ako, parang
minion win pa, di ba?
Minion win yun. Win yun sa aabutin ng NTT7. So, I think kino-consider din naman ng NTT7 yun. That's why bago, siguro mga 20-30 seconds bago mag-spawn yung Lord, i-clear na agad nila sa top yan. And feeling ko kailangan din talaga nilang samahan kung sino man yung mag-clear sa top kasi alam din yun ng DFYG. So, baka doon pa tayo makakita ng team fight bago yung Lord.
Yun nga, baka yun yung maging scenario doon. But Zed, again guys, wala siyang flicker. Actually, pa-up na rin pala yung flicker ni Zed dahil ilan Lord na to? Pang-apat na Lord na. Another 20-minute game na naman. Grabe naman pala magtapat tong DFYG tsaka NTT7. Sure ang over.
Parang grand finals din.
Ayaw magpaano. Tapos ang mga kalaban lang naman pag nanalo, Team Falcons. Ang manatalo, Team Spirit, di ba? Pero going back, Fish God, Winter Crown gagamitin. May Zaman Force na rin inilatag dito si Doom. Yone with a flicker and feather airstrike. Pero wait lang, Natitonas welcome dun sa likod. And Tempest of Blade gagamitin din ni Hidden Bush. Shin will go down. Yone will get that kill. May trade naman nakuha yung NTT7. Patay yung XP laner dito ng DFYG. And patay din yung jungler nila. And sa likod, Akashi buying time para palayuin si Long sa team fight. Triple kill para kay Hidden Bush. The question is, NTT7, will they go for a Lord? Or will they go for an endgame dahil medyo matagal yung death timer dito ng DFYG?
No, feeling ko kailangan i-Lord to ng NTT7. mahirapan sila ipipilit nilang i-push. Kasi, may Tori pa yung side ng DFYG eh. Though 4 naman sila, pero tingnan natin ang magiging call. So, umpisahan ni Doom yung Lord. And this time around, on the way na rin naman si Hide on Bush. Pero mapipilitan din dumipend si Akashi dun sa may top side. So, okay, bigay na to.
Bakit daw dalawa yung Blood Wings ni Valentina? Guys, baka yung isa sa kanan.
Yung isa sa kaliwa.
Diba? Kasi hindi ka naman makakalipad pag ano, isa lang.
Pag isa lang. Naku, tagilid ka nun. Paikot-ikot ka nun.
Pero baka ano lang yan, guys.
Bag lang.
Bag lang.
Pero baka nga, no?
Pwede
Check natin
kasi,
mamaya.
ano, diba? Additional
pag ganun
shield,
ba,
diba?
double shield yun?
Siguro
Nag-i-stock ba yung shield nun?
Stats lang siguro.
Baka stats lang.
Stats
Pwede.
lang. Ay, hindi yun, pinalitan na.
Ayun na, lampara
Wishing
na.
Lantern na, guys. Isang Blood Wings na lang.
Pinunahan nyo kasi.
Inaano nyo kasi, kinokomenta nyo.
Kinokomenta nyo.
Nabasa
Palitan ko na
tuloy.
nga.
Nabasa ni Shin. Where's Falcon? May 1 win na kagad sila, guys. Kasi, nag-default po yung Team Spirit. So, nasa upper bracket na yung Falcons PH. The winner of this team series, guys, will face Team Falcons PH. Sa mga English viewers natin yan. The loser will face Team Spirit.
Yes. Yes. No. Pero tingnan natin, guys. Sino nga, eto na ba ang last and final Lord na kakailanganan for the side of E7 to seal the series? Medyo makunat-kunat etong Lord.
Evolve Lord na to, Wait lang.
Nag-Guardian helmet si Hidden Bush. Ewan ko kung legit yun. Pero basag
Oy,
na sa
Petal
babay! May traceless ba palayo?
Nakatakas!
Wait! Teka lang, pero may... Bin diagram na naman sa dalawang teams natin. Pero nakafocus yung Lord dun sa ating base. Pasok si Hidden Bush. Ako pinagtutusok! Pero siya yung natusok! Naku, ang ganda nung nakakap 3 yung tinamaan. Pero pasok this time si Akashi. Gusto niya magwala. Si Yone magiging target. Nakakuha siya ng 2. Pero siya din naman na magiging kapalit. Pwedeng madamay si Zed pero hindi na. And oh my G, depensang Marino.
Baliktad
nakita
ang
na
senaryo.
DFYG.
Masyado kasing nagmadali yung Entity 7. Nakita natin na plinikiran nila si Zhao Shui. Nakataas pa si
Yun
Zhao.
nga.
Nakapag-buy and sell ng Immortality. At the same time, nagdikit-dikit yung mga miyembro ng Entity 7. Nung tumama yung needles ni
Damay.
Long, lahat sila. Burado.
Damay civilian, guys. Pati hindi kasali. Pero
2v4.
Hala ka.
Kailangan ngayon patagalin yung
Hala
game.
ka.
Kaso nga lang wala na si Vagwin.
Hala ka.
Si Shin na lang ang matitirang depensa. Tapos patay na rin si Shin. Wala, hindi ko alam parang sobrang unexpected nung nangyari na yon. Evolve Lord yung hawak ng Entity 7, tapos sila pa ngayon yung tatalunin. Napalalim lang din talaga si Hidden Bush. 5 seconds for this link, pero hindi na tayo aabot doon. DFYG will take this series into win. And sila po yung makakalaban ng Team Falcons PH, while Entity 7, makakalaban naman yung Team Spirit sa lower bracket.
So, lose-lose ang naging series.
Lose-lose, guys. Lose-lose.
medyo mahirap ang pagdadaanan nila. Pero either way, of course, magandang tempo na to. And I'd say, kumbaga, at least na-vibe check na ng DFYG kung paano mananalo sa series, kung paano yung meta, paano yung galawan dito sa GOTF natin. So, I guess, pwede nilang dalhin yun since Falcons, wala pa silang nilalaro. Baka kailangan pa nila mag-warm up bukas.
Siyempre guys, return talaga yon guys. Kasi hindi naman sila naglaro Default yon. Pero that's our series number 2. Sa mga nagtatanong po for the match ng SRG versus Aurora Gaming, just keep on watching. Mamaya, Aurora SRG na. Yun na yung next natin. But for now, we will take a short break. Sa pagbabalik namin, SRG versus Aurora na. Guys,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. For the next several days, Astana will host one of the most exciting sporting events of the year. But this isn't a regular sports tournament. The Games of the Future bring together the best of both worlds, traditional sports and cyber sports, in a unique format called Phygital, which combines physical and digital competition. In Phygital sports, athletes have to perform both on the screen and on the field. They need fast reactions, smart decision-making, teamwork, and physical fitness. Winning here takes much more than mastering just one side of the game. This year, the tournament welcomes more than 800 athletes from more than 50 countries, competing across 8 different disciplines. Players, coaches, fans, and technology brands have all come together in Astana to be part of this global event. The competition is fierce, with a prize pool of over $4 million. But the Games of the Future are about more than just winning. They show how sport is changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already attracted a huge global audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of millions of people, most of them between the ages of 18 and 34. A younger generation who are invested in both sports and digital competitions. It's clear that phygital sports are becoming one of the fastest growing trends in the world of competition. Over the next few days, we'll take you behind the scenes, meet the athletes, hear their stories, and find out what it takes to succeed in this one-of-a-kind tournament. From quick interviews and fun challenges to exciting matches, we'll show you everything happening at the Games of the Future. So stay with us as we explore the future of sport, right here in Astana. Let's get started.
images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah.
and finally back. Thank you so much to all of the audience, everybody who's been sticking for this game of SRG facing up against Aurora here in Group C. Yes, it did take a little bit of time, but we wanted to make sure that everything was going to run smooth for our players, and our league ops have been working very, very hard to make sure that everything is going to line up here. Remember, we are live mobile category presented by Freedom here at Digital Games of the Future. SRG will be taking on Aurora here, and this was a matchup that we've been very excited about for LFL.
Oh yeah, for sure, especially because Aurora should be, you know, it should be pretty good based on what happened in MSC, but SRG for now, you know, we have Innocent Cram, Sakai, Stormy, as well as Humes. It's unfortunate, but they were eliminated quite early in their previous tournament, so we'll see whether they have figured out the meta, because that's pretty much what everyone's saying, that they lost just because they could not figure out what's going on, right? In comparison to Aurora, they got a lot going on. Like, they have a lot of metas. It's just that, you know, it's unfortunate, but they weren't able to clutch it out. So this is going to be interesting. You know, Aurora wants some kind of revenge, and SRG wants to prove themselves that they're still good.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense here with Lunar, Pagu, Rosa, Sigaboom, as well as Tianzi going pretty far during MSC's time. I think there's still a lot that this roster wanted to offer up on the table, and it's just unfortunate that the meta right now just feels very coin flippy. It feels like everything can work in unless you completely understand the ins and outs of every single hero that is supposed to be meta, and more importantly, what your opponent's priorities are going to be. I think that's the real difference maker here, and overall, they've innovated every scene so far. We got Apex 47 in the back to make sure everybody's up to date with things on the back end, and of course Coach Midnight as well, live on that stage itself to draft for the team.
Nice to see Midnight still there, and looks like the Atlas as well as Marcel have been banned out alongside with the Zushin from Aurora Gaming, and for SRG, banning the Freya as well as the Paquito, I'm thinking of Fanny should be banned here, because Tianzi has shown that he has a pretty wicked Fanny. It's something that you really should respect.
I think everybody needs to respect it, unfortunately. The Freya, of course, Paquito getting banged alongside it to make sure that the double fighters isn't going to show up. They leave the Fanny and Hirara for the choice of Aurora Gaming, as they are the ones who lock in the Barats as their first pick.
And I feel like we've seen enough to know that the Barats is actually a pretty strong first pick, because even if you counter him in lane, his prowess is really just going to be annoying when it comes to picking someone off. Which, by the way, just notice, looks like Uni will be playing this one, not Sakai's. So I wonder if this is a trend that it will, you know, continue on even towards the MPLs. Looks like we're jumping off the draft for a while. Maybe something is going on. Hopefully that will get sorted out. But yeah, the Barats gets picked up, so I wonder if they do want the Fanny.
I think is Fanny something that they want, or do they prefer the Hirara for the iframes? And yep, it looks like they go for the Hirara for the extra iframes, and they make sure they also get access to the Selena, which is a really good option here, because it's not only does it slow down rotations, but it gives you the information that you need. This should be a Fanny pickup on the side of Aurora, but I don't know if they want to do it now. And yes, they immediately do so. Do they want to also hold on to the Cho just in case, or maybe like a Belleric Atlas?
And welcome back, guys, after ng mabilis na break natin. Nagbabalik-alik uli kami para sa ating pangatlong series pa lang. It's SRG versus Aurora Gaming. Again, guys, in team ng SRG, hindi po si Uni yung maglalaro, it will be Sekais. So perhaps nakuha na ni Sekais yung kanyang confidence, lalo na ito yung ginagamit niya nung sa isang tournament yung Hirara at Hirara na hindi naman gumagana, pero baka ngayon, guys, gumana na yan. Pero it will be against TNZ Fanny, so kailangan na kagad kumuha ng SRG ng mga pang-counter dyan.
Yun nga. Actually, madalas nilang kinukuha dyan na Badang. Pero aside from that, actually may kumuha din ng mga Kufra dyan.
Pwede.
Pero tingnan natin para side ng SRG.
May Melissa naman, di ba?
Oo nga, pwede. Ayun, kinuha na nga ng SRG. Pero alam naman natin, guys, coming in from the last tournament, yung Aurora Gaming natin sobrang init ng pinakita, and malayo-layo din compared sa SRG.
Ang aga ba din naman nila na early exit nung sa kabilang tournament, and totally hindi natin nakita yung kanilang full potential. And nung nilabas nila si Uni, medyo huli na yung lahat. But now, guys, ibang tournament to. For sure, nakapag-reset na yung mga teams natin, guys. Nalaman na kung ano yung mga dapat alisin, dapat i-adjust, and we will see that. Wait lang, wala pa naman palang marksman, so... wala pa, guys. Wala pa. Barats, Beleric, Fanny.
Thinking about it, that could have been a big problem.
Ban na lang sila dito ng ano.
I think, is there any
Grabe naman
real
yung mga picture ng
counters
player
for
dito na
Aurora?
SRG.
I mean, like, they are
Ano yung parang ano, 1 by 1 picture na. Tayo kayo, straight body lang, walang gagalaw. Sobrang professional naman ang picture nila, oh.
May sa DFYG nga kanina eh.
Yung parang mga
Naka-orange pa sila.
parang mga passport ID, oh.
Ayun nga. Okay, tama. Badang yung tinanggal this time ng Aurora Gaming. Meanwhile, sabagay, medyo pa ipagka-cheese strat din kasi yung nilalaro ng Aurora Gaming last tournament. So this time, they're gonna be opting to ban out yung Rafaela na
Aurora understands that they need to get
ni
rid
Rosa.
of
Ayun.
a counter engager or Badang can
Ano pala to, no? Arcadia versus Midnight pala to. Maganda yung ano na to, labanan sa utak, pre.
Mainit to.
Mind games pa lang, sa drop pa lang. Guys, sa mga nag-aabang, finally, ito na po yung laban ng Aurora versus SRG. Alam namin, guys, na after nung second series natin kanina sa Stream A, inabangan nyo talaga tong laban na to. And finally, ito na nga. Pero banning tayo, Brody yung last ban ng SRG. For the side of Aurora Gaming, show naman yung kanilang aalisin, follow up by Badang. So, tinatanggalan lang din nila ng mga hero na pwedeng kumontrol dito sa ano? Sa Fanny, di ba? Kasi ano ba pwedeng pakontrol dyan aside sa Melissa ng mga roamer?
Pwede nila yung Kalea yan kung gusto nila.
Kalea, no? Hindi ko nga nakikita yung Kalea, lalo na more on Assassin tayo, no? Parang okay nga sana yung mga Kalea dyan.
Kalea ka dyan.
Ang Divine Judgment.
Baka kunin this time.
Pero kailangan talagang sagutan yung ano dyan.
Huli ka.
Kailangan sagutan yung Fanny. Kung hindi, magiging Fanny game to.
Pero if ever, kung mapatagal nila, baka kayanin.
Wala pang XP and roam. Cupra? Hindi siya ano eh. Pero ang hirap ng mechanics niya na ipang-counter dun sa Fanny. Kailangan on point yung bouncing ball mo. Kailangan matalunan mo talaga on point yung Fanny. Kasi once na malayo ka dun sa range ng Fanny, same as nothing din yung Cupra dito. Tapos may Eudora pa yung Aurora. Ang hirap ng ano. Maganda on paper yung drop ng SRG pero mas mahirap siya i-execute compare sa drop dito ng Aurora na alam mong napakadaling ano eh, pagganahin, di ba?
Oo. So tingnan natin, last pick this time, we're looking for XP laner na lang para sa side ng SRG. So feeling ko kailangan din nila ng ano, XP lane na may crowd control probably.
Hindi enough yung ano, hindi enough yung Cupra lang. Mahirapan sila kung doon lang sila asa mamaya sa crowd control nila.
Yan nga.
Probably ano ba? Pop use? Ay hindi. Yuzong, tas Petrify? O Benedetta may Petrify? Ganon? Basta may Petrify para additional crowd control. Or...
Pakito.
Pakito, okay.
Pwede nila ilagay sa XP.
Ay, Tirisla? Ano bang map to? Kasi kung hindi ano to, kung hindi expanding rivers to, parang ang bagal ng ano? Ang bagal ng Terisla. Pero kung team fight naman na 5v5, di ba?
Pwede. Tsaka pwedeng i-layer din sa ano, Tyrant's Rage ng Cupra.
Pero hindi ba sagot sila ng Belly Ray? Kasi tatalon yung Cupra, tatalon yung Terisla.
Tapos ultihan lang.
Ultihan lang, Ratriad lang, di ba? Tapos may Detona's Welcome pa. What's next after that?
Sasayawan na lang sila ng Fanny dyan. Pero if ever naman na gumana, edi better para sa side nila.
Pero ito na nga guys, kumpleto na yung both teams drop natin. It will be SRG versus Aurora. Again, sa mga sumusuporta po sa dalawang team na to.
Eto na.
Eto na yung chance nyo para suportahan sila. Sa mga gusto po sumali sa ating group chat guys, sa ating GC, support the stream by sharing the live. Message nyo lang po yung page ng Just ML sa mga gustong sumali sa group chat natin. And sa mga gustong sumabay, sa alam nyo ng suportahan, alam nyo na po kung ano ang gagawin nyo. Message nyo lang po yung page ng Just ML. Napakadali guys.
Napakadali. Pero tingnan natin, mukhang mahirapan this time yung Hirara pick coming in from SRG. Pero, uy, amang plano this time. Ang importante lang naman sa side ng Aurora Gaming, mapagana nila early game yung yung Fanny. Kasi kung di gumana ng early game yung Fanny, mahirapan din
Tsaka
sila.
parehas silang yung both jungler nila, reliant sa purple buff, kailangan makuha nila. Pero wait
Eto
lang,
na.
first blood, makukuha nga ni Yams bago yung babagsak. And Rosa with a flicker and port lighting, tatama din. May bawi yung SRG pero kailangan mag-out ni TNC. Tatama naman yung
Kasi
keyboard niya.
Innocent!
Kaso nga lang, Innocent to the rescue and SRG. Hindi pa sila tapos as Yams charging in. Tumama pa yung bana ni Stormy.
Kakagatin.
And Rosa, hindi nga lang
Bang.
tumama yung Abyssal Trap pero okay lang din daw dahil nakalmot na nga si Stormy. That will be 3-1. Early aggression kagad yung pinakita ng dalawang teams natin and SRG yung lumamang sa team fight na yon.
Naku, 3-1 agad guys ha. And definitely good para sa side ng SRG considering na yes, early game yung Fanny na gustong makuha ng Aurora Gaming. Kumuha din sila ng pang early game nila may ano sila dito, may Selena sila dito. So somehow mas okay, pwedeng mapagana ng SRG to pero ang medyo matagilid pa sa side ng Aurora Gaming. Si Innocent yung nakakuha ng early kill kanina onto TNZ. I guess lamang agad sa laning phase etong Melissa.
And wala kagad purple buff yung Fanny. Yung pa naman yung talagang bayad na bayad sa Fanny. Kailangan meron ka laging purple buff. Sakto pa dahil ito na nga yung turtle. Sinisimulan na to ng SRG.
Bigay.
Habang si TNC, kailangan niya munang abangan yung turtle niya. Actually, SRG pwede pang idiretso sa invade to kung gugustuhin nila. Pero mukhang, anong plano? Yums,
Ako, yun ang
waiting for
plano.
the target. Ito na nga, invade yung balak nilang gawin. Si Pago yung haharap sa side ng Aurora Gaming. Tatama yung paana dun sa taas. Lunar yung magiging target muna. Detonas welcome. Nakain yung isang miyembro.
Uy,
Pero penalty
penalty
zone.
zone.
And dire-diretso na nga yung team fight natin. Uni will get that kill. Si Uni pala yung naglalaro. Meron pa Tyrant Rage. Dalawa yung yayakap. Rather, tatlo. Story will go down but TNC will be the trade. 2-2 yung magiging trade natin. And hindi pa nakukuha yung purple buff ni TNC.
No, kailangan muna umuwi. Kailangan uwian muna yung purple buff. Masyadong naging madugo. Ang daming namatay for both teams pero ang maganda naman sa side ng SRG, hindi pa nakukuha yung purple buff. Pero tingnan natin this time kasi yung okay, masaya-secure niya naman this time kasi nga delikado na para sa SRG knowing na kumunik din pala kanina si Sigibom dito.
And talagang ginagandahan lang din talaga ni Kram yung mga rotation niya. Isipin mo yung Terisla na sobrang bagal lumakad.
Kumonekta pa?
Kumonekta kagad sa SRG. Talaga mas pina-prioritize dito ng SRG yung mga objectives, rotations. Pero Rekdi pwede mo na ata ibabayad. Hindi yung Rekdi namin yan guys yung pinaka-main source yan, pinaka-clean feed. Kanina pa kasi nasa taas yung emblem. Pwede na ata ibabayan mga boss. Ang dami ng teamfight na nagdaan na nandiyan pa yung emblem. Calling the attention. Guys, hindi po sa amin yan.
Papindot, guys.
Ayan, narinig ako guys.
Wala, kinukol lang pala yan.
That pala tinatawag natin. Salamat sa ating original Rekdi guys. Pero wait lang.
Ayun na, Wrath of Dryad this time. Naku, na-walls pa man si TNZ. Kaso lang, bouncing ball ang sagot ni Yums. Tyrant's Revenge, walang mahanap na target. So, disengage agad. Parang gumagana min. Yung Kufra pick dito for the side of SRG. Ganun lang pala kailangan.
Ganun naman pala yung kailangan laruin. And eto na naman guys, may turtle na naman silang paglalabanan. Mauuna nga lang dito yung side ng SRG. Kalahati yung buhay ni Pago. Pero Turtle, wait lang sa likod. Yams, tumalon na nga and sabay penalty zone. Rosa will go down. Wala na kagad yung Eudora. And SRG will take this Turtle. Kailangang umatras ang Aurora Gaming dahil wala na nga yung isang miyembro nila. The connection is there for the Selangor Red Giants.
And secured ng SRG yung Turtle. Pwede pa actually kumuha ng pailang-ilang gold plating pero yung purple buff lang din naman kasi yung magiging target nila this time. Pero disengage ang call parang nag-alangan yung SRG sa pagkakataon na yun knowing na may Detonas welcome na available, may Thunder's Wrath din na pwedeng gamitin si Rosa. So anyhow, kung sinong malambot na magkakamali, mababurst down din agad. So successfully this time, may purple buff na si TNZ. Pero
going back
sa mid, ang plano ng Aurora Gaming. Currently lead is on the side of SRG
Pero 1K lang yan. Parang parang ang daming team fight, no? Ang gaganda ng mga setup ng SRG, pero all in all, 1K lang din pala yung limp nila. So in a sense, nakakahanap ng ibang way sila. Sige po, para makapag-farm with 1-0-1. Kahit napupuruan si TNC with 0-2 na ngayon.
Yun nga.
Bagal din kasi mag-rotate talaga niya.
Wala.
Kram.
Hirap din kasi talaga. Ano yan eh. Ayun o, siya rin naiiwan sa mga teamfight. Kaya,
Oh!
double kill!
Kay Une, shutdown mula kay Rosa. Ito na ba
Free hit
yung
lang.
lante ng
Free hit
Aurora?
lang.
And Needles ni Innocente konektado naman kaso Lunar will get the kill. Si Lunar na nga lang yung nag-iisa dito. Andito naman si Gigaboom to the rescue if ever na makapag-preheat. Wala na penalty zone. Tatama ba yung pana? Kay Lunar lang. And Lunar, siya na lang yung magiging ally. May trade kahit papano pero mukhang equal trade lang.
Equal trade nga lang. And this time, feeling ko, goods pa rin yun para sa side ng SRG. Pero this time, anong item ang kailangan for the side of TNZ? Kasi behind na siya sa item, feeling ko at this point kailangan may adjustment din. Probably ma-force siya mag-War Axe dito for just that extra sustain. Kasi this time, Blade of Heptasis, lagi siyang napapanish eh.
Pero dikit talaga yung game natin. And another rat triad na naman magagaling kay
Ay,
Pago.
may
Kram with a penalty zone dun sa likod. Pero masyado atang malalim yan. Uni will get that kill. Rosa will go down. Double kill para kay Uni. Isusunod pa sa hukay. Kaso may bawi din sa Sigaboom. Wala na si Innocent. Another 2-2 trade na naman. Talagang pantay yung laban.
Naku, pantay na pantay. Pero this time lamang yung side ng Aurora dito sa Turtle. Naku, na-walls pa man si Stormy. Buti na lang at may dash. Nakatakas pa nga. Pero it seems like Aurora Gaming, hindi muna sila kukuha ng Turtle. And actually, buhay na rin lahat ng miyembro ng SRG ngayon, ha?
7 minutes pero yung team fight natin. In 19 kills kagad yung kill count. Paano na lang yung prediction ko dito? Mukhang nagdedehado na talaga. Pero going back guys, yung Turtle kanina pa to pinanghahawakan ng dalawang team natin. Kanina pa nila pinaglalabanan and wala pa rin nakakakuha niyan.
Ay nako, Detonas welcome this time. Nako, medyo makunat yung target pero okay lang, kaya naman daw i-burst si Youngs. Nako, nakabouncing ball pero patay pa rin. Killing spree na nga si Sigiboom. Kaso lang yung mga needles ni Innocent kumokonect ng maigi. Naku, naghati-hati sa damage. No, lahat ng members ng Aurora this time. Masusunog pa si TNC. And this time, yung Turtle, mapupunta pa nga sa side ng SRG. Naku.
Kanina pa pinangahawakan yung Turtle na yun. Kanina pa hindi namamatay. Finally, nakuha na ng side ng SRG. Pero hindi pa naman tapos, guys. Lalaban pa daw dito yung team ng Aurora Gaming. May item naman kasi si Sigaboom. Currently 303 KDA. So kung sakaling item lang yung kailangan natin pag-usapan, andun pa rin naman sa side ng Aurora. Kaso nga lang, nadadali sila ng mga biglaang talon ni Yams at ni Kram. Dalawa kasi yung tumatalon eh.
Ako, ang dami. At nahihirapan na rin actually si TNZ ngayon. Well, actually, nakabawi-bawi na rin pala. May 2 kills na siya. Pero, compared with the Uni kasi, wala, medyo malaki yung difference. Pero Yams ngayon, Tyrant's Revenge nakakasa. Si TNZ yung target ni Yakap na nga, sabay pana na lang. Mabilis ang burst para sa side ng SRG. Bagsak si TNZ pero may counter go yung side ng Aurora. Pasok si Kram sa likod with a penalty zone. Kaso yung damage enough buff. It's Innocent na naman. Another Tyrant's Revenge na may bouncing ball. Pero parang kinukulang sa damage yung side ng SRG. Pang one hitan lang ba sila? Rosa falls down as well. Ipipilit pa ni Uni. Okay, kalman mo.
Grabe naman yung mga in and out ng dalawang teams natin. But this time guys, wala nang bawi na nakuha yung Aurora Gaming. Successful team fight yun para sa SRG. Hindi na napita si Innocent. Well, positioning ng kanyang Goey. At the same time, hindi rin masyadong kumonekta yung mga bala ni Sigaboom. Kasi sobrang dali lang din talaga kunin ni Sigaboom kung gugustuhin ng SRG na magko-commit sila. Ang dami na ng resources. Andyan yung Cupra, yung talon ni Cupra, talon ni Yams. Kram pwede rin mag-force ng flicker niya. Pero kasi kahit mag-front to back yung SRG dito, upward nila eh. Dahil may item si Innocent. Stormy yung mga pana niya. Even Uni na currently 6-2-3 na ngayon. Uni pala to kasi kanina yung picture, Sek Ice yung nakalagay eh.
Ayan nga. Pero tingnan natin, parang mas gahana pala talaga si Uni dito side ng SRG. Pero tingnan natin, Lord naman, this time, mapagagawa ng mga teams. I think ang call for SRG is to force out na mag-retribution si TNZ. Kasi kapag hindi siya naparetry dito, no, medyo delikado yung Lord take ng SRG. Pero inumpisa na ng SRG yung Lord. Meanwhile, ang layo pa ng ibang members for Aurora Gaming. Anong plano nila dito?
TNZ, if ever yung pwedeng umagaw, kaso naka-ready si Yams, matatalunan nga lang si Lunar na nakaapak ng Abyssal Trap. Ito na yung cable ni TNZ, pero nireset lang kasi ng SRG, sabay all-in, go-in na nga daw. Alam na nila kung nasan si TNZ and hinahabol siya ngayon ni Uni, mapapa-out si TNZ and it's a signal for SRG na ituloy itong Lord.
Yun nga, mukhang Lord muna ang kanila magiging call. Actually, abot ba si TNZ dito? Parang abot naman. Pero naku, si Pago kasi talagang sinasalong maigi yung damage.
Mga pana, no?
Yung pana, nung needles, lahat ng damage na binabat.
Grabe naman si Stormy. Ano, may magnet yung pana nun? And Aurora Gaming, ibibigay na lang to. In exchange, masesecure ni TNZ yung kanyang purple buff. So, in a sense, parang mas okay ka na doon kung ikaw yung Aurora. At least, madedepensa mo pa naman to. It's not the end pa naman para sa Aurora Gaming. Capable naman silang depensa to. May items si Sigibomb and even yung other members ng Aurora Gaming. But it means, mas malaki or mas madami yung items ng SRG.
5k lead ngayon. Basag pa yung mga tore dito ng Aurora Gaming. Tingnan natin. Paano sila dedepensa? Kasi hindi rin naman pala pang HG tong
Yun nga.
yung lineup ng Aurora Gaming. Pero tingnan natin, baka kayanin naman sa pindutan na lang. May item na rin naman si Sigibomb, so baka pwedeng sa normalings na lang abutin itong Lord. May Holy Shield pa naman available for the side of Aurora Gaming, so hindi pa ito magiging katapusan nila.
Kaso ang problem talaga dito, yung mga paana na pwedeng tumama ng ganon sa may talon. Sigibomb will go down. Konektado yung mga crowd control dito ng SRG. Wala na kagad yung isang didepensa para sa kanila. Andito naman si TNZ para dumepensa, kaso wala siyang purple buff. And alam naman natin na pag walang purple yung isang Fanny, hindi siya makakapag-spam ng mga cables niya and innocent babasag lang. The Abyssal Arrow and tumama na naman sa may go away para hindi makauwi si TNZ. TNZ is down and Innocent continues lang sa pag-bring it. Bagsak na rin si Lunar. Hinihintay na lang yung minion wave para tapusin to. Buhay na naman si Sigibomb pero Cram will be the trade. And Sigibomb finding other ways para maka-trade man lang kahit paano. Kaso mag-isa na lang kasi siyang didepensa and it's SRG for our game number 1. Defeating Aurora Gaming in a dominating manner, guys. Grabe naman yung game 1 natin.
Grabe. Only bakbakan ang pinakita ng dalawang teams. Pero considering na, yun nga, assassin yung heroes and parehong teams gustong makuha yung early game, feeling ko doon nag-matter yung game natin eh. Early game-wise,
pantay, di ba?
Pantay pa eh. Pero nung naka-item si Innocent, plus kumonekta rin kasi yung mga pana ni Stormy. Lalo ng mga crucial moments.
Medyo nagdadoubt pa ako nung una dun sa Cupra Terisla, pero hindi nakapag-funny si TNC. Talagang na-focus siya, napuruhan si TNC doon, guys. Especially, sobrang well-commended yung pana ni Stormy na tumama doon kay Sigibomb. Yun talaga yun talaga yung parang tumapos ng laban. After tumama nun, walang top boots, wala ring purify, sabay talon si Yams, talon si Cram, all in yung SRG. And, worth it naman yung ginawa nila, di ba? Kasi nga nakuha nila yung game number 1, guys.
Ang ganda ng pinakita ng Aurora. But of course, SRG proves the better team para dun sa game number 1. But of course, guys, meron pa tayong game number 2 and possibly game number 3. Nga pala yung Casters Oblivion and Brokey. Magbabalik kami para sa game 2 ng series between Aurora Gaming and SRG.
I think unfortunately SRG is arguably
Hi guys, welcome back. Game number 2. It's SRG versus
Aurora Gaming. Yeah, siyempre nauna
yung upo, guys.
Kuha ng panalo yung SRG kanina. And this time they are gonna be going with the same route as it's gonna be Melissa and Hirara pa rin na kanilang kukunin. Pero a lot of different picks coming in from Aurora Gaming as we are seeing yung Harley and Barat sa side nila. Since yung
Minute lang.
Uranus.
Tingnan mo mukha kasi ni... Ay, hindi. Si Yuni na pala.
Yuni na.
Si Yuni.
Nung kanina, nung 5. Si Sekais pa.
Kanina si Sekais yung nandiyan, kaya akala namin si Sekais. Pero Uni po yung naglalaro na jungler sa side ng SRG, while for Aurora, guys, yun pa rin. Actually, ano lang din, oh. Barat si Lunar, Eudora ni Rosa, di ba? Napalitan lang ng Harley ni TNZ, nawala yung ano. Actually, hindi nawala. Talagang hindi lang nila kinuha yung Fanny.
Oo nga, no?
Open yung Fanny, oh.
Feeling ko kasi alam na ng SRG paano sagutin eh.
Bagay. Tingnan mo ano yan. Gold Harley.
Labo.
Uy, may mga nagaganon guys sa rank game. Ginagawa ko yun. Pero Brody,
Alam
yung
nyo na guys,
tatanggalin
pag
ng
naalaro
SRG.
nyo, i-report nyo na lang.
O hindi, panalo kami doon.
Panalo.
Ka-inspire.
Okay.
Tapos
Bagay.
Lilia.
Attack speed pag nakompleto mo yung
diba?
cards ng purse eh.
Hindi yung ano, susunod mamimeta yun guys. Abangan nyo lang.
Sige. Abangan natin.
Mm,
Lilia ban, tapos ang ban ng SRG ngayon.
tingnan mo yung ano, no, yung SRG. Hindi magpapani. Kuha tayo na makunat na hero. Hindi na natin kailangan ng crowd control eh.
Yun nga eh.
Di ba? Hindi naman masyadong mahirap hulihin to kaysa pani.
Pangsagasa na lang lineup nila
Ngayon,
dito.
ang problem mo, paano mo ipe-penetrate tong Uranus na hindi ka naman totally burst out or deep AS rather. Di ba?
Yun nga eh. Let's see. Ban ng Minotaur. Bagay,
Interesting. Ay, counter nga pala sa Melissa yun. Isa sa mga, guys, counter sa Melissa. Minotaur.
Bakit?
Hindi ko rin alam. Hindi sinabi ko lang
okay.
Akala mo may may punchline ako. Wala yan ngayon.
Alas 11 na kasi.
Baka mamaya maisipan ko.
Sige. Pero Belleric yung tinanggal ng Aurora Gaming. Meanwhile, picks this time para sa side ng SRG. XP, Uranus. Tapos,
Roamer mid lane. Roamer tsaka mid. Magamit ka na yun. Selena, no? Kaso tinanggal nila yung Selena. Louis, pre. Louis
chip.
Oo, Louis chip. Hindi. Pwede uli sa Cupra eh. Okay naman kasi laging namamatay si Rose eh. Di ba? Pwede rin badang. Pili ko okay din yung Joe, tama.
Sabagay, panghabol nga sa Carly kahit mag-space escape.
Tsaka halos same din naman sa badang kasi parehas naman sumusuntok eh.
Oo naman.
Sipa.
May sipa lang to.
May sipa lang.
Pero mid lane, walang Zushin, Lilia.
Zeshan, pare.
Zeshan to.
Hindi, Joe eh.
Pwede naman Zeshan eh.
Pero Aurora, Marksman, Kalin tuloy. Hindi, Uranus pa lang kunat yan, boss. Carry or Claude?
Carry Claude nga.
Carry Claude.
O baka mga scope.
Tapos kuha kayo ng badang, no? Sila ang pwedeng magbadang.
Sa Rome? Gatot.
Okay.
Sabagay. Pagka-detonas, iaano mo lang.
Sabay Claude nga, no?
Sila yung kumuha ng Claude this time.
Pagka-detonas, sabay welcome, no?
Pwede. Pagka-avatar.
Guardian.
Guardian mo na. Pagka-deadly mo,
may magic.
mo na.
Pwede yung mga ganun Maganda yung mga ganun
Tapos after nun, Thunders mo.
Pagka-Thunders mo, rat.
Irarat mo na lang.
Ano pa ba? Tapos yung duet mo, Wow.
Nice. Kompleto sa Aurora Gaming, guys. Kompleto yan.
For SRG, last pick, mid laner, Zeshan talaga yung nakikita ko dyan.
Eve nila to.
Eve? Mahirap pa. Rafaela. Tsaka nilabas yung Rafaela. Sila yung naglabas.
Taste of your own medicine.
Grabe yung pagka-healing. Hindi, alam mo yan? Pagka-healing. Galing. Pero paano mo nga naman kasi penetrate yung Uranus na merong healer sa likod, di ba?
May mataas na nga yung heal, i-heal mo pa ulit.
Para ano dyan, no? Yams kalaki mong tao. Rafaela yung gamit mo. Nakita. Saan ko nakita yun? Sa ano yun eh? Parang sobrang macho niya. Sa Riyadh ata yun. Nakalimutan ko anong tournament. Tapos ang main hero, Angela.
Aba.
Yams. Nakakapanibago kasi. Ay, hindi pala si Yams to. Si ano nga pala to?
Si Stormy.
Si Stormy nga pala. Okay lang. Kala ko si Yams. Si Yams nga pala yung show, guys. My bad, guys. Ano na kasi, guys, 11:17 PM na, guys,
11 time check.
Yung kabilang stream, guys, 4th series na sila. Pag game 2 na sila, tapos tayo, 3rd series pa lang. May last series pa kami.
Meron pa kami mamaya, guys. Diyan lang kayo. Kung gusto nyo, umorder na kayo ng kape nyo.
Tas ano to, no?
Tapos, isabay nyo kami.
Tas game 3 to, no? Tapos 2 hour, ano uli?
2 hours break.
Oh,
Sarap. Uwi pa kaya ako na. Brooks, patulog ako, Brooks.
may bago doon, may bagong unit doon.
Sige. Check natin, mamaya.
So, yung unit sa taas. Kumakatok pa gano'n.
Yun lang. Nihirap
Pero
yan.
going back, guys, check nyo muna yung emblems. Nothing nyo naman.
Nothing new?
Uy, si Kram naka-high and dry, ah.
Si Kram?
Oo, alam ba yung high and dry?
Pag
high, may dry.
Dry nga yun.
Pero guys, mas matakit yung ano niyan, pag solo lang yung kalaban mo. Goods yan. Sorry guys, 11 PM na kasi guys. Kung gusto nyo magpa-shoutout guys, comment lang kayo ha. Why did Falcon win immediately? Samurai X, because Team Spirit default. English mo, Obs.
Because Team Spirit have other commitments and they cannot play their series against Falcons. Pero first blood, ako TNZ, nagigilits. Guys, heal nga yan. Ang hirap patayin yan.
Tsaka si Innocent pa ka mo yung nakakuha ng kill. So, extra. Actually, siya rin yung nakakuha ng assist na yun. So, mas lalamang kagad si Innocent compare dito kay Sigibam. I think medyo,
parang
ano yun
game 1 lang, min.
questionable, ano yun, decision yun for Aurora Gaming kasi ayaw mong ipa-early snowball tong SRG.
Yun na nga, ang problema. Nako, ang hirap nito ha. Oy! Pero teka lang, may gulat play. Dito nas welcome. Inaliyop lang, pero kaya bang i-burst? Ang sagot ay hindi po. Matutulak pa balik? Hindi na rin. Pero si Kram this time, mukhang siya naman ang gustong bumawi. May ultimate si Stormy. Actually, pwede niyang istanin yung tropahan ng Aurora. Pero turtle lang ang call for the side of SRG. Habang si Kram, talaga namang guguluhin lang at mukhang gusto pang ihatid si Pagu pauwi sa kanilang base. Pero wala na dito nas welcome, so freely makakapanggulo si Kram pag mga ganito And this time, turtle secured. Para sa side ng SRG, walang bawi yung Aurora Gaming.
Wala. Mapa-objectives, mapa-kin. Hindi kasi talaga totally, enough yung damage ng Aurora dahil nga dun sa healing galing na binibitaw ni Stormy. May gusto ko i-burst, pero andyan si Stormy sa likod. Actually, kahit successful nga na makapatay silang ng isa, as long na hindi na-interrupt si Stormy, bubuhayin niya lang.
Yun nga.
Balik uli sa teamfight. So, sobrang ganda talaga ng last pick dito ng SRG. Pinakita ng Aurora Rafael ang nagamit ni Coach Arcadia, no?
May ganyan pala kayo.
May ganyan pala kayo, guys.
Okay. Meron na rin kami yan.
Guys, ang mananalo po dito sa SRG versus Aurora, makakalaban yung mananalo sa Mongolz versus Rune Eaters. Tapos, ang matatalo, syempre, yung matatalo dun sa nabanggit ko kanina.
Yun nga. Tingnan natin. This time, Blazing Do It, ginamit onto Innocent. But of course, ang hirap pang patayin yan kasi nga nakalamang sila kanina. And with that, alos 2,000 din pala actually yung lamang ng SRG compared with Aurora Gaming.
Bilis?
Feeling ko, ganito lang. Tapos, ay, mamamatay si Pagu. Patay nga.
Ang bilis kasi, hindi lang kasi healing yung pinoprovide ni Stormy, yung movement speed.
Kompleto talaga.
Tapos meron pa kayong show sa mga ganyang pick-upan. May Way of the Dragon pa pala, hindi pa pala na-pop sa baba. May Thunderstrat pero hinil lang ni Stormy yung damage dito ng Aurora Gaming. And ngayon hinahabol na si Barney and Barney will go down. Actually, nakatakas pa nga si Lunar. May AOG. At may Avatar, may Guardian. And 3-1. And si Kram yung magiging sunod na target ng Aurora Gaming. Pero makakatakas naman si Kram. Grabe naman yung juggle ng crowd control ng Aurora game. May ganun pala.
Kaya pala yun.
Kaso buhay na uli.
Yan lang eh.
Binuhay.
O ano, may revive pa pala tong Rafaela.
Ay, hindi si Stormy pala yung namatay. Okay. My bad, guys.
Pero Turtle this time, pwestuhan sa dalawang teams. Medyo malayo pa actually si Uni. Pero I guess, iso-stall lang to ng SRG and Cram. Nandito na. Sipa again. Si Pago yung magiging target. May revitalize pero kaya bang i-sustain? Walang AOG pala yun. Nagsama-sama dun sa Thunder's Wrath. Kaso lang, hinil lang ulit ni Stormy. Siya daw yung mamamatay. Pero this time, I think Aurora does have a better grasp dun sa ating Turtle.
Ay, yung conductor damage ni Rosa. No? Pag dikit-dikit
Sabagay,
sila,
no?
pag tinamaan ng Thunder's Wrath, yung link
Damay
niya, lahat meron link eh.
Naka-static link. Naka-static link din pala yun.
Lahat walang lahat masasaktan, lahat mabibigyan.
Yan nga.
And currently, 2-0 na si Rosa, mga sir. Talagang bawing-bawi sa performance niya kanina. Pero wait lang, Turtle is up. Nakain dito si Pago,
Ayun,
sabay
patay.
Thunder's Wrath na naman. Lunar yung makakuha ng kill.
AOG,
Lunar, medyo
dalawa.
nadedelehado nga lang yung buhay niya. Pero makakatakas na naman si Lunar. And dito sa likod, tuloy pa rin yung team fight. Pero Pago, yung kanilang magiging target.
Pre-hit lang.
Gusto ibigay kay kay
Ay,
Uni.
Ayun, si Stormy pa nakakuha.
Gusto kasi ibigay kay Uni kasi may Sky Pierce si Uni. Kaso si Uni nag-out. Napapflicker pa tuloy si Stormy.
Pero okay lang. Still, for SRG, that is gonna be a kill for them. Laging napapunish si Pagoy. Wala rin kasing ibang magpo-front. Kaya nilang tunawin si Lunar at this point pa lang. Kaya na nilang tunawin si Lunar. And si Pago lagi yung nagsisuffer for the side of Aurora.
Siya si
Sino?
Punisher.
The Punished.
The punish lang. Kasi siya yung napapunish. Tama.
Tama. Pero Sipa, pwedeng sipain ako na. Ganda ng Sipa yung naliyup.
Sabay lightning
Sabahin nilang
Sacred
din.
Retribution lang and na-control nga doon si
Patay si
TNC.
Pago.
Hindi na nakagalaw. Sabay in and out. Yums. Kaso medyo makunat pa si si Pago. So magsusurvive na naman siya. But the kill, si Innocent yun yung mayaman sa side ng SRJ. Hindi maganda to para sa Aurora.
2-0 to. 6 minutes. Naku, problema to. Item check, paano na? Golden Step acquired, tapos
Isa na lang, corrosion
site na lang pala kailangan yan. Lamang din kasi siya sa kanina. Sa laning phase pa lang, basag na nga yung
first blood,
Tore.
sobrang laki na nakuha niyang gold dun sa first blood. Pero good thing for Aurora, yung na-build na Sky Piercer ni Uni as of
Nabawasan.
now. Wala pa rin naman.
Wala pa.
Wala pa rin stock. Pero wait lang.
Lalim
sa
nito.
gitna, medyo malalim si Cram.
Parang
Magsusurvive
kaya.
pa.
Uy, grabe.
Saktong-sakto naman yung healing ni Stormy.
Sabay counter-engage lang, parang pwede naman. Walang
And
ultimate.
nagamit na lahat. Wala nang Thunder's Wrath. Wala nang Detona's
Deadly Magic.
Welcome. Even yung Deadly Magic nga dito. So, ano ba to? Pre-turtle na naman ba to para sa SRG?
Parang pwede, parang kaya. Ang kaso lang may AOG Blazing Duet combo pa yung Aurora Gaming. Not sure about the item of Sigibam, pero feeling ko naman hindi pa rin buo yung Trinity item niya dito. This time, umpisa ng SRG yung ating Turtle. Nakapwesto si Pago para lang sipatin kung saan niya ba ilalapag yung AOG niya. Pero Retreat TNZ pa rin makakuha. Sabay Titonas welcome AOG combo. Blazing Duet bigla ang ilalapag sa side ng SRG. Bagsak yung tatlo. Wala man lang naging kapalit sa side ng Aurora.
Mas malakas pala yung AOE damage ng Aurora Gaming after nung superconductor na galing do kay Rosa, Thunder's Wrath. Merong additional Blazing Duet. Pero binuhay si Uni. Pero yung gold kasi napunta na sa side ng Aurora Gaming. Walang nakakuha ang trade yung SRG doon.
Ay, naku, napasobra. Nasubsub si Yums. Pero okay lang, pwede naman yata itong bigyan. Hindi alam ito may stun at si Yums pa nga ang delikado bigla. Pero pasok si Uni, pwede mag-counter-engage. Nandito si Cram with the Flying Clouds. Pero nako, Rosa ang mabibigyan. Madadamay pa. Ay, hindi nakita si Pago. Pwede sanang idamay.
Pero that's it, guys. Tapos na yung mahabang team fight natin. Tabla na ngayon uli yung laban. And Sigibam, I think, nakahabol na rin siya ng farm kay Innocent. Probably mas mayaman na.
Pwede.
Na nakita na rin natin yung damage.
Hala
But
ka.
onto the middle lane, magagawa naman mabuhay ni Lunar. Nagamit nga lang yung kanyang Detona's Welcome pero papasok ata si Cram. And Deadly Magic binigay na rin naman sa kanya. Pero after that, wala na rin. Parehas kasi may sustain to kaya ang hirap nung ang team fight nilang dalawa eh.
Yun nga. Pero feeling ko ang factor para sa side ng SRG, yung pagkuha nila nung Rafaela, kailangan nila magdikit-dikit din kasi. So, mas gana yun para sa para kay Rosa. Pero dito na welcome this time. Naku, makunat na burst actually this time si Cram. walang sipa na pangganti yung side ng SRG.
Tsaka hindi rin kasi makalapit si Stormy kasi pwede siyang madamay doon if
Oo,
ever.
hindi
And
pwede.
mas pinili na lang na SRG, okay, nagamit yung resources guys. Hindi pa naman na sobrang punishable yung death timer. Aabot pa sa Lord if ever. Pero yung space kasi na kinukuha ngayon ng Aurora, pwede nilang basagin tong Torre sa baba. Tapos pwede na rin nilang gandahan yung pwesto nila mamaya sa Lord.
Ganun nga, pero basag yung Torre sa bot side ng SRG. Samantalang shinove lang yung wave dun sa top side nila. Pero at this point, feeling ko, wala, behind na dito yung side ng SRG. Mahirapan sila tumimfight dito, men. Kasi isipin mo, si Kram, kaya nila i-burst.
Yun nga.
So what more yung ibang members na dala-dala ng SRG na mas madali na mga dihamak na mas madali silang i-burst dun.
And feeling ko kanina pa nakukuha to si Lunar pero laging nagsusurvive. No,
Yun
kaya
nga.
lang, kanina pa
Di pa pala namamatay.
Hindi pa 1-0-4. Laging kamuntikan na. Kaso may additional kunat kasi talaga yung Detona's
Detona's
welcome niya eh. But wait
Ala
lang.
ka, patay si Yums.
Namatay pala si Yums dun sa gitna. Gusto nilang kunin si Lunar. Binuhay naman si Yums. Kaya okay lang din
Ala ka
daw.
na to.
Pero ito ang hindi pwedeng mamatay.
Ay, ang ganda.
Napakagandang linya naman yun mula kay Stormy. BMI out para kay Sige Bomb. Pago sustaining his life dahil dun sa revitalize. Pero nasipa na nga ni Yams. And si Pago yung kanilang gusto
Kunot.
kunin. Pago will go down 4v5 and this time Aurora Gaming wala silang katulad ni Stormy na bumubuhay lang and the vengeance is enough to survive. Kram, may Detona's welcome. Kaso namatay nga lang sa mga needles ni Innocent habang yung Lord inakuha na pala ng Aurora Gaming. Ang tagal ng teamfight pero sila pa rin pala yung nakasecure ng Lord.
Nako, pero dun sa gitna mababasag. Meanwhile, sa top side, ayaw patakasin si Rosa. Nakaabang lang din actually si Sige Bomb.
Shot down.
Check ba to, guys? Parang
Oops.
hindi na okay.
Hindi alam. Sacrifice lang si Rosa. Pero ito na naman yung senaryo natin kanina eh. Back and forth na naman yung teamfight natin. And even though nakakuha ng Lord yung Aurora Gaming and natabasan naman sila ng mga miyembro, naubo sila. Hindi na lang nakakuha si Innocent doon. Ang ganda rin kasi ng
Go away niya?
Tsaka yung ni Stormy,
Yung ulti?
Oo.
Sakto yung stun sa dalawa.
Sakto pa kamo si Bam yung tinamaan. Luminya eh.
Si Lunar talaga gusto laging target pero sa gitna si Kram!
Aray!
Naku, nanlalambot.
Wala din kasi siyang vengeance doon and
Ala ka, patay ka.
tumama yung taunt and shut
Rarating
down
ganyan.
si Pago yung makakuha
Ako,
ng kill.
G3.
Fortunately, wala na namang Lord. Pero tatlo na lang kasi yung dedepensa sa SRG and gusto nang bumasag dito ng Aurora Gaming. AOG, tinamaan pa si Stormy. And this time, hindi niya na kayang buhayin yung sarili niya.
NW yata,
Pwede
men.
bang tapusin yun ang katanungan? Andito si
kaya.
Pago. Rather, andito si Yums and Innocent para dumipensa.
Sige, buy time mo.
May go away pa naman to if ever. Meron pang isang artillery na natitira.
Okay, kaya pa,
buhay
kaya
na
pa.
si Kram. Mamamatay nga lang si Yums. Pero buhay na yung mga miyembro ng SRG. So tatagal pa yung laban. And wala pa rin namang Lord na pwedeng kunin yung Aurora. But they can punish SRG by pushing these waves.
Nako, pwede. And actually, pwede pa nilang show yung mga waves sa bandang ibaba. Pero Innocent! Naku, delikado sa may Blazing Duet lang sa gitna.
Aray!
May heal naman na manggagaling, pero still, pwedeng
Sige,
i-revive
Bam,
ni
sige, Bam,
Stormy.
sige, Bam!
1v1. Naku, pre-hit lang. Nagpaluan yung dalawang marksman natin. Kaso may wind chant. This time, si Innocent. So, top side, kailangan munang dumepensa for the side of SRG. Pero I guess both teams makukumpleto naman para dun sa ating next Lord.
1-1 teamfight yung nakikita natin dito, guys. After mabuhay or mamatay ng isa, bubuhayin ni Stormy sabay flying clouds para bakbakan uli. Sa side naman na Aurora, may revitalize dito si Pago, tumatagal din. Uwi muna, sabay teamfight uli. Grabe namang bakbakan niya, pre, back and forth.
Sabagay, flying clouds
Huwag
pala
lang
mapa.
talagang si Stormy yung mamatay kasi nung namatay
Tapos
siya,
na.
wala nang tiga-revive, wala nang tiga-heal.
Yun ang problema. Yun ang kailangan protektahan, kumbaga, ng SRG dito. Kasi, kumbaga, kailangan yung movement speed, kailangan nga din yung kill, para panghabol at pang-sustain ng teamfight. Pero ang problema talaga yung Thunderstrat, kumukonekta. Yung semiconductor ba yun ni
Oo.
Ay, teka lang.
Super
si Rosa.
Wait lang, sa likod. Si
Si Rosa
Uni,
yun.
kailangan mag-out ni Uni, mabubuhay naman siya. Merong healing na nanggaling kay Stormy, pero meron na kasing Lord. So, kailangan bumalik ni Uni sa teamfight. E nananakit na rin si Kram sa mga binibitawang damage dito ni Sige Bomb. On to the front line. Yams yung haharap. Maghanap lang ng target pero nalamon na kasi na Detonas welcome. And Tiger's Rat will connect. Yams will go down. Cram with the bench yan sa likod. Nandun naman si Uni pero siya na kasi yung pinaprioritize dito. And binuhay lang ni Stormy si Cho or si Yams. Sabay flying cloud, sabay bakbakan na uli.
Nako, round 2 agad, sabi ng SRG. Nandun yung revive. Pero teka lang, Lord ba ang magiging call ng SRG? Take note, nagamit yung ilan sa mga ultimates kanina. Pwedeng gamitin ulit. Sipa, si Lunar yung target. Mababurst naman this time. Stuck yun sa Skypiercer ni Uni. Pwedeng madagdagan pa si Pagulo na lang din. Another stack para kay Uni. And this time, bagsak yung dalawang miyembro ng Aurora. Ang problema, walang taga-revive sa side nila.
And yun nga, and Stormy, meron pang Holy Crystal na binuo. Kaya asahan mo yung healing niyan, mas malaki na. And yung damage ng ultimate niya mas masakit. Kanina ko pa talaga napapansin. Sobrang wait lang, Yams will go down. And wala pang revive si Stormy. May cooldown kasi yan. So medyo mahihirapan yung pag-atake dito ng SRG. Pero gusto pa rin nila bumasag sa gitna. Andiyan naman si Bomb and TNZ para i-delay lang yung pag-push ng SRG. Magagawa naman nila as they clear the minion wave doon sa gitna.
Yup, pero this time around may Detonas welcome. Hindi tumama actually for Lunar. Pero either way, at least hindi na secure ni Innocent yung orange buff para sa side ng Aurora Gaming. Pero we do have the Lord on hand sa side ng SRG. Ito na ba ang...
so wala pa si Yams eh.
Yun nga, walang magsiset up sa kanila. Grabe lang, buti
sakit ni Sigibam. Detonas welcome.
Ay, si Innocent!
Pero may Purify naman. May AOG dun sa likod. Story,
Lang.
tuloy-tuloy lang yung healing. And Innocent, binato na nga yung needles niya. Mag-out ngayon yung Aurora Gaming dahil medyo pulahan din si Kraman. Nandito na nga rin si Yums. Pero yung Lord, habang nangyayari yung teamfight ngayon, na-burst na ng Aurora Gaming.
Yun nga.
So tatagal na naman to.
No. Parang 20 minutes pero may setup yatang balak gawin si Yums. Si Rosa yung target kaso na-stun! Siya pa bigla yung mamamatay. At naku, walang bawi yung side ng SRG. Si Pago's actually falling low as well. Stun connects coming in from Stormy. Pero it's gonna be a disengage for the side of SRG as Aurora will try to defend yung top and bot nila.
Hindi na rin naman gagamitin ni Stormy yung revive niya. Dahil wala rin naman objective and perhaps reserve na lang yun para sa mas mahalagang team fight. Pero tumawag na guys.
Nag-pressure na.
Si rep number 3. Time out muna daw. Masyadong mainit yung laban guys. Ubusin lang natin yung 29 minutes na yan.
Ubusin muna natin.
Kidding aside guys, wait lang. Hintayin nyo lang guys.
Hintayin nyo lang.
Yung kabila tapos na. Grabe naman kayo.
Tapos na kayo?
Tapos na kayo.
Buti naman.
Asan yun? Game 2 yung last series yun.
Kasama.
Sino nalo game 1? GK? Ay, hindi kaya ng Alpha.
Okay guys, para sa mga gustong maibalita dun sa kabila, GK daw yung nanalo ng game 1.
Pero dikit? Sana game 3 sa inyo.
Anong kalaban ng GK doon?
GK tapos Alpha 7 North.
Oo nga pala. Ay, 7
ay
ako
Alpha
dun.
North 7 or ano ba?
Alpha 7 North.
Alpha 7.
Lamang yung GK.
1-0 daw. Di ba game 3
Yung
yun?
7 ako dun.
Game 3 yun.
2-0 tayo doon.
2-1 ako dun.
2-1 ka. Pero
2-1 A7.
2-0 A7 lang. Predictions.
Ay, 2-0 A7 yata
Wala.
ako dun.
Dun pa nga lang sa darag na eh. Sa ano ba?
Yung una.
Ano ba yung una? Ano ba ito? DFYG Entity 7. Ay, hindi, DFYG.
DFYG naman tayo dun.
Oo.
Pero yung pangalawa,
Ito, SRG Aurora. Aurora tayo.
hindi ako, SRG ako dyan. Ako
Hindi,
lang
Aurora
na iba.
ka.
Ako lang na iba dyan.
Ikaw lang na iba? O, ikaw lang pa masaya dyan. Kami pala yung naka-Aurora. Sa kabila,
Laban guys!
Onyx 2-0. Tama, di ba?
Shoot yun. Shoot
Tas
lahat tayo
per
doon.
series nila.
Yung pro, yung, hindi pala.
Hindi. Ang per series nila. Per series nyo. Vamos.
Ano nanalo doon?
Vamos ata yun eh.
Ay, hindi. Talo yung Vamos doon.
Reverse sweep ng BTR. 2-1 BTR yan. 2-1 BTR.
Nag-ano ako doon eh.
Tapos third
Nag-Vamos
series
ako
nyo.
dun eh.
Bushido, Puti Sports 2-0.
Foot.
Tama nga yung predict ni Sagit. No, lahat. Feeling ko tama yung predict ni Sagit lahat.
Mali siya sa BTR. Nag-2-0 siya BTR.
Pero naka-ano lang yun eh. Naka-+1
lang
lang
+1 lang na. It's 2-0 foot.
Pero guys, eto, gaya naman ng aming pinangako, hindi
Grabe
na namin
si Sagit.
patatagalin pa.
Balagbag si
Balik
Sagit.
tayo sa ating game, guys. 1 minute for the Lord. pantay yung laban, nabasagan lang sa gitna yung SRG, but in gold-wise, may lamang ng konti lang naman yung Aurora, pero hindi na kasi masyadong nagmamatter yan, guys. Sa mga buy and sell na lang yan.
Kalmahan mo, Karam.
Uy, tama ba? Dalawa yung, Malepic gun ni Sige Bomb? Ay, no.
Hindi ba, katulad lang nung kanina. Isa,
Oo, nagbag lang. Ay, no. Si Albert. Nawala yung isang Trinity niya. Nawala yung corrosion sight niya.
Baka kasing range na yun ng Leslie pag ganyan.
Baka nagbag lang yung kay Sige
Baka
Bomb.
nagbag lang.
Gusto ko dalawang
Tulad nung kanina yung Blood Wings.
Dalawang
Blood
Malepic
Wings
gun. So, Malepic guns na siya.
Ayun, tigda-dalawa nga eh. Ayun, dalawa rin yung breastplate.
So, ano na yan? Blade of Despairs na yan. Kasi may nandun sa...
plural form na.
Nag-chat sa page, no? Dapat po. Kasi singular.
Teams.
Tapos takina na nila sagot ni John Lois. Kaya parehas naging di ba? Hindi ka!
Bag lang yan, guys. Bag lang yun nakikita
Nagbag
nyo. Bag lang yan. Yung mga ganyan, dalawang item na dalawang golden stuff. Bag lang po yan, bag lang.
Sa kanila yan, sa kanila.
Foot ba? Turkey din? Yes po. Turkey din po ang Foot Esports,
Yes po.
guys.
Pero Lord guys, this time, okay, most likely abot na to or mag-evolve na to. And
Comeback daw ba? Guys, kami. Bumalik na kami, guys.
Uy. All sana.
Evolved Lord na yan, guys, Dito naman si Kram. Kaso si Kram
Ang
parang...
layo ni Uni, men.
Tsaka natatanggal din kasi yung kunat ni Kram, eh. Uy, dito welcome! Ginulat dito
From
si Kram.
downtown.
Pero wait lang. Tumatagal naman may vengeance.
Ay, nasipa si
magsusurvive
TNZ.
si Kram and TNZ.
Ay,
Wait
pabili
lang.
immortality ni TNZ.
Yung mga damage dito
Kailangan
ng
niya
needles
umuwi.
ni Innocent.
Ay, nag-out yung Aurora
Wait,
Gaming.
NBMI
Low
out
sila
lang.
lahat.
Para kay Sige Bamin, Lord.
Retrain
sino
mo na lang.
makakuha? TNZ with a steal. Pero tao-tao na lang daw yung gagawin dito ng SRG. Hinahabol ngayon si Pago. Pero wait lang. Yung pala yung gusto nilang habulin. Si TNZ lang yung namatay kapalit ng Evolve Lord. So tatagal na naman yung team fight natin, guys. TNZ
Sige, habulin nyo yan.
with a heroic retribution. Hindi ko na alam yung nangyayari dito. Pero Pago, siya naman ngayon yung mamamatay. But in Aurora side, okay ka na doon kasi nasa inyo yung Evolve Lord eh.
Yun nga,
Hindi
men.
kayo mapupush.
Yun nga. Pero 48 seconds para kay Pago. Namatay si TNZ. Pero I think, kumbaga, yun yung last hope ng ng Aurora Gaming. Kung hindi nila nakuha yun, tas low sila, and ako parang
It's
the balls.
over, di ba?
It's over talaga, mga
Kita
sir.
mo naman yung kalat ng needles ni
Sabo lahat eh.
Medyo ata yun, medyo wrong decision. Hindi nila na-burst na si Kram eh. Di ba? Nakita mo, binigay nila lahat kay Kram. Pag-pop ng vengeance, kumunat.
Yun nga, hindi agad nila na-burst. And actually, yung nasipa pa ni Yams, si TNZ, kaya napapagad yung immortal. Bas wag matikman yan. Hindi masarap. Hindi masarap yan, sure ako. Pero this time, abante ang call ng SRG.
10 seconds?
Pwedeng mag-detonas welcome si Lunar dito, Si Innocent? Ay, muntik ka na. Pero mukhang sila this time yung mapipilitang umatras.
Balik agad yung buhay ni Innocent,
Puno agad. Pero kailangan dumipensa ng SRG, guys, Butas kasi yung gitnang tore nila dito. Pero 60 seconds pa naman para sa next objective. So, chill muna yung dalawang teams natin.
Sabi ni JP, yung Pago daw, mayroon ng D sa dulo.
Legit lang.
Pagod na.
Pagod na.
Pero kanina pa, sitting pretty pa rin. Hindi pa rin nabibigyan dito si Gibam. Currently, 0 death pa rin yung Claude dito. And good thing naman yun kasi kanina talagang medyo na-dehado yung pwestuhan niya. Buti nakapag-BMI out. And actually, medyo tumatapang pa nga yung Aurora.
Kinakain.
May nalamon dun sa likod.
Si Uni!
Ako po, si Uni pa yung nakuha pero may nasipa din. Rosa pero nakapag-flicker out lang din.
Innocent.
Nagamit na yung
Lunar.
kanyang wind chant. Tumama pa yung taunt. Kram will go down. Uni will get that kill. Lunar. And Uni with a double kill. Inuubos ni Uni yung backline.
Loko!
Triple kill para kay Uni. And doon lang pala matatapos yung series natin. Binuhay pa si Kram para kumpleto sila.
Sa mga naniwala, pumuso.
Grabe naman si Uni. Si Uni talaga, pre. Kita mo yun, nilinis niya yung likod. Siya pa yung nakain, siya pa yung na-detonas welcome, siya pa yung nag-survive.
Wala namin nanggigil sila kay Innocent kasi low na din.
Gigil na rin ako kanina eh.
Nako.
21 minutes na, pero that's game number 2, guys.
Tapos,
SRG will take the win. Pabababain yung Aurora Gaming sa lower bracket while aangat naman yung SRG.
Yep. Grabe yung series na yon. Kumbaga, bro, yung naging series natin, Game 1, sobrang daming kills. Game 2, ganun din actually yung nangyari. Ang ganda ng palitan ng dalawang teams natin. Pero I'd have to say, sobrang laking factor ng Sky Piercer ni Uni.
Nagpop no?
Pumutok lahat ng
siya
buhay
Nakapag-immortality ba siya? Or
nakaimo na talaga siya.
Tapos sabay uncontrollable, no? Tapos dinali niya yung backlines, inisa-isa. Parang naglilinis lang sa likod. Pero that's our series number 3, guys. Meron pa po kami series number 4. Our last series mamaya. That will be the Mongolz versus Rune Eaters. We'll be back, hopefully, in a short break, guys. Pero magbabalik kami din sa Just ML. Series.
Wasn't really going anywhere. It's just like a lot of constant trading. But then once we start moving from mid to the late game where death is very punishable, that SRG had to take a complete 360 in the way that they think about these fights. We can't just be abusing the passive coming out from our Rafaela, because unfortunately now it's too long to wait for.
Yeah, I'm looking for 2 clips. One is the TNZ steal, as well as the final fight. Like, how did Uni really survive that? Because he used the immortality. Like, even I understand that there's a lot of iframes on the Herrera, but why not just wait it out? I only remember, I would say the mistake is Sigiboom just go all in onto Innocent, but is that a mistake though? Innocent is really the big threat, so yeah, I really want to see what happened in that final fight.
Yeah, me too. But I gotta give it to Lunar. I think he's one of the best Detona's welcomes we have ever seen with his flicker and fully charging it. Like, some of these angles are very surprising with how much distance he's able to cover in a majority of these fights. But to break down a lot of how these fights happen, SRG just need to just hover around Innocent in so many of these moments.
Yeah. And again, that was a good stun coming in from Rosa, able to stop Yumes in his tracks. Okay, this is the point. Wait. How? I still don't know how.
He just lost the 50-50. It was an honest 50-50. That's it. That literally was it.
Well, now I'm looking at Uni. He just iframe everywhere, and no one noticed that he was gone from the fight.
And then he loops through mid, comes back in, and then jumps on and closes the distance onto TNT. Yeah, there was kind of no counterplay, because even when he decided to go for the Infernal Blade, it made sure that it covered his hat-trick spot on top of everything else.
Yeah, honestly, a very respectable play coming in from both teams. Even though SRG won with the 2-0, game 1 was pretty smooth, but game 2, Aurora really made them, try hard for that one. And yeah, Rafa mid, pretty good even when you go like 20 minutes in the game.
Yeah, 20 in the game is finally where things get a little more stressful, right? And I can't stop thinking about how these fights ended up progressing, and so many plays that Rosa tried to save. Unfortunately, there's just not enough playmakers or not enough heroes that can force those types on their side. I mean, Lunar was doing as good as he could possibly do on a Barata out of all things. Same goes for Cram. It really just comes down to whether or not Sigaboom can minimize the amount of damage that he can take. I think that's what really boiled down to those final moments. Him, inside the pit, getting chunked out by Muddles unnecessarily. There's a lot of this chip damage he's taking that is stacking upon him.
By the way, it looks like Geeke was able to win 1 game against Alpha 7.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Well,
that's very interesting.
We're going to have to definitely look back at that game at some point in time, but for now, we get to bask in the glory of Slango Red Giants somewhat coming into form. It's not the most perfect game, but at the same time, Aurora Gaming is no pushovers. I think game 1, they were pretty surprised with the performance overall and the drafting patterns coming up from SRG with one bad mistake in the early game. I think it's a GG go next, and when they GG go next, we saw them at 100% from both sides. Constant back and forth. That was just a beautiful game to watch.
But now I would say this is now on Aurora now, because they have just dropped down into the lower bracket. Let's see here. Well, we'll see where they will go to the lower brackets later on, because we do have one more series for today. So we're gonna go for a break, but when we return, we have one more match coming out, which is the Mongolz going up against the Rune Eaters. See you guys right after this.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
The premium family plan's connected. That is Basis Steedy. Got a smartphone absolutely free. That is Basis Steedy. Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital Shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and MLBB to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it.
You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images.
And we are already back for our last series of the day. We've got the Mongolz facing up against the one, the only Rune Eaters. And man, this one is gonna be a doozy. I don't know who's gonna be coming up on top in this one. I've been doing some research on the Rune Eaters, LaFell, and some of their players have actually been playing pretty proactively here in Kazakhstan itself. Of course, we know the Mongols because they've showed up at a couple of M series, but at this point, who could tell who's gonna be on top?
Well, here's the thing. Zexora back in the wild cards, he was already using Aurora and the like, so it does seem like Mongolz was just a little bit ahead when it comes to the meta. So I'm hoping for them to come into this with a better idea of how the game really should be played. Comparatively, going up against the
Rune Eaters
again. Thank you very much. Rune Eaters, like you said, like some players, sure, maybe we'll know, but no, actually I don't know any of them. So GG, I have no idea, no clue.
This one, I'm telling you, that's why this one is going to be tough. There's a lot of like potential X factors coming out from the Rune Eaters, and I mean, the notable ones are going to be Ulven and as well as King Ver, both of which actually have a Liquipedia history. So they have been competing in smaller events, and honestly, some events with some decent prize money on the line. So it's not like they're completely unknown within their local scene. But we've already started the draft. Let's jump right into it.
Actually, yeah, honestly, Ulven looks very familiar. I feel like he was in either ISF or Asian Games. I think more on ISF, and he actually performed very well. So, okay, now we'll see how this really turns out, because Mongolz already started with an interesting draft here by batting out the Esmeralda alongside the Marcel and Fanny, and Rune Eaters, the Freya, the Aurora, as well as the Yi Sun Shin. Quite interesting betting out the Yi Sun Shin, but I can kind of accept it considering that Zexora really showed that off quite a lot during the wild card. So basically both heroes that Zexora is kind of known for has been banned out. Now Rune Eaters with the Atlas. Is it going to be Valentina? Yes, of course it's going to be Valentina. Is it going to be Barat?
Nah,
is it going to be
Beleric.
Uranus?
It's gotta be.
I mean, like,
it's gotta be.
Can't take it, right?
Well, okay, that's true, but I feel like that's like a red 3. That's more of like a red 3 pick at this point, right? Because the normal answers would have been Beleric, and just kind of see where. I think that the hero pool coming in from Mongolz is actually pretty good overall. But you're right, they go straight for the Barats at this stage of the game. Just make sure they have a dedicated EXP laner with the instant response of Melissa on the opposite side.
But I didn't want to be right, Gideon.
Well, that's too bad. You're too correct, sir.
I wanted to take Uranus, because why would you ban the Esmeralda?
Hey guys, good morning. This is our 4th and final series for today. Day 1, technically day 2 na ng Games of the Future. We have Mongolz versus Ree. We're gonna be your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Oblivion. Gabi first cast ko for today. 1 a.m. agad. Day 2 yan, boss.
Sa day 2 na.
Bro, sabi mo
wala ka nung day 1.
Day 1 to ah.
Wala ka nung day 1, pero ang dami mo sa day 2.
Tama,
ganun lang yan.
Ganun talaga. Again, this is the last series for today. Ang daming upsets, and yung mga prediction natin ay na-upset. I think I was really surprised the most sa SRG versus Aurora. I was expecting na mag-game 3, pero nanggigil ang SRG. Definitely bumawi from their performance nung MSC. This time around, ito ang dalawang teams na we didn't really see sa MSC. So they are fresh faces technically, but they have been here for a while, specifically Mongolz. Yung Ree, alam ko, they're technically new, yung Rune Eaters.
Yeah.
But tingnan natin how they will perform. I'm sorry, anong region ulit to?
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, okay. Yeah, yung reps nga pala nila. Right. Oh, they're happy to be here. We're not.
Parang kabilang bayan.
Okay, Oblivion. First 3 picks. How we feeling?
So, yung second part.
Unang cast ko, wala akong agad filter.
Well, for the first 3 picks, aside the Mongolz, they went for Valentina, Barats, and Beleric.
Yes.
Which is, I'd say good since may dalawang setup na pwedeng gawin this time inside the Mongolz. Considering nga na kumuha ng Atlas, Selena, and Melissa, yung side ng Rune Eaters.
Grabe yung face card nila, oh. Walang pores. Stressed. Anyway. May mga specific... Balmond ban is interesting for me. Yun na yung kakaiba. So, could be a target ban, but other than that, yung mga Esmeralda, Hirara, basic na yun eh. Parang we can't expect
Matic
them
na.
to ban these heroes. Why are they taking their time? Okay, Harley, I've seen a lot of Harley picks today, and actually even nung sa previous tournament, the Harley is one of the not really contested pero class I guess A tier
A
na
tier.
jungler dito. Very quick sa mga retributions, tapos yung burst pa when you're able to steamroll in the early game, the classic jungler na you would want. Also, mas maliit yung hitbox niya kasi maliit si Harley. Yun naisip ko in my head. It makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yep. Pero for the side of Rune Eaters naman, I think considering na bago nga sila sa scene,
Yeah.
I'd have to say na marami silang pinag-aralan this time around, and considering na kagagaling lang din natin sa MSC and coming in from that patch, parang lahat kasi ng teams nag-adjust from that eh. So, wow. Surprisingly, Martis.
I mean, 2 seasons ago or last season, we saw a Martis mid from MPL Singapore. Kaso kasi 2 seasons feel like an eternity ago. Pero nakita naman natin yon. I'm just not sure. And I think, mid, Atlas Rome, obviously. Selena mid, Gold Melissa.
Okay.
Jungle Martis?
Favorite ni Sonny yan.
Pag si Sonny naman kasi laging questionable yung mga decision niya eh.
Tignan natin kung paano papaganahin. Ang idea lang for Rune Eaters is they should have a lot of poke damage.
Yeah.
Considering na ang importante lang naman sa Martis, pag sumali siya sa team fight, karamihan ng kalaban is dapat low HP na. Para sunod-sunod na lang yung decimate niya. Pero coming in from Mongolz, parang ang hirap kung ganun yung idea mo eh. Kasi dalawa yung frontliners nilang makunat, plus may panakas din yung ibang heroes na hindi naman makunat, which is they do have dashes na pwede nilang gamitin.
I just realized yung map na to is meant to copy yung Land of Dawn. They're minions. It's a well. It's so cute. 12 hours na bago
kanina pa.
bago makita.
Oo nga, na 12 hours na po. Diyos ko po. Awa.
Ayan, so ito po yung draft natin. One thing also na gusto ko lang i-highlight is yung lineup ng the Mongolz, they have a lot of CC, and Martis is anti-CC. So that would be another thing. Decimate definitely burst yan. Kaso kasi na-imagine ko, at most si Makey or si Kay ang makukuha niya kasi si Xiaowa naman makakapag in and out yan, tapos si Mumu medyo makunat, and especially Ox, makunat din yan. But the curtain coil will definitely be an important thing dito sa ating game number 1 para hindi mahuli si King Verb dito. I haven't seen a Martis in a while, so technically yung how he moves and how he's gonna behave sa map, nalimutan ko na. Basta alam ko lang decimate is burst damage. That's it. But good start for Rune Eaters. I mean, they're shoving yung mga counterpart nila sa mga lanes nila.
Yeah, actually, dalawang players from Mongolz were forced to go for a quick reset lang. Though wala pa naman tayong kills, pero of course, kita natin aggression is really coming in from the side of Rune Eaters. And I'd have to say na feeling ko gamay naman nila yung ganitong klaseng lineup, na ganitong comp for them. I'm not just sure kung paano nga ba nila gagawin ng paraan kasi si ZX Aura, si Riz, ang kanya magiging target. Naku, nabuhay pa. Gapiso na lang din yung buhay. Pwedeng balikan na actually. Isang baraha lang yun naman yung kailangan. So that's gonna be first blood for the side of Mongolz.
Sarah, let's get the first blood. That's if may pa tayong follow-up dito. Bakit nag-transition tayo?
PC pa sa top.
Kay Martin. Turtle daw kasi, boss.
Kay Turtle.
Parang I don't care kung mamamatay sa top lane, sabi ng direct natin sa Games of the Future. Ang mahalaga, may Turtle.
Itutok
tapos
mo.
nakuha to ni Martis. Itutok mga ton connecting onto one. Tapos maka Mongolz, we have no choice but to at least back away. Meron na tayong setup coming up from this Barats. Pero bakit sobrang lapit ng camera sa mid lane natin? Ninibago ako.
Kita yung force ng mga heroes.
Kita yung force ng mga heroes. Tapos yung bawat balahibo ng skin nila, nakikita ko. But yeah, they are converging sa ating mid lane. I don't think they will commit kasi nag-transition lang sila from Turtle Pit up until the mid lane. Abyssal Arrow not gonna be connecting onto anyone habang si Martes ay busy kumuha ng kanyang buff.
Yep. Safely niya naman nakuha yung kanyang buff. But Mongolz does have the advantage right now after taking out yung Roamer and yung Gold Daner kanina ng Rune Eaters. Pero yun nga, nakuha ng Rune Eaters yung Turtle. Pero I'd have to say medyo na-busy lang. Pero Fatal Links on to one. The answer is gonna be Wrath of Dryad. Pero pasok this time si King. Ayun yung isang Decimate Strike. Second one connects. At yun yung problema. Kasi pagbalik, i-decimate lang ulit yan ng isang Martes. At grabe, yun pala yung idea nila.
Triple kill in 3 minutes for Rune Eaters. That was 3 kills going over to King Verb. So, if you guys forgot, pag nakakapatay ka kasi with Decimate, the cooldown resets. That's it. Kaya din, before Super nung MPL Season 2, Season 1, nagagamit yan as jungle, but that's like centuries ago. Pero yun lang yung concept niya. Reset, and okay. Valentina, Moskov, and Harley, pag na-utilize yung Decimate, I think that works well kasi super lambot nila. Kaya siguro maganda din ang naging early game dito ng Martes natin. Scythe picked up by K. We are 4 minutes in. Rune Eaters, they have 5 kills whereas the Mongols have 2. I'd still say even Steven ang ating mapa, but when it comes to initiates, parang mas aggressive ang Rune Eaters. That's gonna be critical connecting onto 1. At syempre mga din tayo mag-kill going over to King G Verb. That is a good setup from Rune Eaters na utilize talaga ang mga stun coming out from this Atlas. Plus, meron tayong go away. Pero makang mapapag-go away ay si Trashik. K1 does get the kill, pero si King Jeever ba nakakuha ng ating turtle? I think Rune Eaters would love that trade as they back away.
Siyempre, Roamer lang naman yung nakuha ng Mongols, and actually, yun yung second time for Rune Eaters on getting that turtle. So they do have a bit of a lead right now, and feeling ko, after nung initial 3 kills na nakuha ni King Verb kanina, parang nag-alangan bigla yung Mongols kung paano nga ba nila si set-upan yung side ng Rune Eaters eh. So, ang hirap nito for the side of Mongols kasi ang idea nila dito, lalaban tayo as much as possible, pero hindi ganun yung nangyayari. May Fatal Links this time coming in from Mikey. Inago from that IMU, kaso nga lang si Zeke Sorang namatay sa side ng Mongols.
What?
That's gonna be another kill for King and 3 down for the side of Mongols.
That's crazy. Okay? Nauna kasing mag-fatal link si Mikey. Ginamit niya yung IMU. Pero wait, hold that thought. That's gonna be the monster kill going over to King Verb. Kinagat dito yung Moskov. Another kill in the pockets of Rune Eaters. But as I was saying, kanina dun sa skirmish sa ating mid lane, nauna yung IMU na fatal links ni Mikey. And natu-2v1 si Tashik tsaka si King Verb. And they do get the kill onto Mikey. Tapos, nakipag 1v1 yung Selena sa isang Belleric. And Selena won. Guys, Selena won. What was that?
Grabe, hindi ko ine-expect for Rune Eaters to. I mean, to start off,
na kaya to?
Ang hirap eh. Hindi ko alam kung paano sasagutin ng Mongols to this time kasi we do see a lot of setups coming in from their side, pero walang damage na naibabato yung side ng Mongols.
Mid-turret lane down for the side of the Mongols at mukhang nasanay ako sa previous tournament na nakalagay na kung ilan yung gold dahil naninibago tuloy ako.
Ngayon, ikaw compute mo pa.
Diba?
Iki-quick maths mo pa eh.
Mahina ko pa naman sa math. Pero mukhang okay ang math dito ng the Mongols kasi nabuhay ang kanilang kakampi despite the Abyssal Arrow connecting. Again, that will be the ultimate being popped by Ox. Kaso, mukhang hindi nag-enough. Walang follow-up from the Mongols. Instead, they will try again. Ox taking so much damage.
Ay,
Flicker in and IMU. Shot on gold goes over to Aurora. Yun na nga ang hinahanap ng ating Harley. Pero meron tayong iniintay na curtain call coming out from this CC. And nga na-connect, Frozen, jump in. Meron pa tayong galaw. And Zuki does get the kill onto Mumu. However, XZ Aura still picks up another kill. Habang nakikipaguluhan sa ating turtle side, mukhang the Mongolz ang may better handle ngayon sa ating laban. Solely because they managed to get the shutdown gold kay King Verb as well as kay Tashik. But Rise 40 decides to join the party. At mukhang si Aura pa din na makakuha ng turtle. Will there be a kill trade for the side of Rune Eaters? Mukhang wala. 11 and 5 now on the board from I think 4K, 5K gold lead. Ngayon, 2K na lang.
Nako,
and
actually,
Killing Spree
pabawas
going
pa.
over to Zora. Naging 1K na lang ngayon.
1K na lang bigla yung inipon for the last 6 minutes dito ng Rune Eaters. Parang 1 minute lang binawi for the side of Mongolz. And I think yun lang yung mahirap pag kumuha kayo ng Martis jungle. Kasi, yes, mataas yung damage output niya. And of course, yung team fight. Pero hold that thought, as shutdown will be taken by K. Ang kaso lang si King Verb on the way na din. Medyo delikado si King ngayon pero okay lang daw 1v1. Hindi mo matutulak pero this time Aura is here at ito yung kailangan ng Mongolz to get that kill. Mega kill bigla si Zex Aura.
Mali yun na pinilit ni King Verb, but I get it, nanggigil ka talaga. You are right though, ang dami na nakuhang shot on goal ni Aura plus yung combo pa, so he has quite the bounty up on his head. Harley getting the snowball na hinahanap niya. Na-delay lang kasi 8 minutes na ngayon. Pero that's okay. Better late than never. Kahit in my opinion, better never than late. So,
Wag na lang ko.
wag na lang kung late.
Wag na lang.
May nakuha na ding turret dito. Si K1 sa kanyang lane. And now, Atlas is back sa kanyang 2-unit hunting party. Go away. Not gonna be used just yet. Pero meron tayong dull setup. And the shot on goal does go over to Rise 40. Nagamit pala rather ang kanyang go away. Pero mapapa-away na ang mga members ng Rune Eaters as they decide to maybe re-engage pag malapit na si King Verb. And he did decide to join the party. Mumu taking so much damage. And the kill still goes over to King Verb. And now they're under turret but they don't care. Zuki did get the beating dito sa ating turret. And for some reason, nasa ilalim pa din sila ng turret getting all the hits. They got the math right kasi walang namatay gamit sa turret aggro, right? That was crazy.
Grabe. Hindi ko mag-gets kung paano nilalaro to ng Rune Eaters ha. Pero gumagana naman sa side nila eh. Nakakuha sila ng kills. Nakakuha sila ng turret takedowns. And I think at this point, makukuha na rin nila yung Lord. And even Mongolz na nasa base nyo na kami naglalaro guys. Pero hindi pa rin nila magawa ng paraan. This time yung Lord, tingnan natin kung aabot si Zex Aura to contest this one. I don't think so. Maganda yung zone ng Puppet pero Retribution will still be able to be taken by King Verb. Another will be taken down as it's gonna be Ox. Tapos disengage na lang yata to for the side of Mongolz. Hala ka, si Mumu nadamay din. Grabe yung Rune Eaters. Bago, tas balagbag.
Yun nga eh. Mukhang akala ko safe pa. But that's gonna be the SLD connecting onto 1. Pero at what cost dito? Kasi may critical na naman from K1 taking all the damage. Mikey also getting the full grit ng damage dito from Rune Eaters 17 and 11. Meron na tayo 3K gold lead in favor of Rune Eaters. When it comes to the turret takedowns though, isa pa lang ang nakukuha ng Mongolz. 1 turret and a dream making nakuha. Pero Killing Spree going over to K1. Ito na ang saving grace ng the Mongolz. Itigil na natin to, sabi ng Moskov. I'm locking in 5-1-3.
Nako, 5-1-3. Ito yung magiging problema ng Rune Eaters later on. And I think pag umabot tayo sa point, hindi na rin nila malalapitan yan si K1. Mababurst lang din agad yan eh. Pero, I mean, after that pick-off dun sa may top side, I think hindi rin kumonek actually yung Rune Eaters towards that Lord. And I'm not sure if makakuha sila ng Torre dito, probably sa mid, pero nadepensahan din pala actually ng Mongolz.
Yep, good defense from Mongolz indeed. Kailangan pa din mag-ingat syempre ni King Verb dun sa Daytona's Welcome. By the way, hindi pa nakukuha ni Mumu si Martis via Daytona's Welcome, no?
Mahirap din.
Right? Sa bagay, tama naman. May curtain call nga pala. So I guess na kinukuha nila most likely is either si may go away si Melissa. CC or Selena. Pero even then, mahirap kasi Selena may dash, tapos CC may curtain call siya. So, just pick your poison. Unless gusto mo kunin yung Atlas. Which, please don't. K1, definitely melting ang buhay ng mga members ng Rune Eaters dito. That will be the Rat of the Dryad and Ox get to live another day. Go away also being pot, pero shot ang go does go over to Mumu. Dumidilema ang ating kadiliman. And that will be Mumu going 6 feet underground. K1 trying to go to juggle. Meron tayo abyssal arrow connecting onto no one. And K1 is just taking that spear onto anyone. Insane damage coming out from the Mongolz as they charge into the mid lane ng Rune Eater. Selena dashing in, pero the kill still goes over to Harley. Kaso ang naging trade pala ay actually si K, which is also quite bad kasi may shot on gold siya. Pata ba to?
Actually, yun yung nakikita ko eh.
Diba?
Men, ubos na kayo.
Right?
Ngayon, okay, tinamaan mo yung Moscow, pero papatayin mo ta.
Tama. Parang, wait, ano yun? May opening ako, magpapakamatay ako.
Hindi ko magets pero sobrang brawl type maglaro ng parehong teams natin. I mean, na-force yung Mongolz actually na lumaban kasi lagi nag-initiate yung side ng Rune Eaters. And yun nga kanina, they were trying to fight things off under the turret ng Mongolz. Pero this time around, since Mongolz does have a bit of a lead, feeling ko sila yung mag-uumpisa ng Lord. Pero if not, ang dami nilang setups na pwedeng gamitin. And to layer with damage na manggagaling kay Kay, mataas yung chance na makukuha nila tong Lord na to.
In-expect ko nga Mongolz ang mauuna, but they are taking their time. Parang Rune Eaters pa ata. Right? Right, ang layo.
Oo nga, no?
Dalawa pa yung wala sa Mongolz. Guys, may Lord, mag-shove tayo ng side lanes. Uy, parang yung kakampi ni Brokey kanina. Yung
Lord.
But looks like the Lord will go over to King of Verb. Mahabol lang dito. Plus, napakagandang Fatal Links. O, diba? Guys, tandaan nyo, may bounty ako, may Lord tayo. Dun tayo mag-shove ng side lanes. Tapos, hindi pa naubos yung minions. Kasi nag-shove na ngayon sa side ng Rune Eaters. But Mickey does get a kill onto one. At mukhang meron tayo abyssal arrow connecting onto no one. Meron ding immortality being used by King Verb. Isang kalabit na lang yung buhay ni King Verb, ha? Hindi pa denive ni Kay yun.
Samantalang kanina, sige, laban natin kahit delikado.
Sabi ni Harold J, pang RG Galawan, exactly.
Nako, ang hirap na ito guys tapos laban ulit. Wala pa nga yung ibang mga kampe, tapos go ulit. May Fatal Links na maagaw this time. Mikey does fall down, pero yung free hits coming in from K is doing the job. Matutulak pabalik. It's gonna be taken by Mumu. SOD will not connect this time, pero si Ox with a flicker will connect onto 2, so it's gonna be it should be a clean sweep for the side of Mongolz. King Verb falls down, and it's still a green light for the side of Mongolz as they're gonna be trying to push out the turret dito sa baba.
Kinakaya kahit medyo nagiging aanga-anga ang Mongolz, but they're now on the base of Rune Eaters. Setup coming in for the side of Mongolz. Wow, naubos sila! Ang galing! Guys, na-imagine ko, guys, 2v3 to, mag-back tayo.
Actually, 4 pa sila dun kanina eh. Hindi pa namamatay si Mumu kanina. Pero, di ko alam currently 46 kills in total.
Ang saya.
15 minutes pa lang guys. Ewan ko kung anong game mode yung inopen nila nung naglagay sila.
May nag-comment. I think my grandfather is better than this. It's okay guys, nag-enjoy kami dito. And guys, lahat ng sinasabi ko ay joke lang. Everything I'm saying is a joke. Don't take it to heart. I'm just here performing. I'm just here making you guys laugh. Okay? Antikiras picked up by Ox. Tiyan natin kung hanggang saan kayang tiisin yung damage na yan kasi si Oblivion madami yung tiniis sa buhay niya.
Eto, parang sa dami ng tiniis ko, parang hindi ko kayang tiisin tong panoorin. Ang hirap. Ang hirap yun. Kumbaga, team fight lang ng team fight yung gusto ng mga teams.
Tama.
Yes, nakaka-push naman sila, pero syempre, mamaya na yun. Pag ubos na yung kalaban. Pag ubos na yung skills, saka tayo magpupush. Pero, pag may lumabas na kalaban, okay, back na tayo.
Tama. Nakakatawa talaga. Parang it's, okay, I feel like, guys, set your expectations because these two teams, they're new sa liga.
Yeah.
Well, yung org ng Mongols, hindi. But, sa mga mata natin na we've seen PLPH, Team Spirit, they're pretty new in dalawang to. Kaya siguro ganito pa. Pero kasi kahit lola ko, hindi ganyan maglalaro ng MLB. First dibs sa Lord ang the Mongols. Suti Tagalog, hindi tayo naintindihan ng partner team natin. Pero Rune Eaters will now try to go with the trade na gamit ng Daytona's Welcome plus Taunt. That's 2 ultimates na ginamit para lang kay King of Verb. Feeling ko worth it ba yun? But Riz does go with the trade na gamit ang go away dito. Olvin does get a kill onto Kel1. Naka-double kill na ang ating Melissa dito. Ox gets a kill onto Selena as well. Hinahabol. For some reason, hinahabol ng isang Atlas ang isang Harley. Napaka bang may damage siya?
Teka, anong multiverse ba tayo naglalaro ngayon, guys? Parang ibang server yung nakakonect ng mga teams eh.
Kahit si Thanos, hindi kayang isnap yung mga animal.
Si Thanos, 2 beses mag-i-snap, mawala lang tong mga to.
Ano daw?
The opinions of casters
Okay.
does not reflect.
Wow. The opinions of casters does not reflect the page and the organizations involved. Pwede na ba yun? Okay na ba yun? Okay na yun! Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegations! Ang saya talaga mag-ako yung caster, guys! Tapos past 12 midnight.
12 a.m. hits, guys. Ito na yun.
27-25 kasi yung kills. Tapos yung Rune Eaters, gusto pang mag-kill. Riz gets a kill onto the Lord. At syempre si Aurora goes 6 feet underground. Lumalaban pa dito ang mga members ng Rune Eaters. Pero syempre, bakit kami maglo-Lord kung yung base namin masisira naman?
Oo nga.
Huwag na tayo mag-def, guys.
Hayaan natin yan.
Jesus, take the wheel.
May minions dyan. Lalabas yan. I-dep nila yan. Hindi ko trabaho yan. Ang trabaho ko, pumatay. Pero tingnan natin, ito na yung Lord. Ito na, guys, feeling ko ito na yung katapusan ng game number 1 natin. Hindi ko lang sure kung kanino mapupunta, pero may Lord this time, yung Rune Eaters. Half HP onto King Verb. Pero, okay, sige, may puppet yung Melissa doon tayo maglalaro. Pero may Fatal Links! Dalawa yung tinamaan this time. This could be good, pero Ox na pagkagamit na rin ng Wrath of Dryad. Ox falls down, Mumu as well. Buhay pa yung Lord, pero sabi niya ayoko sa base. Minions muna. Pero either way, it's gonna be Rune Eaters taking that game number 1.
I will say this. Nagkamali sila for me nung sa Lord Pit na they used 2 ultimates para lang kay Martes. That is Daytona's Welcome, tapos yung Wrath of the Dryad. Kasi safe to say na pa late game na or late game na. Oh, that's so cute. Again, I can't even read. Guys, kung magaganyan kayo, just
Pentel.
Demanding. Ayun.
Nag-demanding.
Dito na lang ako magdedemo, pagbigyan mo na ako. But ayun, I think 2 ultimates para lang sa Martes isn't worth it kasi nga it's late game-ish or at least sa point ng game na yon late game na, kaya online na si Melissa.
Yeah.
Si 40 was able to get all the kills, plus if you're gonna replay yung naging last fight natin sa base, grabe yung kanyang free hit doon. Pero kasi ang dami pa ding mali pero okay lang kasi the views and opinions of the casters does not reflect the page where you're watching the live stream nor the main tournament. We're just here beating the allegations. We're gonna be having it a very short break. Pagbalik natin game number 2 na.
But after that change, and maybe the mid laners have been retraining her for a few months, and now when everyone has gotten back, Selena is becoming quite the threat. It's not. I think for some teams it is going to be a first pick, but most teams maybe it's not a first pick, but definitely something that you have to really look forward to, where your opponents could possibly just take that. You know?
And that's the thing, right? I really like the meta right now because not only do we have a lot of meta heroes that everybody's kind of like looking to pick up, but those with really, really high ceilings, even in bad matchups, seem to be good if you just have the right skill sets. And I think that this is a pretty good showing of not only like, you know, the strengths and weaknesses, but at the same time, just the raw mechanics that are being displayed here from both sides, honestly. Like, I can't even forget about the Mongols, like how many times Aurora was able to find a pick in the middle of that. And not to mention that even Moskov able to win out in these bigger fights. It's just a matter of, can I outplay everybody rather than just one person?
Yeah. But K, man, K on this Moskov is a legit beast. So I feel like he just could not get the protection just because the EXP was struggling quite a lot. So I feel like that's just something that they have to look forward to. Or I would say we have to be more careful of. Because again, the Barats is a pretty good hero, but every tank has problems going up against the likes of CC, Yuzong. I would even say Uranus is a tank, but Uranus kind of screws with them as well.
It definitely gets a little dirty, especially when you're dealing with Uranus. But at least, at the very least, these combinations, especially Atlas, right? Being able to find the fatal links onto the correct targets is always great. And that's why I feel that Barat players, there's a lot more to this hero than just, oh, I'm just looking for picks. There's also ways to kind of deny your opponents too. Oh man, I wish you used a little bit of a bigger marker so we can catch that at the very end. But even so, when we look at final items here, nothing too out of the ordinary. It's just sad that K wasn't able to item swap in time towards the end there, despite having that 16.1 K total goal.
Yeah. I gotta say, this game, Rune Eaters has shown a different kind of innovation that I would say inspires more creativity coming in from teams. Because again, who would have thought that Martis would work out? Well, it makes sense considering that we're in a snowballing meta. But hey, look at Rune Eaters. They create a situation where Martis can work. He died 5 times at 5 assists, but do you really care? No, not really. You got your team to the point where they can perform, and they perform incredibly well. I want to see what else Rune Eaters have in their back pockets besides this Martis. I mean, considering that the Balman was banned, when they have a lot of crowd control, they must have a pretty nasty Balman to really have that kind of respect.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't know what else is in the Rune Eaters' pockets, and it could be deep for all we know. But at the very least, we know that Mongolz they have a sense. They have a sense about them, and it seems like they have got more information about this team than what we've been, let on with. With that being said, though, that's only our very first game. There's still an entire series to close out here. But first, we're gonna go on a quick break, and when we come back, more Mobile Legends action.
The games of the future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Bowersak, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
영어로 하래. Yummy.
Yummy.
오. 진짜 맛있다.
Fluffy inside, outside fried.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent. It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions.
It is very good.
Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out Kort, dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions.
You are very strong, man. It's very fried as well.
These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to Kuimiz. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have water. What do you say?
Asbolsen.
Asbolsen.
And we are back. Currently, the Rune Eaters have already set the tone for these series. Currently at match point against Mongolz, an internationally proven team. And the Rune Eaters are showing that the rest of the world just hasn't seen them first, LaFell. This may be a first for us. But if they take this series 2-0, do you think the Rune Eaters can go far?
I really feel like they can, because I feel like part of the advantage, because, okay, their region here, Rune Eaters, playing in, Kazakhstan, Astana area. Honestly, even during the Asian Games, even during ISF, they are very impressive, Gideon. Like, I actually feel like they're a region, let's say they have a MPL like league, they can really show up. where they were able to make Martis work. I feel like that might be a pocket pick, but I also feel like they have other things they can show off. For now, the Mongolz, they're banning out Fanny, they're banning out Marcel. Rune Eaters, they're banning out the Aurora. They did ban out the Yisenshin earlier. I wonder if they want to go for that again. But I feel like as long as you ban Freya, it should be good, because Freya is just a monster no matter what.
Absolutely. I think that Freya, no matter what, has to go, and then they kind of only have like one ban left. Kind of work around everything that they're looking to get rid of. And at least now that the Aurora is gone, the real question is whether or not the Mongols want to kind of let go of the Atlas now that they are currently on blue side.
Hey guys, this is game number 2 for our last series. Nag-switch tayo ng sides. Nanalo po ang Rune Eaters ng game number 1. Mas maganda yung draft ng the Mongols this time around. Although for Rune Eaters, I think this is similar to their draft. I think additional lang is yung Belleric kasi that was used by Ox kanina. Yeah. Other than that, Selena and Melissa is still there. Isn't this draft too good for Mongols? Mga guys, day 1 pa lang naglabas na kayo ng gantong draft. Did game 1 loss really hit you that bad? Like, is the rent high? The rent can't be that high.
Alam, mahirap pag napunta agad sa lower brackets eh.
Yeah,
Pero
sabagay.
tingnan natin for the next 2 picks for Mongols. Meanwhile, for Rune Eaters, yun nga, almost the same picks coming in from their side after they're the ones who banned yung Atlas natin. So, tingnan natin anong kukaing rumor for the side of Mongols. I'm not sure kung anong options pa natitira sa akin. Kasi Cho is out as well. Belleric has been picked and Atlas banned. Marcel, tinanggal din nila. So, di ko alam kung anong matitira.
Nagulat ng
Anong matitira sa side ng the Mongols. Pero Uranus muna yung tinanggal ng the Mongols. And Rune Eaters, chances are, I think they're gonna be banning out probably XP laner. Kasi feeling ko ilalagay sa
gold yung
gold tong
Pakito.
Pakito eh.
Honestly, I feel like masyadong high tier na move yun for Mongolz.
Ganun ba?
Based sa performance nila nung game 1, I don't think they have the IQ. Pero pwede naman, we will still be waiting sa adjustment natin. Oh, they're taking their time sa last ban. They don't know. Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
They're gonna know.
They're gonna know. Alam din ni Bossing yung audio na yun sa sa dancing app. Oh yeah, Gatot Kacha. I was waiting for staple AOE na Roam. Gatot Kacha was available but also tinanggal na din yun ng Rune Eaters. Are they gonna pick up Martis again later? Medyo pa suspense pa yung ating jungler. Harley is also available, which I'm sure hindi na kukunin ng the Mongolz kasi meron na silang YSS unless ilagay ito sa gold. But, you can put anyone sa gold at this point. Just put Selena in gold.
Bahala kayo dyan.
Oo nga.
Kaya nyo na yan.
Yeah,
Malalaki
exactly.
na kayo.
Yeah, put Mia on gold. Put, ano pa ba? Dairoth on gold. Ang ganda. Okay, yeah. May glue pa nga pala and may Arlot. So, okay. Bigay mo sa akin na yun? Yung sabi ni Doggy, bigay mo sa akin, Saber, papatayin ko si
Exora.
Uy, sakto YSS pa! Nanonood ba kayo ng mga content sa Pinas, guys? But yeah, kung Martis kanina, Saber naman ngayon,
Grabe.
Game 3 to. Seriously.
Diyos ko, guys!
yung itsura ni Oblivion, guys. If you guys don't know.
Compute natin.
Oo, nakailang best of ka na.
Lahat. Kasi nag-skip yung
Oo nga. Lahat nag-game 3, no? Sa other stream yung May 2-0. So, kasalanan mo, nadamay lang ako. Nagalit pa sa'yo, no? But yeah, although, let's see if kayang pagganahin ng Rune Eater sa kanilang draft. Although, by the book, I think the Mongols should be able to do it. They just probably can't close out the game kung baka nung game number 1. Pero tingnan natin, I am very curious sa magiging performance ng dalawang teams natin. Sa mga kakapasok lang po, this is our last series for, I'd say today, pero past 12 midnight na, it's like 1 a.m.
First series today, guys.
First series today.
Abangan nyo mamayang hapon, meron ulit kami.
Oo, may part 2 yun. But yeah, Rune Eaters po ang nanalo ng game number 1 and they use Martis para sa kanilang jungler kanina. Good early game control from the Mongols. Well, kasi may Eudora yan. Slowly but surely, definitely wins the race. Sa mga viewers natin, I want to know your thoughts sa draft ng dalawang teams natin na match point against Rune Eaters.
Tingnan natin, guys. Kasi, ideally, for Saber, ang hirap para sa akin kasi may Final Slash.
Yeah.
May stun coming in from Eudora. Ang taas yung burst damage din ng Mongolz kung tutuusin. So, yes, makakuha ng isa, pero most likely, makukuha ka rin ng other team. So, I don't think that's a good trade. Pero first blood, nakuha ng the Mongols yan.
We predicted this. Ito na yun. Bro, tinignan ko yung mata ni Oblivion. Pagod na yung mata niya. Namumula na. Umiiyak na siya. Sumusuko na siya, boss. Sumusuko na siya. But that's okay. Kapit lang. Ginusto mo mag-Games of the Future, di ba? Ay, kaya pala Games of the Future kasi umaabot tayo sa future sa next day.
Nako.
It makes sense now.
Nako. Next year,
Nakita ko na to.
Okay.
Uy, wow. May nakap coming in from Saber. Good setup. And Rune Eaters was able to get 1 kill for themselves. Although to be nitpicky, yung roam lang naman ang nakuha nila. It's not really that important of a pick-off just yet. But still, they do get first dibs sa ating turtle dito. And the Mongolz is lurking at the sides. And King Verd will get the turtle. Plus, Detona's welcome currently onto 2. Kumonekta pa sa ultimate dito ng ating Belleric. What the hell was that? That was so good. Napa-flicker out pa dito si Ox. Walang magagawa mga members ng Mongolz. That was divine layering ng ultimates. I had low expectations pero ang galing ng ginawa nila.
Grabe, may pindot din pala talaga to, guys. Kumbaga, hindi lang puro away.
Oo. Tapos may split second delay pa para talagang ma-layer.
Ma-maximize, oo. Grabe.
I'm sorry, I doubted you.
Rune Eaters, tapusin nyo na.
Oo, tama na. Dash ins plus stun connecting, plus meron tayong Beleric na talaga nagmamala ng front line. Saber jumping in as well. Mickey goes 6 feet underground. And the next one will be Ox, I believe, yeah. Kill going over to King G Verb. I don't know bakit gumagana yung draft ng Rune Eaters. I will be honest, but I'm amazed. Much like Mumu na amazing ang kanyang ultimate, but it won't be enough kasi napaka-tanky ng isang Barats. Plus, grabe yung pana ng Selena. That was so nice. I'm sorry, I'm overhyping Rune Eaters, probably glazing them. Pero kasi this rotation is so good. Tapos yung early game nila, this is so precise.
Nako, eto pala yung team na lason, guys.
Tama.
Mali yung nailista ko doon.
Tama, Vamos kasi yung sa akin sa'yo.
Vamos din.
Vamos pala tayo dalawa, diba?
Grabe. Iba-iba yung ikot ng Rune Eaters, and I mean, considering Mongolz, they played a lot of games in terms of experience, guys. Lamang basically yung Mongolz dito. Pero I think sobrang bulag factor ng ginagawa ng Rune Eaters. Iba yung rotation na pinapakita nila sa atin, and at the same time, iba din yung pinapakita nilang mga heroes specifically. Kanina naglabas, pero teka lang, speaking of labas, paglabas this time, mukhang matik, patay agad this time si Mumu, at mukhang hindi pa sila tapos. Aurora is gonna be the next target. Can he take one? Yes, at least one. Another will be taken down, but it's still gonna be a 2-for-2 for both teams.
Shutdown and a double kill going over to ZX Aura. My qualm lang dito is si Mumu, madalas nag-ultimate siya, nagfa-final slash siya sa mga tanks. And speaking of slash and tanks and everything in between, nakuha po dito si King Verb. Plus meron na din tayo nagamit sa ayaw nakuha pa ng Selena.
Uy! With a flicker! Nakuha pa, sige, okay, ilaban natin, sabi ng Rune Eaters. Kaya pala ganun yung playstyle niya kanina.
Tama.
Ganun din yung ginawa niya kay K1 eh.
Tama. I'm sorry, I doubted you. Si Alvin. Grabe. Nakuha yung turtle, nakakuha na isang kill. Namatay siya right after. Pero, highlights yun.
Highlights.
Tama.
Kumbaga, pang TikTok yun.
Yeah, we're here for a good time, not for a long time. Ba't ako magsistay na buhay sa isang game number 2 after a good highlight? Ito, i-post ko lang yun sa TikTok ko, di ba? But yeah, 5 and 9 now on the board. Meron tayong 2K gold lead in favor of Rune Eaters. Again, I was objectively favoring yung draft ng the Mongolz solely because this is the draft that is much more familiar sa atin. But much like game number 1, nadadaan sa pindutan ng Rune Eaters, and that's really good. Pero wait, may nasta na isa. Ngayon lang, pag nasuntok ka talaga ni Kiel1, you were right by the way, Gold, yung yung pakito. Pag nasuntok ka talaga ni Kiel1, wala ka nang magagawa dito. That's gonna be another kill going over to the Mongolz. A couple of seconds, 1 minute, bago mag-up ang ating next objective. And as I say that, Saber nakapag-knock up and take down dito ng kay Paquito. And with that, it looks like Rune Eaters, they are still on the hunt.
Nako, ang hirap guys ha. For Rune Eaters, gumagana yung plano nila, which is to -1 setup lang lagi before kumuha ng mga objectives. Pero for Mongolz, I think as much as possible, sinusubukan din naman nilang humanap ng magandang setup. Of course, they do have final slash. In terms of damage, I'd say may pagka-glass cannon din naman yung setup nila dito eh. Kasi isa lang yung makunat, but for the rest, more on damage dealer talaga yung heroes na binuo nila. So I think it's gonna be almost the same as game number 1, wherein laban lang ng laban yung dalawang teams. And for Rune Eaters, I'm not sure kung ganong path yung gusto nilang kuhain, pero kasi kung ganun man, kailangan maalagaan nila yung Melissa nila.
So far, 0-1 yung Melissa. It's bad, but not too bad. Retro Dragon connecting onto 1. Na-stun pa dito. Grabe ang layering of CC. You have AoE, you have single target. That is already a gloom melted down by Rune Eaters. Si Patrick Starfish, nasa gitna lang ng laban habang nagbabakbakan ng kanyang teammates. I don't even know bakit hindi tumataas yung camera angle ng tournament na to. But Mumu also go 6 feet undergun. Plus, we will be diving into our mid lane. You there with the combo. Pero ang na-combo dito sa baba ay si K1 at na-dive pa ni Alvin. Grabe ang Selena na to. Ganyan ako mag-Selena sa panaginip ko.
Sa panaginip lang.
Pag delulu ako.
Sa pulat.
Tama.
Pero tingnan natin kasi last turtle na to guys, and Rune Eaters have been taking the turtle for the past 2 times. Naku, tumama na naman yung pana. Pero this time, okay, 3. Hindi na kinagat, hindi na kinalmot ni Alvin. Either way, mid lane turret will be pushed out by Rune Eaters. Yes, tapos may final slash this time. Isolated, pero dito nas welcome lang palayo. May hila pabalik, pero flicker lang ang sagot ng Barats. So, Rune Eaters will be able to take that turtle unscathed. And for Mongolz, tingnan natin paano sila babawi kasi, naku, nahihirapan sila. 3,000 na yung kalamangan ng Rune Eaters.
3,000 para dagdag insulto. Pero, di ba, kanina off-stream, you mentioned something about Mongolz' performance nung wildcard in a different tournament. Ganito ba talaga yun?
Hindi. Palag-palag sila eh. Not sure kung ano mga nakalaban nila. Pero, one of those are yung Falcons Mena. Alam ko nagtapat sila ng Falcons Mena. Though natalo sila, pero I'd say it was a close fight eh. Pero, feeling ko talaga pambulag yung ginagawa ng Rune Eaters. And
That's true, that's true.
ang hirap eh, kasi hindi rin nila naiiwasan yung pana ng Selena.
Yun din. Props. Kung game number 1, props kay Riz40. Game number 2, props kay Alvin. Like, this dude carried yung early game ng Rune Eaters. And tama nga yung sabi ni Oblivion dito, dinadaan sa pindot, dinadaan sa rotation. Ang lakas nga manggulat ng Rune Eaters dito. They really are making the most out of their draft na parang kahit si ZX Aura, hindi siya makapag-free hit, hindi siya makalaban. Dapat, si K1, makakapag-pick off siya ng at least 2 or 3 ngayon, under 10 minutes, but he's struggling. Parang 2-3 nga yung kanyang KDA ngayon. And as I say that, parang nag-scout na si Tashtik dun sa next objective spawn area, and this battle picked up by ZX Aura. And Rune Eaters, they're here to fight. Plus, meron tayong Daytona's welcome. Sakto lagi yung skills ni Saber dito. Kingsby going over to Alvin. Pero meron tayong laban coming in from Rune Eaters. At nagme-meltdown na nga mga members ng Mongolz. However, King G-Verb does get the full grit ng damage ni ZX Aura. Overall, that was a 3-1. And jungler ang nakuha sa side ng Rune Eaters. Okay lang. May pana naman daw si Selena.
Walang problema. Sige, ilo-lord pa rin natin yan
Tama.
kahit buhay yung retribution holder for the side of Mongolz. Pero I think na-call nila na nagamit yung retribution. So either way, Rune Eaters will take that lord. Exchange would be their turret dun sa may bot side. So at least okay lang. May pang-compensate kumbaga yung side ng Mongolz. Pero nadagdagan kasi. Purple buff na agaw pa ng Rune Eaters.
I wanna say na Rune Eaters is from Kazakhstan, and this is a very promising performance. Nag-dive in ka, tapos biglang nag-dash in yung Saber, may knockout, tapos kumonek pa yung Wrath of the Dryad ni Tashtik. That's some next level layering of CC, dude. Meron ka pang Selena for the Aral, Daytona's welcome pa, connecting onto 1. Meron tayong chop, meron tayong free hit coming in from Melissa. That was such good control. And teamfight prowess coming out from Rune Eaters. Kahit na-stun yung tatlo, they don't really care. Divine Glaive picked up by Alvin. And meron tayong Lord sa taas. Mega kill going over to the side of Rune Eaters. Selena really repping this lineup. They get everything they want, pero may laban pa nga. Will they overstay their welcome? They don't care kasi napakasakit na ng damage ni Melissa dito at sasabog na ang mga members ng Mongolz. Mumu go 6 feet underground yet again, plus Wrath of the Dryad. Pero with that, it will be a 2-0 in favor of Rune Eaters. With the interesting draft, napakaganda ng execution. Oblivion, ano nangyari dun?
Grabe, feeling ko na-overwhelm yung Mongolz for the rest of the series. After that surprising game 1 pick sa Martis, game number 2, akala nila, okay, back to meta tayo. Pero sabi dito ng Rune Eaters, hindi. Lalaroin namin kung ano yung pre-practice namin. And I think sobrang na-practice to ng Rune Eaters. And I think yun din, this series speaks a lot about the meta right now na wala naman talagang meta. Nasa team yan, kung anong team comp, kung paano magko-complement yung heroes din na ginagamit ng each players with one another. I think that speaks a lot para dito sa series na to. So, congrats para sa Rune Eaters. Really unexpected series. Akala ko Mongolz talaga to, guys, pero
Same.
Ayun, Rune Eaters takes this one.
Ang galing, and 2-0 pa, and Game 1 has some back and forth, pero yung Game 2 mas convincing, di ba? Mas straightforward. That's, again, pindutan talaga. Pag sa meta talaga ngayon, you really have to play with your strength. But with that in mind, that is the last series and last game for the day. Ito po yung ating mga highlights. Remind ko lang kayo, 3 p.m. later today, 3 p.m. Meron tayong Nostra. Si Oblivion nandun ulit.
Kita-kits.
Tapos, meron ulit tayong cast mamayang 5 p.m. I know it is 1:30 a.m. Thank you sa pagsama sa amin. That is it for us. We will bid you adieu. Kita-kits tayo mamayang hapon.
but it's those moments that create the snowball necessary for Rune Eaters to start walking into enemy territory. And I thought maybe, hey, maybe this entire team is dependent on the King himself and of course Ulven, but everybody else is playing really, really well. Like, I gotta give it to the EXP laner, Zuki here, doing a great job finding priority targets, and honestly, he is dying for a good cause.
Full respects to the Mongolz. They're our personal friends, but dude, Rune Eaters, they are at a different level here. I'm surprised. Now I want to see them going up against, you know, like I don't want to say this, but like higher echelon teams, just to see like how they really scale up. I'm gonna see here. They will. Ooh, okay. Well, I will get my answer. They will going up against Langore Giants.
Woo, that's going to be a fun one because if we're talking about mechanical teams, SRG, they like to flex it a lot, and I think Rune Eaters are more than happy to actually test their mettle against them compared to a more macro-centric team. And I mean, this guy, give it up. That's some personality. He's got the switch. Oh my goodness, he's got the freaking butterfly knife hairpin. Oh, give it to him. Give it to him. Daizuki.
That's Zuki.
Zuki.
Yeah.
I'm looking at him. EXP laners from this region are great.
Actually, I feel like EXP leaders internationally, like they have the personality, man.
That's what we've been missing.
Everyone else is kind of like, you know.
Well, that's because most of them are scared, and once you kind of let those rules go, they show you how to have a good time. Man, I gotta pull back. I gotta see what he wrote on that piece of paper. I need to know now.
Yeah, I actually think that he was using like a pen. He should be using something like a marker so that it actually pops out on camera.